last. The dawn is breaking bright. From the shadows we sail through the endless night. Hand to hand we pull the line so tight. Together we rise in the morning light. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships, me lads, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. Dedication strong as the oceans roar. Progress calls us to the distant shore. Never surrender, we push evermore. Into the sunrise, what we're fighting for. Oh, rising tide lifts all ships, we lads, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. By God, we'll have our memes again, laughing free under the sun's warm grin, helping each other, kin to kin. This is our time, and we're gonna win. Oh, rising tide lifts all ships, we lads, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. Taking it back from the stormy sea, forward we march, wild and free. A bright future gleams for you and me. Glorious days, our victory. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships, me lads, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we win at last. Below me, hearties, the dawn is breaking bright. From the shadows we sail through the endless night. Hand to hand we pull the line so tight. Together we rise in the morning light. Oh, a rising tide lifts all ships, me lads, with joy in our hearts and the wind at our backs. We're building something great, no turning back. Rising tide, we're on the attack. Dedication strong as the oceans roar.
Ahoy, everybody. How's it going? Ahoy, Squirrel, Gandhi, Shoddy, Gandhi again, Shoddy again, Beer, Captain Rudy. How's it going, everybody? Yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. And as for the signal, yes, we were having some issues. It's partly heat. I don't know. It's been pretty hot. But hopefully, we were also asking a lot of it. As sad as it is, the reactives were causing some issues. The Roll20 site is actually pretty heavy, I think, and for whatever reason OBS was eating a lot as well. Let me actually check Task Manager here. Oh no, good. It took a little while. When it first loaded it said 100%, but now we're at 60-ish% CPU, so that's much better. OBS is still being super hungry, but anyway, yes, we're gonna try not to stop the signal. Who knows? Is what it is, dude. again, I've been in a pretty good mood. Things are going well. I'm creatively engaged. Uh, it's yeah, no, having a good time, but there are also some serious frustrations on various fronts, including the technical issues. The computer being what it is again, I was hoping when I finally got around to taking it to the shop, they'd actually know what the fuck was wrong with it. The fact that they didn't puts me back all the way at square zero, and basically have to see what can RMA, which is probably nothing, and then throw a shit ton of money at it until something works. Oh my god. Um, uh, you're back. What happened to the rest of the expedition? I gave up because I didn't want to slow everyone else down while my computer was blue screening, so I just didn't stream the rest of it. Those of you who are interested, we were mostly done anyway, but yeah, for those of you who are interested, the rest is on Psychro. He was the Psychro's channel. He was the only other one streaming it at the time. Um, but yeah, so you can go over to Psychros and watch that. And I guess I won't. I was gonna give you the gist of it, but considering I'm saying go watch Psychros, I mean, I'm not gonna spoil it for people who want to watch it themselves. But yeah, we did get a little bit of a boss fight there. I forget if that showed up on stream or not, but the special harpy showed up and did some damage. It was a fight. So yeah, those interested can watch over there. Like I said, I guess I won't spoil it. I was about to talk about it, but I won't spoil it for people who do want to go see it themselves. Yeah, there wasn't that much more, but it was interesting. It's been hot here too, 90 plus every. Yeah, it's moving into a hot week or so. Oof, humidity, yuck. Oh yeah, I've heard about the Canadian stuff too. That's affecting some people. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. All right, so yeah, game plan. We're just gonna be actually. I was gonna say we're just gonna be yapping. I might actually hit some more games later, and by games I mean Into the Breach, because that ran pretty well, which is been doing battle all day. Dang. Yeah, we'll hit. We might hit up Into the Breach. Other than that, we're probably just gonna yap. There is like one or two community create things that caught my eye. So we might hit that. I thought I had another one. Oh yeah, Astronomical did something. I saw that he doesn't usually do like a battle thing. We might watch his thing, and then Mushi did something. I don't think I've ever watched any. I've seen some of Mushi's stuff, but I'm not sure I've ever done a on-stream reaction. So yeah, those are the two community ones we might hit up today. But again, I just get like the short form stuff can be a little tiring, and it's just kind of fun to chill and yap. So we probably will be focused on more stuff like Rev or whatever today, and then at some point we will get back to looking at more of the community stuff, because I know there is still a bunch of stuff out there, because everyone's been doing crazy work. But yeah, we'll be doing some yapping. No one knows or is willing to do controlled burns to stop these wildfires from happening. Yeah, no, it's very frustrating how many problems that we're currently suffering under have such simple solutions, and no one wants to push the button for various reasons. Yeah, no, I don't know. And we'll probably be doing some more monetary stuff too, because I do think that was interesting. I have some tabs for more talking about like 1913 and stuff. I think there's a lot of interesting things to talk about on that as well. And yeah, I don't have anything specific on that pulled up, but I was talking the other day behind the scenes. Well, that makes it sound sneaky, but just like off stream, I was talking with some people, and it really is interesting the voting strategies. Again, I don't know if everyone will agree with me. I know it's a controversial opinion, but I do think it's interesting to talk about like whether you vote Republican or not. Again, don't vote Democrat. I mean, obviously, again, anyone's welcome here. So if there's people who vote Democrat here, whatever. But I think for the majority, don't vote Democrat is pretty standard advice. But again, I think people have to be careful saying that the Republicans can do anything they want and will have your loyalty, because then there's no. It's very similar to the handouts argument. If you just give them unlimited loyalty, they have no obligation to improve and actually serve you. That's why I think third party stuff is is important just to get those numbers up, even if you then end up down the line rolling back into the Republican party. At least you're making a message for it there. It's all a big popularity contest, yeah. Local and oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, Holy Ball, and thank you. That's actually a really good addendum. Like yeah, don't throw away your local elections. Like the ones you can. That's the thing. The elections you can actually change. Absolutely vote for the best candidate. Like don't throw your vote away on that. Like yes, engage in the local level and vote for the best candidate there that has a chance of winning. Don't do stupid shit at the local level. But do a little bit of stupid shit at the federal level. Yes, exactly. Pay attention at all levels. Bring back the Whig Party, third party primary stuff, but not general elections. Yeah, something like that. Unless it's really bad. Like sometimes they'll be like just you can't vote for either even in the general. But yeah, no. Yeah, do what you. I don't even know if that's true because you kind of want to push the primary too. Like if you can get if there's a chance of getting someone good in the primary, you want to do that. And because yeah, I don't know, I might even like flip that. Local elections are far more important than state federal. Definitely at the local level, yes. Count bin face. Unconditional loyalty to a party is limiting on ourselves. Yeah, we need some line that Dems can cross to earn consideration again, and one beyond which we stop voting are yes. Anyway, that was just on my mind. That's not the main topic of discussion, but I was conversing, like I said, with some people off stream, and it was on my mind. So yeah, no, it's just an interesting thing, and I like being able to discuss those a little bit more taboo topics, because a bunch of people do just want to say that, you know, Republicans are better than Democrats, so you have to vote Republicans. And I don't know if we'll hit it today, but there is actually, I've got something in the tabs here that's might rub people the wrong way too. But anyway, we'll start off tame with some Rev Says Desu, as we are wont to do here. What is the topic tonight, Brain? Topic tonight is yapping. Like I said, it's hot. I'm tired. We already streamed a bunch today on the Lyrian stuff. So yeah, topic is freaking unwind. Yap. It really can be just cathartic, and it usually, once I start streaming, I have a lot more energy than I did right before I hit play, which is nice because some people get that the other way, and it's kind of a drain, and that can happen to me. But for the most part, like once I'm on, it's like, okay, we're in yap mode. Let's do this. Most base Brit since Amelia, except he's real. Okay, I'll check that out. Probably not tonight. You know me, I never hit my stream suggestions, but I'll try to take a look at it. You've been wanting to get into one shot of Lyrian or two yourself. Looks absolutely fun. Oh yeah, it's great. I suggest anyone who wants to hit up the Lyrian Chronicles Discord. It's separate from the main Leaflet Discord. So yeah, jump in there. There's a lot of helpful people that will want to get you set up. But yeah, no, I've been having a blast. I'm looking forward to the next one we do with the anime crew. We really do need a name. But yes, the Rift people, Lyrian Rift. We're going to be doing another. Can you call it one shot if we're going to keep doing it? I mean, I guess kind of. But yes, we're going to be doing another anime with that crew. That should be fun. All right, I will check that out later. Thank you, Rudy. And hey, Highway, how's it going? Streamed about Lyrian stuff while as you were at work. It was a long day at the office. You have to hit up the replay video then. Isekai crew. That make it a full season. We are working on episode 2, and we are going to keep going for sure. So yes, that's happening. Isekai crew is good. That could be a provisional name. But we do need a more official one too to say who we are, because Isekai is a little broad. But no, I like that. We can use that at least for now. The Isekai crew. But yeah, we'll be doing another Isekai crew, one shot, two shot, whatever you want to call it. More Lyrian Chronicles. Lyrian Rift crew, episode 2. Thank you guys. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead, see what we got. Like I said, I'm sometimes mixed on Rev. Some of these recent ones have been good. I like the Juju one. That one was fun too. It's fun to hate sometimes. Vex is terrible. That one was interesting, but not super good. Is this one? That one was okay too. Anyway, we've got. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. So Gravy, y'all should add a team of various gun characters, showcase new gun character categories. I mean, we have Gravy's character Jinrei in there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. And we don't want to give things away anyway, so. But yeah, no, we will see. All right, let's go ahead, check out newest chaos here. And let's see, that's all good. We'll probably boost the volume. There we go. Ahoy, checking out another Rev video. They found out again. They're always finding out. Maybe they'll stop soon. Final attempt to save woke Odyssey film failed so hard they're deleting negative posts. Let's go.
Hey, what's up guys, Roof here. So as you can see in this video, a little bit of a different setup for
Oh.
today. No VTuber model, but the show must go on as I work on some
No.
technical issues that will be resolved.
That's great already. The face that launched 1,000 ships and the greatest soldier ever known. Good Lord, you know, I'm kind of out of it. Like I don't follow these things. So this is new. This is like genuine shock here. Like I'd seen some of it, but like just in context here, I didn't realize just how skinny she, whatever looked. Like that's even more of a joke than just her being cast here. Like, oh, like honestly, and I feel bad. Like this is not healthy. This is not fucking healthy. It's enraging. It's not about like hating her. It's like, this is. I don't even know how much I can say because I don't remember the exact rules on it. I know they've loosened somewhat, but I'm not even sure I can say what this is. But everyone knows what this is. And then yeah, that's not beautiful. I'm sorry. It's just not, nor is it historically accurate. Come on, guys. The memes are real. I know.
Very soon. But we have to talk about the Odyssey, ladies and gentlemen.
Wait. Clips of Yeah and were resurfaced on X? Like what? It was doing the rounds and pissing people off? That's interesting. BoomerCon's hating it. At this point, you think they're a masochist? No, it's a humiliation ritual for us. They want to humiliate us. They don't care about the other stuff.
Made several videos about Christopher Nolan's adaptation of Homer's epic, and the rubber has met the road, so to speak. People are now seeing the film, and wow, the reaction is filled with cope and, in my humble opinion,
Seething.
a lot of gaslighting. Now, of course, the memes have been priceless. You can see the face that launched 1,000 ships. The greatest soldier ever known.
Brother.
Nolan is trolling us, right? Well, no. This whole thing has been a very elaborate and calculated effort by Hollywood to completely dismantle and really just disgrace Homer's legacy when it comes to this epic. You can see the latest trailer with not even 100,000 likes and nearly 900,000 dislikes.
That's brutal.
It's very safe to say people are not impressed. But as time goes on, and the interviews come out and the PR continues as well, we learn more about the wits of Christopher Nolan when it comes to this film. In fact, here's a little tidbit. Christopher Nolan revealed that he wanted to include the famous
BoomerCons were saying they should line us up? What? That's amazing. No. What? You think we're less powerful than we think? Bro, that... If they're freaking out that much, that means we're more powerful than we think. That's amazing. That's hilarious. I love that. Try it, bitch.
famous nobody wordplay from Homer's The Odyssey in the film, but ultimately couldn't make it work. Because according to Nolan, the pun simply didn't translate naturally into modern dialogue. Yeah, apparently a play on words involving nobody just doesn't translate. Oh wait, it literally just did. I literally just read it. We just read it work. And somehow Christopher Nolan couldn't get it into the modern dialogue. Very interesting stuff. But when it comes to the previews of the film, as you can see, you're hard-pressed to find anything.
BoomerCon's lost it, many
single
such
thing
cases.
Showing off the embarrassing scenes from this film, they're getting taken down with DMCA takedowns. In fact, you can see lots of tall tales and interesting strategies going on here. The demand to see The Odyssey in IMAX 70mm is so high that fans are taking cross-country trips to see the film. One fan even delayed her pregnancy. We have to wait a few months, otherwise it's going to be too close.
There's...
Odyssey.
please no.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, these are paid shill accounts. Everyone should know that. And second of all, do you believe any of this happened? Of all the things that never happened, this never happened the most. Also, keep in mind, if someone is delaying their pregnancy to see a slop Hollywood film, that person is actually deranged. That is not a merit for the film. It is a
And they probably shouldn't be having kids.
very poor reflection of the person making that decision. But of course, there's a lot of people coping. Paul Tassi here, the journalist, saying,
Ew,
"The Odyssey is
journalist,
going to make a bunch of
derogatory.
money, wins a bunch of awards, and millions of people will love it. Hating it sight unseen because you want to be a part of an edgy anti-woke movement spamming
Oh! Bro, spamming buzzwords?
words and slurs in the common threads is just a miserable
Slurs, yes.
way to
Buzzwords,
live, as people point out.
irony,
Just eat
hypocrisy.
the slop. That's what Christopher Nolan and others hope you do. But when it comes to this film, myself and many others definitely recognize it's gonna make a lot of money in the box office. That is not really the question here. It's more about how much did they lose with this vision, and most
up.
in your face, why are they disrespecting so many aspects of just Homer's work and also Greek culture and tradition as well? If it's gonna make $1 billion, guess what?
Hey,
They're not
Glasspool.
getting $1 from me, is the attitude of a lot of people. But
I wish I watched movies so I could actually not watch this one, and it would, so it'd make a difference. But I wasn't gonna watch it anyway because fuck modern movies. Maybe I should start. Maybe
is where the gap
should I start watching movies just so I can not watch The Odyssey? Is that next level? Is that next level spite? I'm gonna go to this movie but not The Odyssey.
gaslighting begins. There is no way this is all natural, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course not.
The Odyssey
Hasn't been for a long time.
98% on Rotten Tomatoes after 125 reviews, making it the
Rotten Tomatoes is the IGN of the movie world. Worse, I think IGN is probably more honest than Rotten Tomatoes, at least in the critic review. And that's not saying much because IGN is obviously fucking terrible, but I think they might be more honest. Slightly.
highest rated Christopher Nolan film ever. A guy who is considered one of the great directors. This one, The Odyssey, is the highest reviewed one ever. A lot of people saw this coming when the reviews were waiting to come out. People said it's going to be a glazing, a probably paid for glazing, but nobody expected this level, 98%. But of course, that doesn't reflect how people actually feel. Okay, I know, according to all the very smart people on social media, this like to dislike ratio on the countdown trailer is the result of
Haters.
MAGA trolls and racists and bigots, what have you. But of course, it reflects what a lot of people are saying. But going back to Paul Tassi, he's taking a victory lap, saying LOL with a screenshot of a then 99% critic review on Rotten Tomatoes. But then Asmongold would add in this reply saying, I don't think it's a great thing that critics are able to preemptively manufacture a consensus on media like this, especially when this movie has so many hot-button social issues.
Not to see
tied
anything
into it
else
that
but this
critics
movie.
refuse to address. Critics now offer propaganda rather than insights.
Yep.
And Paul Tassi replies saying, weird how it's manufacturing consensus when it's this movie, and not the other 99% of the time when every movie has critics pre-screen it and produce any range of scores.
There have been a bunch where they vote much higher than it deserves, and it's clear, like, critics, just like in the video game industry, like we were talking about with IGN, critics have a incentive to rate things highly and not go too nuclear on a video, because they're kind of like in an elite club, and if they step too far out of line, they will no longer be featured reviewers too. Like if you go too far, especially when there's so much cultural nonsense too, cultural baggage there, if you are not woke enough and everyone else is woke, you're out of the club. So yes, we've seen this pattern many times where on a politically charged movie, that's the thing. Is it across the board? To some extent, but it gets especially noticeable when it's politically charged like this. So you do see massive stuff. And yes, it is manufacturing consensus, you disingenuous little bitch.
And yes, hot button social issues like the existence of a trans actor. Wow. Holy soy, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, a lot of people had things to say to Paul Tassi here, who basically just says, trust the critics. And yeah, it's manufactured consensus in video games too,
Yep,
Paul.
exactly what I was saying. That's a good comeback.
Pointing out Mixtape, you know, the one that got perfect scores, some of the highest reviews ever, just for a steaming pile of garbage that game represented.
Tell us how you really feel.
3-hour-long cutscene. Yeah.
Tell us how you
But
really
also
feel.
trust the critics, Paul Tassi, as pointed out by Savvy here. Should people go and see that disgusting piece of garbage Cuties because the critics loved it? Absolutely not, but that is Paul Tassi's logic. If it's got a high rating among the critics, it must be good. No, dude. Not going to accept that logic. I mean, are you going to go out and see Cuties? I mean, I hope not, because it's so disgusting. And also,
Yeah, no,
speaking
thanks.
of disgusting, the fact it even has a 14% among the audience reviews is 14% too high.
Folding
but
chair, yep.
of course, that is a disgusting piece of garbage that somehow got funding from Netflix, but that's a story for another day.
They rated it because they're all chomos. Not all of them. Many of them, sure, but again, it's more just that they're part of the club and have their marching orders. Like, this was a cultural thing, and it was woke to support it and not woke to hate on it. Make of that what you will. But yeah, no, it's more just that that's what they knew where to come down on it on their based on their ideology.
And of course, Paul would then post the verified reviews from the audience scores, which is also a 97%. Do you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, a lot of people are noticing weird things like multiple critics uploading the same
God, they're
word-for-word
lazy too.
responses and reviews, and also pointing that out gets you called a Nazi. Interesting
Hose
stuff.
man.
But on top of that, you can see disparities on other platforms, like, for example, Metacritic, where the critic review is an 89, but the user score is a 5.2 out of 10. Very big disparity. I mean, are you going to trust Rotten Tomatoes or them? Because clearly there's a big disconnect between the critics and also the audience. And then,
Copy paste
well,
is lazy. Yeah.
you see what's going on here. Something very interesting.
The Woman King, the procurement phase. Yeah. Damn.
All of a sudden, when you look
2.6.
around,
Damn,
at
critics
some of
didn't
these
even like Little Mermaid.
disproportionately high responses to Rotten Tomatoes, both from critics and the audience. But then you look at the Metascore and the user score. There is a pattern in previous examples that did really well with the critics and with the audience rating on Rotten Tomatoes, but with the actual user score on Metacritic, you get the real vibe. And it's not looking good here. I don't think anybody in their right mind really believes what's going on here, that this film would somehow end up with these 2 ratings from Rotten Tomatoes. Very suspicious, but of course people are celebrating their ultimate dunk, saying, I have one question for Christopher Nolan haters / for all the folks here on this app who question Christopher Nolan. What's it like being on the wrong side of history?
Pretty good. It's the whole I've seen what makes you cheer, I care nothing for your booze. Like, if their side is the right side of history, then I'm damn glad to be on the wrong side of history. Thank you very much.
I'm truly, genuinely
Yeah,
asking,
no, pretty good.
what's it like having to go to sleep at night knowing you were so effing wrong?
Pretty
Face the
good.
Music,
Pretty
looking like
good.
Christopher Nolan just brushed you off his shoulder.
Pretty good.
Well, in case it wasn't obvious, some of these Christopher Nolan stans are very deranged individuals, and I think people will sleep well at night knowing that they see this film and might not like it, despite what the critics are saying and what the public narrative is. And of course, the images continue to flow, as people point out here. Per Odyssey, yeah, you had to verify this. You actually had to go and check to see if this was real. This is Helen of Troy in the Odyssey on the big screen.
One of the
Ladies-
worst casting choices ever, or one of the greatest? Holy shit, the memes, man. That is insane. Right side of history is a dystopian nightmare, true and real. Sleep
and
very
gentlemen,
soundly, actually. Yep.
And I saw
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't sleep. Oh, dude, it's a little too true. It's a little too true. Raw egg nationalist. This guy's pretty based, as I recall.
if version of this to really confirm, but of course it's been taken down. They are running willy-nilly with the takedowns on social media, and it also comes in defense of Elliot
Oh, of
Page.
course. It's always then they go to victimhood, and you're going to be a racist if you don't view the video. I mean, the movie, and they already were. We saw that they were calling people Nazis and stuff. So yeah, if you don't like this, you're a hateful bigot and you're a Nazi. It's all played out, man. It's all played out. We've been there. We've done that. We're not doing it anymore.
Who used to be Ellen Page, but now identifies as a trans actor here under the name Elliot Page, and well, they're protecting that appearance as well. This one getting hit with a copyright takedown. Another one hit with a copyright takedown. But of course, you can't silence them all. And the scene that everyone is posting is
Oh boy.
Ellen Page running in a very masculine way that you can tell is clearly the product of a fierce Greek warrior. And even parodies, even AI versions are getting taken down with copyright. Pretty insane stuff. But at the end
That's
of the day,
crazy. Oh, that's good. That's good. If we don't play their DEI slops, we're racist and Nazis. Yeah. I wouldn't play their DEI slop even if I had a computer that ran shit. Dude, I'm so freaking salty. Like, I'm just going to keep joking about my computer because, yeah, I would like to play games. Obviously not the woke slop games, but let me play games again. Let me play Helldivers. Let me play Windrose. Let me play Dark Tide. Oh, come on. But yeah, this is funny too, because look at the irony. It seems most of the actual clips of this are getting DMCA'd, but just take my word for it. This is pretty much what she looks like in the movie. So this was some AI parody, and they thought they were safe, and somehow it still got taken down. Copyright owner?
with copyright.
Sick idea. Some of us remake Odyssey with AI creator collab. Just make it a blockbuster monster of a hit release on Rumble YouTube. Couldn't be YouTube, but yeah, like Rumble would be fun. Make Keen's computer great again. Yes. That someone else would have to do that. I've got enough on my plate, but that would be funny. And I was thinking it would be interesting to remake certain things too. Like that is definitely copyright aside, avenue ripe for exploring.
Pretty insane stuff, but at the end of the day, the coping never stops. This person saying they got more hate than screen time, showing that Sign On got a 5.5 minute appearance and Helen of Troy 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Yeah, you know
Don't
what?
care,
At the
still
end of
looks
the day,
trash.
if you order a steak and only 3% of it is garbage, the whole thing is likely garbage and you don't want to touch any of it.
True.
And all of this, of course, ignores everything going on with anyone who wants to respect Greek culture, Greek tradition, anything to do with the Odyssey. There is no respect shown.
Oh, dude, that's a good point. Some of these are like you can just do. Like you wouldn't remake the movie, you'd actually do the book. That's a good point. That's interesting. Yeah, you can do that.
Nobody, unfortunately, really expected any of this, but at the end of the day, this is what we got instead, and it is truly a disaster. And I think people with functioning eyeballs who don't have an agenda here can look at what's happening with this film and the Rotten Tomato scores and can say, something's a bit off here. But anyways, that's going to do for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing, and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
All right. Thank you, Rev. Peace. Okay, is there anything else I want to watch from him? Possibly not. There's that, but I don't really care. I think we did it. There's the leaflet thing. I'm sure that's funny, but yeah. Oh, you heard they're doing a remake of Starship Troopers that's more in line with the novel, and the fans of the original movie threw a fit. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Because again, the movie is good, but like, people got to realize it's not the book, and I think a lot of people do. Like, the Starship Trooper enjoyers do seem like they kind of know their shit. So that is interesting that you had fans of the movies allegedly hating it. Maybe I'm being too optimistic and kind and naive in that I think that they know the movie is not like the book, but yeah. So yeah, maybe I'm just wrong on that. Just dripping with sarcasm. I really like my video on Leaf. That was a fun one too. I did probably very similar stuff where I just I canceled her the entire movie, entire video. I'm not sure why I keep saying that, but yeah. You mean if it's in line with the book, it is good in your book? Yeah. You want to see soldiers in power armor that could jump 1 mile in the air? Yes. And nukes and all that shit. And again, just like the actual message of the book instead of what they did with the movie. Rev canceled her too. Yeah, I know. Starship Troopers book is responsible for so much other stuff that has been created. Yes, book is excellent, and people always get the wrong idea too. Like you've got people calling it fascist and stuff. Dude, it's one book that Heinlein wrote. It's not even like, he explores a lot of different things. You can be an author and write something. That doesn't mean that's something you're advocating for anyway. It's, for one thing, Starship Troopers is not a fascist fantasy. And for another thing, even if it was, that doesn't mean that that is what the author is advocating for. That is an exploration of an ideology. You can write you can write a book where the Nazis are the good guys. That doesn't mean that's something you personally advocate for. That means that's something that you thought of as a interesting perspective for a book that you wanted to explore. Like, that's interesting to explore that ideology for sure. You can do that. You could be like, the Nazis are the good guys. That doesn't mean that's what you yourself personally believe or a message you are pushing. But again, Starship Troopers is not fascist anyway. You have a good friend who was involved with the first Starship Troopers movie production at Hell's Half Acre Set. Great experience for him. And nice. That looks fun. Hey, Banderwalk. Starship Troopers wasn't fascism. It was democracy without the 19th Amendment. Mao. It's a little more complicated than that, but yes, somewhat. Yeah. More than just the 19th Amendment, but yes. It was basically the meme of managed democracy. And honestly, their system would probably work better than ours. Again, universal suffrage is a mistake. It's tricky because it's something you have to balance, like because it's like the more you disenfranchise some people, the more room there is for corruption on the one end, but the more you enfranchise everyone too, there's more room for corruption on the other end, and you get to hide it behind that there's representation. So it's a balancing act, like a lot of things are. But yeah, honestly, we've gone too far in the giving the franchise to everyone for sure. Be better in ways but crap in others. Yeah, like many things. But yeah, honestly, gone too far with the franchise, and and we're not even all the way at max franchise. Like, mandatory voting is an absolute abomination, because it gives power to people who wouldn't vote anyway, who aren't motivated enough to vote, and it's a mess. So that's the hard line that we're not quite to yet. Like, other countries have done mandatory voting, and it's so stupid. If you serve in military or public service, you get the right to vote. Yeah. Europa: The Last Battle. This topic is reminding you of that documentary. I have not seen it. I've heard about it. I have listened to people who are big fans of it. It sounds like there were, although you can never be sure, because a bunch of the people who hate it are obviously going to hate it just because of the content. But I've heard there are some problems with Europa: The Last Battle. But again, that could just be the haters who are going to try to smear it anyway. But yeah, no, I have not seen it. It would be interesting to see it. Isn't it like 13 hours or something? I think there's a condensed version, but yeah. A selective participation, one has to earn their voice in the system. Yes. That shouldn't be a insane perspective. Yoda just holding a job for 3 years. Damn. I wonder. Vermin Supreme for president. It should be a pain in the ass to vote. Yes, I want them to clear voter rolls every single year. You have to re-register. Like, that's just at a start. Thought Australia was the main place that did compulsory voting. There are some, but yes, Australia is probably one of them, because Australia. Now I'm curious. Can I? That's probably a Grok thing. Let me pull up Grok. I'm just curious now. What percent of oh shit, not Imagine, just Grok. I guess I could do it from inside Twitter too, but uneducated voters are a pox on us all. Yes. Again, there's a lot of ones that are a pox on us all. But yeah, what percentage, let's just go with unemployed. What percentage of voters in the United States in, let's just do 2024, actually, let's go back a little further. Let's go 2016. There's probably a lot of data on that since it's older. What percentage of voters in the United States, let me finish that, in 2016 were unemployed? Let's see if we've got data on that. Unemployed, I can type. There we go. Let's see what we got. 2020. We could do 2020 as well. Yeah, I'll hit a couple just to make sure we're getting semi-accurate information. It's AI, so of course it's gonna not be 100% when it's because who knows where it's pulling from. But we'll see what we got. You advocate for the voter rolls being deleted after every federal election, requiring everyone to register and show ID citizenship to register in person. 100%. 100%. Don't delete the rolls though. Archive the rolls. Like, make them useless but keep them around. I want to know who voted. Like, we need to also keep records here, so don't just delete them. Don't delete them, but make them irrelevant. Like, you have to register each time, but the data sticks around. Why vote when you are unaware of who are in the polls? Yeah, no, low information voters are not good and should not be catered to. Guys get trained to use guns in basic military training, which registers you for the local militia, and then you get a gun and the right to vote. Maybe after like a couple years or something. Like, you'd actually have to stick around, similar to like we were talking about for the job. You'd have to actually show that you can stick around, so you'd have to be the militia for a couple years, and then you get the right to vote. Like, that could be doable. You're unemployed but you have your reasons. Okay. I hope they're good ones. Dead voted. Oh yeah, Dead did vote. You're right. That 2016 is not a good example. Unemployment is higher there. Property owners like the old days feels right, but might be too restrictive. Property owners is good because you should have investment. But then you also do have the corruption issue I was talking about where they're going to vote in their own interest. But basically, a lot of it does come back down to cultural issues. You can select to any group and you're going to get better or worse results. Sure, like it is going to change things. But basically, we were, as we were talking about the other day with the Yuri Bezmenov things, we have been as a society demoralized, and that's with a hyphen. Our morals have been taken away, so we don't have that same investment. So even if you went just to property owners, again, I think that would probably be better, but you have issues because the people are not as good as they were. Taxes are theft, though. We don't go off taxes. Selective service to join the military to be able to vote. Possibly it comes with issues as well, but it's kind of based as well. If you're going to vote for war, though, either direct vote or even through a rep, you should have skin in the game. I've always thought it'd be interesting if the military voted if they're going to war or not, like the rank and file. Maybe that's a little too naive, but that'd be kind of interesting. But again, all of these, always have to look at incentives. All of those come with negative incentives for people who can game the system. Like if soldiers have to vote to go to war, you're going to want soldiers who are as dumb and thuggish as possible if you've got elites still pulling the strings, because you just want you want bloodthirsty monsters in the army then, because you want them to want to go to war. So again, every little change you make is also going to change the incentive structure, and if you have an already corrupt system, you got to watch how that affects things downstream as well. Have to apply the draft. Draft is icky, but again, I get the national defense argument. But again, we'd have to redo things so you're not like sent out overseas. Like again, I think something like National Guard, if you don't mobilize the National Guard overseas, like something like that would be fine. Like you have to serve in the National Guard, and it really is the National Guard, not the hey go die in Iraq or something like that. That seems like a good middle ground there, that you have to serve like 6 years in the National Guard or something like that. That is a at least interesting suggestion. Voters can be swayed with false info from the media. Yes. Employment requirements are not a great idea. That would kill entrepreneurship, and most full-time streamers couldn't vote. I don't necessarily agree. And also, there aren't very many full-time streamers compared to the rest of the population. And I don't include myself in this, I'm not big enough, but the streamer class, if you want to put it that way, although I'm not a full-time streamer, I don't even get paid. So, but yes, streamers have they have more influence than an individual voter, probably, like the big ones, because you're talking directly to other people and you can change how they vote too. So like, not only would I be willing to give up my vote if it was for a better system that produced better results, but the trade-off, like if I were a big streamer, would also cover itself too, because I can just get other people to vote for me how I want. A lot of bloodthirsty brothers in the military. Yeah, I'm sure, but I'm saying you'd want more and more if they had to vote to go to war. Current day property owners alone wouldn't be right. Too many simply can't afford. Yeah, that's the other issue. That's the other issue, is the system is currently broken. So again, it's all cultural, which is why we have to bring back a good culture. That's where it all starts, basically. You should also be able to have to be a member of the military to be a politician. That would be absolutely based. You were in the corps, we would have voted to go kill everyone. Maybe. Pull a StarCraft and send the death row inmates to the front lines. That has issues too, but based. Partial disability, but have an appointment in September to get full because you haven't been able to find work for a year. Okay. Bloodthirsty military, not a bad thing though. It is if they're also making the decisions though, and I don't know. I want solid people in the military. Bloodthirsty people here, arguably more than other places. Just rip them out of the streets and send them after whoever. Possibly bloodthirsty brothers in the military. To be fair, only 10% of U.S. military serve in frontline units. Yeah. BlackRock stealing our property, China and BlackRock. Yeah, again, that's all government corruption as well, though. Like China is buying politicians and stuff. Like, this is not a sane system we're living under. So yeah, you can blame various groups, but it's because the system is corrupt as well. The basic principle for being able to vote is if you are a net contributor to the system. Basically, that's what it all breaks down to, yeah. Politics should not be a paid gig. You should have a full-time job as well. That's tough since it is, there is a lot of demand there too. Like politics is a stressful job as well. And I mean, Congress is kind of a joke because they spend most of the year not working or whatever. But yes, there are definitely tweaks there. Very passionate topic for you. Hi, all. Hey, everybody. Welcome, new people. Well, new arrivals here, I should say. Yes. You said for a decade too, but politicians should serve 2 tours on the ground and own a mostly successful business. Yes, that'd be great. Politicians should be paid hourly and should not be paid anytime they're not present. Oh, hourly gets a bit complicated, but yes, they should not be paid for work they're not doing. That's for sure. They're saying, I'm pulling this up. First result here is 2.2% of voters in the 2016 election were unemployed. According to the census, 65% of voters were in the civilian labor force. Oh, okay. 34%. That's interesting. Oh, wait. I fucking hate how they do stats, dude. For context. So here's the breakdown. 65.7%, we'll just round, 65% of voters were in the civilian labor force, employed or actively seeking. Wait, it gets worse. Give me a sec. I'm catching up on chat, but holy shit, this is insane. If employment determined access to voting, factions would sadly game that aggressively. They'll game anything, though. They'll gain anything. So we're kind of spitballing what would be a good system. But no, again, like I was saying, you always have to look at the incentives that would come from that. So if you sort by employment, yes, you then have a incentive for people to gatekeep employment and keep certain people that won't vote the way they want to out of employment. So yes, that is 100% true. Halation, well, yes, thank you. Welcome back to me. Yeah, we had some tech issues earlier and I gave up on that. It was more demanding on my old computer, but we can just yap. But yeah, so we're yapping. You'd think the opposite. Our politicians receive very low payment for what they do. They should be paid enough to cover. Divesting their portfolios when they serve and make them unbuyable. There's no such thing as an unbuyable politician, and they actually make decent money. Not necessarily for living in DC, although most of them don't live in DC anyway. But no, they get paid a lot. They get paid well above average. They're paid a lot and then have access to all the tools that they can use to do corrupt bullshit and get paid even more. You can have Grok break it down for you. Yeah, I'm about to get into that because this was blowing my mind. You have no problem paying politicians, but that salary should be locked to the national medium income. Yes. And possibly the debt as well. Like if the debt goes up, they get paid even less or something. Like they should actually have to balance the budget. But like a good yap session, hell yeah. Politicians are supposed to be paid by the highest paid citizen. And since corporate is considered citizen, so yeah. Yeah, again, there are a lot of issues. Bring back the warrior class. It may have its problems, but DEI would never have a foothold in such a society. Yes. One issue with the warrior thing is if you go to war too often, and I know you don't have to go to war to have a warrior class, but if you go to war too often, you end up killing your warrior class, and then you end up right back where you were. Like that's part of the problem with the world wars is it took a massive toll on the populace, so you lost the bravest men. No use of the stock market or medium wage, both at the same time is punitive. Stock market is kind of a joke anyway, in my opinion. Most of them are rich outside of their service, and they make 175K even in DC. That's above your standard of living, so fuck them. Yeah, I get that. Anyway, so yeah, they're saying 2.2% were unemployed, but now listen to this. For context, 65% of voters were in the civilian labor force, employed or actively seeking work. Employed or actively seeking work. They're saying that's in the labor force. So we were at 2.2%. Now we're at 65% of people are employed or actively seeking work. 34% were not in the labor force. 34%, that's a little different than 2%, but they break it down. Retired, students, homemakers, or discouraged workers. Discouraged workers. How the fuck do you get 2.2% unemployment if you have 65%, some of which are seeking work, and 34% that are not employed at all, and includes discouraged workers? Yeah, that's some stat padding right there. And I have no clue what the actual numbers are because they don't count it, apparently. You believe a politician should be paid as the lowest paid citizen? That's an interesting idea, but no, that would have issues as well. 1 in 5 Frenchmen were killed in World War I. Wouldn't surprise me that maybe French young men. I don't know the exact breakdown, but yes, the massive number of men in most of those countries were killed. Sector. The retired age group is going to be pretty massive. Yes, yeah. But still, the way that was broken down was very weird. Employed and actively seeking feel like they should be separate and not combined, right? You're employed and still a discouraged worker? I feel that. There should be an age limit on voting too. Holy stat padding. Unemployment in 2016, again, they count it weirdly. They're saying here it's 4% or 4.9, but yeah, it was much higher. You shouldn't be able to vote for policies you won't have to live with, but wipes your ass for the few years you got left. Yeah. Grok can do the calculations. Yeah, I could do a bigger breakdown. Been here for a while, but it was crashing every 3 seconds. Your end. Oh, hey Penny, welcome back. Yeah, we had our own crashes earlier. There's no breakdown according to the census. There is, wait, why are they measuring this if they won't tell you what it is? No, the published Census Bureau report on 2016 voters does not provide a further breakdown of seeking work, the standard unemployed category. Wait. 65% of voters were in the civilian labor force, employed or actively seeking work, and then they say seeking work is the measure of unemployment. So the 65% is literally employed and unemployed by their own count. That is wild. And very stupid. And very on point for government paperwork. Holy shit. Unemployed, actively seeking work in the prior... Oh, unemployed, actively seeking work in the prior 4 weeks was... So that's actually unemployed but actively seeking work, they're saying, is 3 million voters, 2.2%. Fill-in labor force overall, 65% of voters includes the unemployed. The employed plus the 2.2% unemployed. There's no way! Not in the labor force, 34% of voters. This large group includes retirees, students, homemakers, disabled individuals, and discouraged marginally attached workers. How can... This is useless. This is totally useless. 2016, you just graduated from high school and were trying to enlist into the Marines or Army and didn't find out you couldn't enlist till after the election. Yeah, no, that's not the kind of people I'm talking about, though. These stats are bullshit. Yeah, they don't want you to know. Census still counts illegals. That was wild, and they couldn't get it to not. Hey, Splinkit, thanks for stopping by. Have a good one. You refused to answer the census based. purposefully make it make no sense with useless phrases. Meanwhile, it's a relatively high-paying job, the census shit, of course, because it's government, and they just freaking throw people at it. It's really silly. And again, it doesn't even work because they're counting illegals and everything as well. Man, I could spiral on all that. You're just costing your own state electoral votes. Depends on the state though too, but yes. I get it. I get not wanting to do that. Yeah, that's interesting. We'll look at that later. We'll bookmark that for looking at later. All right, I don't think we do any more Rev here, but yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, I think I'm done with Rev for today. We've got some Hero High, of course. One of the other guys we check out. Then we do have some monetary stuff. We might do some gun stuff. Might do some Mantis Wave. Ooh, that's a good one too. I've got a Mom Donnie clip I want to go off on. Feds know more about you than you do. You've spent your life in service. The census is meaningless. Yeah, no, feds know a lot of shit. States should vote for their state officials the same way the president picked. Each county is a point towards. Yes, what you're talking about is, and I'm completely in favor of this, is some level of electoral college at the state level. State electoral college would solve so many freaking problems because it solves the city problem big time. It's not perfect, but it would be a massive improvement if you went electoral college at the state level. It would, yeah, it would be amazing because again, then you don't have city population pools overpowering everything else, which just is a stupid way to do it. Repeal the 17th. Repeal a lot of that shit. And which one's the 17th? Oh, right. Senators. Establish the direct popular election of U.S. senators by the people of each state. Similar to all that other stuff, there are pros and cons of everything. Once again, a big part of it is cultural. It doesn't really matter if you have the 17th Amendment or not. You're going to run into the same problems with corruption at this point because the culture is the same. But yes, there are definitely improvements we could make to the voting system. The Angry Joe controversy. And only other thing I'm interested in here is maybe some more Hassan drama. Or, yeah, let's do Chuds keep on winning too. I love drama slop. It's kind of relaxing. Like some people are like, oh, it's just drama slop or whatever. Like it's just fun. It's fun to chill and talk. The senator isn't supposed to represent the people. They're supposed to represent the states. Fair enough. Oh, they do try to collect way too much data. They always do. Writing your novel. Criminals and non-citizens deciding on the law smells American to you. Yeah, no, it's stupid. It's the simple things that make you happy. Yep. All right. Ahoy. I know nothing about this. Let's go ahead and check it out. What an intro. I have no clue what this is about. Let's go.
Angry Joe has been completely losing it across social media. He's making a bunch of weird tweets. He tried to face dox Yellow Flash because the guy didn't like the Odyssey.
Damn.
Oh, wow. Oh. Okay, better try to face dox him because how dare he criticize this corporate production.
If that's as simple as what they're saying, that's insane.
Viewers. On his own Odyssey review video, his viewers are like criticizing the video and he's arguing with them in the comments. It's a very strange series of events to be witnessing. So yeah, he's kind of been
what did it say there? So Angry Joe fighting his fans in his own comment section of his video is not where I thought we'd be 5 years ago. And then you realize I can see all the sources of traffic per video, right? Lol, welcome. We don't care. Okay, so he's What does that even mean? He's accusing you of being like a first-time viewer or something, but like you can see if there's new people or not, but you can't see per account. So he's jumping at shadows here. He's jumping at shadows.
It's a very strange series of events to be witnessing. So yeah, he's kind of been all over the place. This is a rough series of events, somewhat in order. This was like one of the first things he said.
Okay. How many of y'all think the Odyssey is about to get review bombed online for reasons that have nothing to do with the quality of the film itself? Yeah, probably somewhat. People are going to hate it for political reasons. Sure. But okay, can we also say how many of y'all think that the 97 is actually genuine and this is what the movie deserves? Because it doesn't sound like that's the case either by any means. So yeah, nah, bro. You don't just get to be like, this is legitimate, but what's coming next is not legitimate.
So with this account, Alan NG posting dropped to 97%. Take that, chuds. Hashtag vindicated. I'm not familiar with this guy. Some people are saying he's being satirical. I don't know. But the point is, Joe sees that tweet and responds with this and says, how many of y'all think the Odyssey is about to get review bombed online for reasons that have nothing to do with the quality of the film itself?
That's what it deserves.
Raise his hand. Endymion would then respond to Joe.
Sound
saying,
and pacing.
You're a good consumer, Joe. A very good consumer. Keep consuming, please. They love that. Yes, Joe, keep lapping up whatever they give you. Joe did not like that response. He quote tweets Endymion and says, it's hilarious how pathetic you sound crying so hard about this film and how much Sinone's actors triggered you over their appearance. Quote, you're cattle if you watch this movie that casted that person Achilles or not. Unquote. Seriously, what the frick is wrong with you?
Is that something he said? I don't know, but either way, like, dude, people have to know how to frickin' troll people on Twitter, because if you come off whiny like this, it just makes you look bad. It's hilarious how pathetic you sound, crying so hard about, like, crying so... Dude, unless they're actually, like, borderline crying, don't accuse them of crying, because it makes you look like a whiny bitch. Like, this is not a strong stance here. This looks like him being triggered. Like, yeah, this is just not a good quote-unquote clapback.
Along with that comment, Joe also posted a screenshot of a different take that Endymion had posted. I guess he didn't like this either. Let's see what's in this take. So
don't you have to show proof of watching a movie or even have a user review for Rotten Tomatoes? I don't know how it works.
Endymion said, so Chris Gore confirms...
You've heard that it's not as bad as the casting makes it look, but you've not seen it. Dialogue, you understand. Majority of people don't understand older dialect. Yeah, I don't have a huge problem with that. Anyway,
Elliot Page's character in the Odyssey, Sinone, replaces Achilles' role in Christopher Nolan's version of the story. Instead of Achilles being who Odysseus meets in Hades, he meets the ghost of Sinone instead, insinuating that Elliot Page's character by proxy is Achilles in everything but name. They actually did it. That's the stupidest change I've seen in a movie in a long time. Wow, if you watch this and pay money for it, you are cattle.
Okay, so okay. Let's go. You're cattle if you watch a movie that casted that person, Achilles or not. That's not what he said. If you're gonna use direct quotes, like, yes, some of that is a direct quote. You're cattle, but that was at the end and talking about, like, if you're gonna just slop up the slop, your cattle. Completely different. Like, it wasn't even about, like, okay, it was about that guy was that was casted like that, but this is still misrepresenting fairly drastically. Again, you could argue, but don't put it in direct quotes. Don't put it in direct quotes. That's fucking stupid, because that's not what he said. Finally made it to the stream. Hey Kitsuragi, how's it going? Based the movie off feminist reinterpretation.
He is
many
Achilles
such
in
cases.
But name. They actually did it. That's the stupidest change I've seen in a movie in a long time. Wow, if you watch this and pay money for it, you are cattle.
Yep, okay.
Endymion responds to Joe again, says, that's right, Joe. Be a good consumer. That's right. Plug those knees in the sand, Joe. Keep going. Nolan is about to fill you. Gross. Okay. We get it. Be a shill. And then Flash just responds with this picture from the movie that's totally not an edit. This is real screenshot there. Around the same time that conversation was going on, this was also occurring, and this is the exchange where things really started to get crazy. So Yellow Flash posted on his own account separately, unrelated to Joe, this tweet that says, I was fat and sedentary for years. It wrecked my back, still dealing with the fallout years later. Took real work, consistency in the gym, diet changes, and facing hard truths to fix it. If you're unhappy with where you are, start today. Small habits compound. No one's coming to save you. It's on you. Magic drugs won't help you in the long run either. Only hard work.
Based.
And Joe saw that tweet. He didn't like this one either. Decided to chime in. He says, "Now this explains a lot. Good for you. Now to work on not being such a piece of garbage to others online because of how unhappy you were with yourself." And Flash
That's
posts a very
wild.
disturbing image in response. I'm only going to scroll for like 1 second. Prepare yourself or shut your eyes for the next second.
There.
There you go. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, there you go. And there's like
Gross.
140 other responses where everyone's basically criticizing Joe here, leaving posts like, "Joe, what the frick happened to you, man? I grew up watching your content. You taught me how to be more critical on games. And now you're the one acting like a jerk." This one saying maybe Flash is a jerk. Don't know him. Calling someone a piece of garbage because they were unhappy with themselves due to being obese when you yourself, Joe, are obese is ridiculous. Are you also unhappy with yourself due to obesity? You are what you hate at this point. Well, I can tell you this much. I met Flash back during the Vic saga. And as long as I've known the guy, he's been very nice and very cool to me, so I appreciate that. Flash himself also responding to Joe, and again, the context is important here. Flash was just making a tweet on his own page about self-improvement.
Wait, that was just.
Joe saw that.
Wait, that wasn't even related to the drama? That wasn't even related to the drama? That was just Flash saying, improve yourself, do cool shit, basically? That was literally just Flash saying do cool shit? And Joe came over to harass him? What? He must have been pissed about something else already or something. That's wild.
Flash was just making a tweet on his own page about self-improvement. Joe saw that, got mad at it, and now Flash is saying, in response to Joe, "Hit the gym, Joe. Then maybe you won't crash out so hard over fictional characters getting made fun of." Joe says, "You must."
Also, you might what?
Joe.
Oh.
Maybe you won't crash out
You might
so
lose
hard
those
over fictional
tits.
characters getting made fun of. Joe says, "You muppet, you literally just described your entire channel, lol. Here's you crying and crashing out about literally everything, including my mean tweets. It's probably why you hide your face, because you look like this."
I'm not super familiar with Flash's content, but that's attention grabbing YouTube stuff. Like, I doubt he's like angry all the time or whatever.
And Joe posts a picture of some guy that's not even Flash. In response, Flash then facetiously, okay, that was a struggle, says, "How did you find my picture?" And Joe says, "Google, big boy."
Oh,
Google,
yes,
big
let's
boy.
go.
I don't need to use that AI slop like you do.
AI slop mentioned. Thanks, Joe. So you're an anti too. Gotcha. That's hilarious. Many such cases, man. These people are, again, cluster mentality, weirdo cultists. That's great.
But man, I'm just messing with you. I didn't mean to take such a low blow and hurt your feelings. But I've seen you say some pretty messed up stuff in the past. So what happened in your life that made you like this? Dude, why is this even a conversation that's happening right now?
Right?
Yellow Flash then went on to address what happened here in a video from today, so consider checking that out. I will play a very brief portion of that video where he goes over the picture thing because he gives more
Parasite
context
hive
into
mind,
that.
yeah.
Captioned, "Angry Joe tries to dox Yellow Flash over the Odyssey and fails. He's seething." Wait, and fails. Oh no, Flash.
Oh no,
Oh
canceled.
no, we're all, dude, the grammar's messed up, my speaking's messed up. I think maybe we've all been on the internet a little bit too much, maybe, but what can you do?
Thanks so much
Flash
for easy
says,
content.
"Thanks for so much easy content, Angry Joe. Keep it coming."
Hey,
And
Wanderberry.
Joe says, "Thanks for the engagement. Keep it coming."
No you.
Wait, what? He's just repeating
Yeah,
what Flash
yep.
said. "Keep it coming. Thanks for the engagement. Keep it coming." He's like a broken AI or something. What's going on there? In fact, why don't you do another 3 more videos on me since you're clearly my redacted now? I'll keep slapping you around on here and you can cry about it on your channel some more.
Once again, if you're gonna be the internet tough guy, at least learn to actually sound tough, because this just is pathetic from Joe. Because yeah, Yellow Flash isn't crying. He's the one farming, would be my guess. Like that looks like farm, and he's poking Joe for further engagement too. And Joe is just like acting like he's crying like a bitch. That's not what's happening. Anyone who's spent any time on the internet knows that's not what's happening either.
Time. Flash just saying, I'm glad I could help out. So now I'm going to show you some of the public reception Joe's been getting on his own channel, on his own video about the Odyssey titled The Odyssey Angry Movie Review. And then after that, I'll show you the clip of Flash talking about the incorrect face docs attempt thing.
Nice.
For context, you should know that Joe seems to have really liked this movie. He says he really freaking loved this film and that he liked it so much that he, quote, gives it his badass seal of approval up front, on quote. And going right to the comments, you can instantly see that his viewers had a different opinion, with top comments like, I'm so happy Braveheart was made in the 90s, and my favorite part was when Odysseus screamed, it's Morbin time.
True.
Another comment talking about Joe's co-host, Alex, saying, Alex is the only serious reviewer on this panel. And other comments mockingly saying things like, film is so diverse, not even the ships are Greek. Similarly, this top comment said, Alex needs his own channel so I can go watch him without Joe. Another user saying exactly, he needs to. And Angry Joe himself responding to that guy saying, see you guys next time. Thanks for making our channel with varying opinions on things possible. Another example here with this user posting, did I leave the cinema thinking Odysseus was a smart guy? To me, no. So this movie's failed badly to me. Joe responded saying, I don't think that was the only thing you were supposed to learn or take from Odysseus as a character, my guy. To which he got completely ratioed by another comment that essentially says, bro, did you even read the original? Aside from that, there are just a lot of comments criticizing Joe in this video, such
AI is everywhere now.
Such as, Joe, quote, you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain, and bro literally became corporate commander. But here's where things got very strange, as this comment says, Angry Joe fighting his fans in his own comment section of his video is not where I thought we'd be 5 years ago. Joe saw that comment and responded, you realize I can see all the sources of traffic per video, right? Lol, welcome. And a user pointing out that that comment's like weird, saying, what does that even mean? And people try to elaborate on it, saying things like, meaning he can see when he has a lot of comments from non-subscribers, subscribers, first-time viewers, etc. But again, this doesn't really make sense. Like, he's implying that he can see this poster, this viewer's like history and where they came from.
Not
I don't
directly,
think you can do
but
that
yeah.
with the normal YouTube analytics. They're more of just an aggregate of data, not like individualistic like that. The only thing you can do is click the name and see, you know, some of their prior comments that get highlighted. And yeah, this guy didn't just come here like hating on the Odysseus video, or rather the Odyssey video, excuse me. You know, he's left comments on other videos that Joe has had too. So I don't know. Like, this one looks like it might even be a positive comment. What's this one say? 1 month ago. But Joe, I want to play the new college football. Why does something so forbidden tempt me so bad? So, you know, that's a pretty fine comment, right? I obviously don't know the full context on that, but Joe's implying like this guy's not really a regular viewer, because once again, Joe said, you realize I can see all the sources of traffic per video, right? LOL, welcome. And it's like, what do you mean welcome? That guy's been a viewer of yours for at least a month. That's just one of the most recent comments that pop up. And for anyone not familiar with this, this is nothing special. You can literally, anyone with an account can do this. You can just like click a profile pic in the comment section on YouTube and you can see like the last 3 comments or something like that. I'm not sure exactly how it works. So anyways, yeah, that's the TLDR.
Is crazy crash out though.
In the comment section of his own Odyssey video. Now we'll play the clip of Flash addressing Joe's attempt at face doxing him.
Joe is so triggered by me.
That would be cool. Cyberpunk Odyssey or something like that. Like on a Cyberpunk Japanese Odyssey. Hell yeah. Let's go. Just like some of the weird creative interpretations of like Romeo and Juliet or something like that. AI is not fully a thing yet. Yeah, I know. People use it as shorthand. We still don't have a true artificial intelligence.
Flash addressing Joe's attempt at face doxing him.
Joe is so triggered by me that he decided he was going to try to dox me. Because of this post where I said, hit the gym, Joe. Then maybe you won't crash out so hard over fictional characters. And, you'll lose a little bit of weight and be in better shape and probably feel a lot better about yourself, a lot more confident, as they say. I definitely feel a lot more confident. But no, Joe decided to Google either Yellow Flash 2 or Yellow Flash 2 face. I'm not sure which one. When you do that, he decided to not go after my old fat pictures from Anime Matsuri when I was cosplaying. No, I mean, this is an actual picture of what I used to look like. Instead, he picked this one, which I'm not going to say who this is. I know who this guy is that he's using here. This isn't me.
And there you have it. So yeah, Flash goes on to explain more about all of that in his own video, which I
Owl
will link the
World,
full video
dude, I
in
need
the
my computer
description.
back. Yes, and yes,
That's
all
essentially this.
of my commentary for the next few days is just gonna be ranting about the computer. Again, it's been months. It's been months, and the most recent setback has pissed me off all over again.
Situation. That's the latest. Thank you for tuning in.
Oh, brother,
See you
where
in
art
the
thou?
comments. Have a
Yeah.
good weekend. And I'll catch you in the next one.
Alrighty. Peace. Hero High is the coolest hero. He really is. He's a good guy. I say it like every time. I mean, it's he just seems super chill, and like he I mean, obviously you can't be 100% sure on internet people, but it just seems like he's got good values and follows them, which I always respect. So yeah, no, I like Hero High. Chill dude. I will be right back. Let's go BRB. Come on, there we go. Ahoy! Break time at the same time as Leaflet. Why couldn't y'all stagger? On the bright side, I don't take 30-minute breaks or whatever, generally speaking. So, yeah, you don't have to wait long. You don't have to wait long there. So I'm back. All Leaflet's viewers are welcome to come over here and hang out though, if while she's on break. It's hard to get used to Hero High's new model, but you're starting to. I know what you mean. Oh yeah, and we already pulled up everything we wanted to watch there. Do we feel like Hassan drama? It gets so old, man. I don't know if we feel like Hassan drama. The other one was Chuds. We like Chuds winning. We like Chuds winning. Let's go.
Developers at Ubisoft Barcelona have started a 3-day strike to protest the company's plan to lay off 51 employees who worked on Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced. According to one of the game's developers, the Barcelona team created all the underwater levels. Despite Black Flag Resynced selling 2 million copies on its first day, that team is now being laid off. The workers are asking Ubisoft to 1. Cancel the 51 layoffs. 2. Guarantee better job security. 3. Bring back the studio's previous remote work policy up to 60% remote work. 4. Honor previously promised promotions and salary increases. Ubisoft has
Oh my god. Strikes are fairly annoying, and like I get the appeal of unions. I get what they were supposed to do. There was always some issues there, like there was always some corruption and some violence there, but like modern unions are a freaking joke. It's just basically another corporation. They take their cut, and it's very high, and union bosses are extremely fucking well paid, ironically. Did I just call out Leaf? Let's get the beef going. Dude, did you see my newest video? I'm canceling Leaf. Admittedly, that's a joke. But yes, and Leaf does take very long breaks. That's well known. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, we can beef. That'd be funny. Again, I said she's responsible for all evil because she, you know, everything wrong in the world because she uses AI, which is clearly a joke. But yes, how could Leaf do this? Exactly. Hey, you know what your boss tells you when you say you don't want to work mandatory overtime? Yeah, he says, well, there are other jobs. Ouch, though. But yeah, no, this is just stupid. And on the one hand, I respect like if they're saying developers, I don't know who exactly that is. If it's like the higher ups who are actually sticking up for their lower level people, that's great. Based on like the number here and the obnoxiousness of what they're doing, probably not though. But yes, there is a variant of this I would respect. I don't think that's what this is though. And again, I'm a fan of remote work. I would love to have a remote work job because it gives you more freedom. Like if you can work from home, you can kind of move wherever and do whatever you want, and you can balance that, and it gives you better access to better opportunity. You can have you can move somewhere with lower cost of living. So yes, I would love to have a remote work job. A lot of the people whining about wanting remote work jobs are not willing to put in the good work, and that's why the corporations don't want to have remote work, is because people are not dedicated enough to have it be an efficient use of employer money and employee time. So if you want results, remote work is a little tricky. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot going on here.
Honor previously promised promotions and salary increases. Ubisoft has responded to layoffs that, quote, remains a proposal and no final decision will be made until the collective consultation process has concluded, on quote. And allegedly a picture of their protest here.
That's so
holding
stupid.
Up a sign that says corporate greed, and including the anarcho-communist colors.
Oh my god. And I know they're game developers and stuff, but I'm not seeing like a single manly person in there. In fact, you know, the opposite, because you don't have to be super manly, but yeah, these are probably the manliest person is a woman there, just saying. Or, you know, quote unquote woman. Companies who collude to bargain collectively get punished for price fixing, but for unions, collectively bargaining is a right. Well, I'm trying to parse that, because if you're talking corporations quote unquote colluding with other corporations, I can see why you'd call that price fixing. That's different than oh shit, sorry, my bad. I did not switch back when I was back. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I don't think we missed a whole lot. It was mostly text, but that's my bad. But yeah, here's the picture, and then he's reading a tweet. That's my bad. Thank you, Penny. But yeah, companies who collude to bargain collectively get punished for price fixing, but unions collectively bargaining is a right. You're talking about workers within a company collectively bargaining. That's different than like going outside of a corporation to again collude with a other corporation. So I'm not saying there's no comparison to be made there, but they are different scenarios.
Right there on the flag, the red and black. So they simultaneously don't want to work and openly hate the systems that they're contributing to by working for Ubisoft, this massive corporation, but they're also demanding 60% remote work. Like,
your biggest problem with unions is that they get these collabs like auto workers, machinists, delivery guys, etc. Unions should only be able to rep a single group and in a single country. Oh, yes, and like honestly probably only in oh, that's a good point. I was wrong. You're right, because unions do work outside of corporations as well. Like you will have them collectively bargaining from workers in many different corporations. So you're right. I was just focusing on like unions within a single company. But yeah, yep, I was wrong. You're right. Man, yeah, no, there's a lot wrong with modern unions for sure. Man, that actually pisses me off now, because I had kind of forgotten that. I had offers for a union job. I did not take it. So yeah, I don't have personal experience with unions. Labor is the only commodity where price fixing is legal. I'd have to think about that. Interesting. I can see it though.
hey, I don't want to work. I shouldn't need this job. And you owe me, we demand 60% remote work. Okay, yeah, I'm sure they're gonna, take that seriously. Then again, it's Ubisoft, a complete mess of a company, so they might. That's just something amusing. Here's my main point. As we saw with the Genshin/Hoyo,
I don't get why you do this.
so they might. That's just something.
I don't get why don't be as obnoxious as possible when you want to work for the company. Like, again, when I see a lot of this whiny bullshit, I just want the companies to be like, no, you're fired too. Get out. Like, we're going to start over. Just be like, yep, no, stay on strike.
Something amusing. Here's my main point. As we saw with the Genshin/Hoyo strike,
Been dealing with unions way too long.
Demanded that the public support their strike. These people were all lying. As we found out, there were...
That's a good point. The plan is to get hired back with a raise, work remotely, so you're working less. So yes, get paid for more, working less, with job security, so it's harder for them to fire you going forward when you don't perform in your remote work job. And yes, with guaranteed better jobs and better security, and they're calling the corporations greedy. That's a good point. Thank you, Mr. Trump, for finally breaking the Fed unions. Third term approved. I don't know too much about that, but if so, based, I guess. The thing is, firing striking workers is actually illegal. Fuck no. Fuck no. You just do it. Do it anyway. Do it anyway. That's so fucking stupid. Because striking is refusing to work. You're hired to work. Like, just be like... Give them homework or something. Be like, you're required to do these, just send them a fucking email being like, here's what we need you to do. And then when they don't do it, fire them for that. Like, it pisses me off. It pisses me off. Like, I get some level of worker protection, but protecting workers who won't work? Nah. Or, do the whole scab thing. Like, if you can't fire them directly, hire other people to fill their jobs in the meantime. Like, just be like, yep, nope, we need this, and then fire them later on down the line. But yeah, it'd be so satisfying just fire them all. Like, oh, you're not working? Okay, then we're not paying you. We're not letting you back in the building. Dude, let them work remotely. Let them work remotely in Siberia. As far as you know, companies are required to let people come back after a strike. That's so fucking stupid. Again, if you're not doing the work, make them want to quit. firing workers to not do their jobs is not a crime. It probably is in some instances. Just here for the memes. Hey Bill, how's it going? Scabbing usually. Oh my God, how many? I'm gonna make a note. We're gonna have to look into union laws and shit, because if even half of this shit is true, then it's even worse than I thought. Can you fire striking workers? I guess we could ask AI this too. That's how we do things around here. What's CBA? CBA does it violate to hire scabs? Oh, I guess, yeah, that's a good point. If you're already set up with a union, then you have their rules to abide by too. Unions tend to be to vary by state, and most terms are negotiated. Yes, get rid of the unions. Labor protections are strong, and Dems still complain. Yeah. Can you fire striking workers and hire scabs?
So many lies. They were gaslighting the public, trying to weaponize the public to support them, and they were lying to all of us while they did it. This is to say, how do I know what the terms of the contract was here? For all I know, maybe Ubisoft had a contract with these people saying like, yeah, you'll work on this area of the game, and after that, we don't need the contract anymore, you know? It could be a temporarily contracted employee. And they fulfilled the contract. They got paid as they agreed to. They fulfilled their work as they agreed to. And so Ubisoft wouldn't keep these people on their payroll in perpetuity if it's like a contract, a temporary thing, which in the context of this game, Resynced, and what these people did on the game, it very well may have been. Now, maybe it wasn't.
Unions are outdated. Is the basic problem. They used to have a purpose, but the government replaced most of it. Many such cases of the government replacing things and making it even worse. But now we also have the government and unions. Now all they do is work for the most amount of pay for the least amount of work. Yeah, it's stupid. And again, the union bosses are making absurd amounts of money through the whole thing too. Very communist of them. Unions are valid for skilled trades like electricians and plumbers, not for secretaries and servers. You worked in a casino that went union and it ruined all the fun with paperwork for everything. Honestly, not even sure. Like, why do you need it for electricians too? Like, because they're skilled, there's already going to be some level of negotiation too. Like, electricians are in high demand. I'm not sure you need a union for electricians and plumbers either. They ignore conditions and benefits over pay because it benefits the crooks at the top. Yeah, exactly. That's the other thing. They're not even going to be working in the actual best interests of the workers either, because they're in it for themselves. If they can screw over, like, here's the thing. They're also collectively bargaining with the corporations too against the people they pretend to represent as well. So it's the worst of many, many worlds, not even both worlds, but it's the worst of many, many worlds. Howdy Chapoy, howdy Dominion.
But I don't have proof to either thing. And
Unions for the trades only ever serve to gatekeep and require credentials that are useless. Yes, as well as, again, demand all the fees and everything too. So you're basically paying taxes multiple times if you're in those trades.
People who love to virtue signal on the internet. People like that have, over the years...
And it's similar to like something like the government getting involved in... healthcare or education. You're adding an additional cost that is then, like, because it's relatively non-negotiable, gets front-loaded back to just the system as a whole. So if you have unions, they're negotiating for better wages for the electricians in this example, but then are also taking a big chunk of that. So the electricians are benefiting somewhat, but not as much as the unions, and then also raising the prices on everything else. So everything else is going to go up around that as well. So it's just basically it's the unions, just like they accuse the dirty capitalists of doing. It's a system where a non-productive class, the unions, are leeching off the system and making life worse for everyone else. Again, maybe they'll be slightly better for the people they represent, but nowhere near, like, it's not a net gain because the drain they're putting on the rest of the system for their own benefit. Again, very, very hypocritical, very communist. More than one certified electrician that can't hold a convo on basic principles. Don't know exactly what you mean by that.
Proven to be extremely untrustworthy. But hey, ultimately, I'm not on either side here. I'm certainly not on Ubisoft's side. I'm just pointing out issues with these.
I'm not.
sort of
Yeah, I'm not on Ubisoft's side. I'm also not on these dweebs' side. You don't think that's even government? I wasn't saying that was government. I was saying similar to how government does things. It was an example. It's just like how the government getting involved in other fields drives that wedge in there where they extract value without, sorry, extract wealth without providing value, basically. You knew what? Oh, I see what you're saying on basic principles. You knew a certified electrician that didn't truly understand the difference between AC and DC, and he could get jobs you couldn't. Fuck unions. I get that. I get that feeling. Professional associations like the AMA in medicine and the bar in law are private actors that gatekeep professions. Yes, but yes, it goes beyond the government, but the government also allows all of this and has their own finger in the pie, or whatever the saying is, as well. They're also extracting, and again, it's very corrupt because they are getting stuff because of the regulations they are putting. They allow things like the AMA to exist as well, and the government gets their cut through lobbying and stuff like that. So the government is definitely involved in things like the AMA.
activists and why I don't trust them either. So I don't trust Ubisoft. I don't trust these guys.
That's crazy.
They can all have each other. Enjoy. Let me know what you think about the latest. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next one.
Alrighty. Thanks for watching. Peace. That's crazy, though. And again, I don't feel like the Hassan thing. What else do we do next? Don't feel like that. We could do some gun stuff. Ooh, speaking of communism, we could do this. It's short, but we could do this. Medical is just as bad. New grad practitioners don't know squat. Dude, don't even get me started on the medical field. Like, honestly, controversial opinion. I think there's a lot of things going on in the medical field. Maybe this isn't even all that controversial of an opinion anymore, but there's so many things going on in the medical field that are actually net negatives. Like, you could remove whole fields of medicine and people would actually be healthier. It's really sad. It's really quite sad. But yeah, the system is that broken that you could just nuke whole fields of medicine and people would probably be healthier in the long run. Maybe the weak would die out in the meantime, but hey, that's a price I'm willing to pay. But no, it is atrocious. And like with a lot of this, there's a lot of corruption too. I've heard horror stories about like cancer treatment, cancer misdiagnoses, and part of the reason it's misdiagnosed is because there's profit margin, there's incentive there to get kickbacks on cancer drugs and things like that. Profit over actually healing people, medical field. And again, but while that's true, we were just talking basically lack of knowledge too. Like, it's not a competent field either. Remove the bureaucracy, that could help. Yes. Best way to stay healthy is stop drinking, eat well, go to the gym, anything to limit the need for a doctor, including sleep, which you need to do right now. Thanks for the stream. All right, catch you later, Yes. And no, I'm not going to stop drinking. No, I'm just kidding. I do stop drinking occasionally. We probably will have another dry month or something because it is good. It is good. We had one just recently, and then I went right back to drinking fairly heavily. Not as heavily, but still probably drinking too much. Let's see. Mizuki has a reaction to another AI VTuber maker program by someone other than Leaflet. Interesting. I like Mizuki. I haven't reacted to any of her content though, but she's cool. Maybe we'll check that out. Then looking at the vaccine kickbacks that clinics doctors get per shot. Oh man. And don't eat processed foods. Holy shit. Like that's such a big one. The processed foods are absolutely insanely damaging. I eat them sometimes, but I try to limit it. Try to limit a lot of that stuff. The seed oils, wheat. American wheat is not so great. Not just for people who are like gluten intolerant, but it's not great in general. But yeah, seed oils, all that stuff. Let's see what we got. I was curious. It's all Leaflet's fault. That could be fun. Yeah, we should check out some Mizuki stuff later. Like I said, I have not even done that, but she's cool. Jag the Hero one? I don't know. Also recommend Mizuki. Oh, you're still here but leaving. All right, catch you later, Amius. Again, JRA's umbrella they put on the 10,000 plus chemical additives in processed foods in the US. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff that is really nebulous and hard to. You're both shocked and slightly impressed by corn oil. It's Leaflet's fault we have processed food. Again, it's Leaflet's fault for all bad things in the world. AI demon. Meat glue they use for beef chunks. Jeez. All right. Let's stop from the political / drama stuff and do a little bit of gun stuff. I mean, we could do a mix there. I've watched all this stuff. We should find a different. I know there are different gun channels, but I have not been watching a whole lot. I think we've seen like a lot of this. The AK-50 broke. That's unfortunate. We got a different 50 cal there. We could just watch big guns. People like VTubers watching big guns, apparently. Still need to figure out Leaflet's program thingy. Yeah, I need to do more with it for sure. I even got a head start and just didn't really have time to mess around with it too much. Generally regarded as safe. Jesus. Hey, Zayla. How we doing? Pretty good. We're just chilling. It's a Yap stream today. 50 cal is fun to shoot. Damn. I'll bet. Sure, let's watch Big Gun. Big Gun. And then maybe we'll watch the that one too. Oh, that one, damn, 1.3 million. People like that sort of thing. And dude, that one was rough, man. That one was rough. That's got to be the roughest Darwin Awards. That was fun and stressful to react to. That one was crazy. I only fired one, but it was fun. Nice. Nice. You got a new game to play. As for my weekend, pretty good so far. Busy. I did a podcast this morning, then a quote unquote business meeting. It wasn't business, but whatever. But yes, podcast, business meeting, Lyrian Chronicles, one shot, part 2 of 3 at least, and then more streaming. So I've just been doing basically nothing but Yap today. Which is it's fine. It's fine. I enjoy it, but it's a bit much when it's all day. But again, it's fun and it actually helps me relax too. Like the yapping here is a good wind down as well. High Speed Velocity is one of the best gun channels. I'll check it out. You set up a debate with Grok, had it play the role of anti-gun, and you took the task pro-gun, and we debated back and forth. In the end, Grok admitted that anti-gun is illogical and admitted it lost. I hope you at least told it not to like be forced into that position, because AI is very eager to please you by default. So I hope you told it at the very start that it needs to rely purely on logic and that it shouldn't try to please you. But yeah, good job. The only 50 cal you can have shipped to your door without a permit. M2 sniper variant. Okay, high speed velocity. I'll pull that up for later too. High speed velocity. Not seeing it as a channel. Guns? Ballistic? I see a ballistic high speed. Is that what you mean? I see a ballistic high speed. I asked it to try to win. Okay, you still have to, I'm not sure if that's good enough. You still have to tell it that it doesn't. I mean, maybe that's good enough. Having been a gun dealer in the past, you have managed to dismantle 100% of every anti-gun take. Yep, they won't always agree you dismantled it, but you can definitely dismantle them. This was against people online, but be logical about it. Yeah. Like the old school army issue Modus. Yeah. Yep. But yeah, let me know who said that anyway. High speed velocity Banderwalk. Did you mean? That's probably it. The heat is frying your brain. I get that. But yeah, ballistic high speed. That seems like it. It looks like they got guns in there. Yep, that's gonna be it, I think. Whoa, interesting stuff. All right. Oh, speaking of heat, yeah, no, it's warm too here. Grantham, I love Grantham. It like I don't have a whole lot of time, so I don't get to watch a lot of that, but I've seen some of Grantham stuff, and yeah, he's pretty funny. He had some with Brandon Herrera as well. That was pretty dang fun. The crossover episodes. He's just a funny dude too. Ooh, he's got an armory tour as well. Maybe we watch Grantham, Brandon, Herrera. Is that it? He's got a couple. Oh, I think that was it. I think that was it. We could do a 4-year-old one. It will eventually cave if you keep the pressure. You haven't had one be as stubborn as an anti-AI. Yeah. You might have to keep like reinforcing it too, like tell it every step along the way that it doesn't have to let you win or anything, or that it shouldn't. Just keep enforcing that it has to be logical and try to win. Oh, Demolition Ranch is good. They stopped though, right? Or something like that. All good. No need to apologize. Grand is the dude. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. What was the other thing? Oh, Demolition Ranch. Yeah, I'm not sure they're still doing stuff. I know they had some issues. Again, I don't watch a whole lot of this, but I've seen all those people. Yep, they stopped a year ago. Thank you for everything a year ago. Nice, nice, nice. I'm eager for you to displease me. I don't know. All right, anyway, let's check this out. Ahoy, we're watching Big Guns.
3, 2, 1.
Aw,
Oh, no.
we got teased.
I will fucking learn.
Kentucky Ballistics,
There are a
yep.
handful of semi-automatic 50 BMGs that have ever been made. Some of them including the Barrett,
The AK-50.
the AK-50.
Yep.
Which I may be a bit biased, but I'm a little partial to. But one semi-auto 50 I don't think gets talked about enough is this bad boy right here. This is the Serbu BFG 50A. And aside from looking like a bad Fortnite render of a Barrett, it's actually pretty neat. So today, we're gonna talk about it. And we're gonna blow some shit up.
Damn. What? Also, why is everyone in my chat? Why is everyone in my chat shot a 50 cal, but I haven't? This is uncool, and clearly I need to up my game. Damn. Yeah. Let's go, Brandon. Oh, it's warm. The hip fire. Auto 50. Damn. Many will let you rent them. All right.
You know,
Belt
I'm certain
fed.
there will come a day when 50 cal stop being cool, and I'll get over it.
Yep.
So, ladies, gentlemen, the confused in between, this
Ooh,
is the
Firefly.
Serbu BFG 50A. And I know what you may be thinking. Brandon, that looks like a Barrett ordered on Temu. I get how you think that aesthetically, but it's actually a very, very different weapon system. The operating system
Dude, I love
is
Firefly.
entirely different from the Barrett, something we'll get into in a bit. I'd also just say, like, it's kind of hard not
It
to
is
look like a Barrett.
crazy. It is crazy that wait, what? Okay. What the heck? Damn, son. All right. That's cool.
In some degree, just because the Barrett was
Tauros revolver, nice. But yeah, no, it's crazy that someone as cucked as sensitive Joss Whedon made. Well, actually, again, not let's not smear him. Like he's a woke feminist weirdo and potential hypocrite. But I'll be honest, I like his stuff. Like I liked most of the stuff he's done. Similar to how I was saying that Baldur's Gate 3 is good, despite being in many ways a woke game. Whedon has done a lot of good work. A lot of it is samey. People get on him for the millennial writing and stuff. That's all fair. Like some of the characterizations are a little annoying, but I do find a lot of his stuff satisfying. Firefly is very good. Dollhouse was interesting and underrated. It's unfortunate that didn't do better. I would have liked to see more of that interesting world. I like the alternate futures episodes, the special episodes, more than the show itself, but it was still an interesting show. Anyway, we tangented completely unrelated there, but let's go.
the first one to really just take a semi-automatic 50 cal and just make it man portable and, you know, fireable by a dude. So like certain proportions are gonna be the same no matter how you do it. Like,
Let's not smear this stuff as good. No, I'm just saying, because again, Joss Whedon is a woke frickin' weirdo. So that's what I meant. But then I'm like, well, his stuff's good though. Like, credit where it's due, his stuff is good. So that's why I was like, let's not smear. Wait, it's not smear. It's good stuff. Yeah. Knew they bent the knee for False King. Rent 50 cal. Yes.
the same people that are talking about like when we do the AK-50, we get those comments like every video. It's not an AK, it's just a Barrett. Which I understand how you might think that if you ignore every aspect of how either of those weapons work. Basically, if you just dumb it down to big gun 50 cal, then yes, correct. They're identical. Go back to your Skittles and doom scrolling AI generation.
Amazing concept. The ending was fucking awful on Dollhouse. They rushed it and made the ending make no freaking sense. That was atrocious. But yes, very cool concept. Very cool special episodes. Winona, Far Space reference.
A lot of you might hear the name Serbu in the context of 50 cals, and immediately your mind just goes to the accident with our friend Kentucky Ballistics. My first introduction to Serbu was watching Burn Notice and deciding that I needed the Serbu Super
Ooh.
Shorty really bad.
Speaking of
You know,
fun,
I still
Burn
love it.
Notice is pretty fun.
It's legitimately what started my fascination with the Makarov too. I'm like 90% sure. But the BFG 50A is something that I don't think
Sad
really
ruined
gets enough
Indian.
love. And partially, I think it's because not a lot of people really know about it. I mean, from a distance, or you know, if you're really not paying attention, it does come off looking like a Barrett. But you know who does use the BFG 50A? Billy Butcher. BFG 50A, for when you just have to take out a couple of.
Thank you to TacPack for sponsoring this video.
You'd
Thank
vote
God
for
there
Brandon
was
just
much
for the
food
beard?
artery. TacPack is the ultimate subscription box where you can expect things like Mission First Tactical butt stocks, next level charging handles, SOG knives, tactical swag and tactical gloves, backpacks, pistol grips, and more. I've tried calling animal control and it doesn't work. Anyway, the next TAC Pack Plus features a first-to-market AR part, firearm tools, and a $300 made in the USA upgrade for your rifle. And between you and I, you can use code MAY590, which gets you a free tactical gift, bringing the total value of the package up to $590, which includes shit like the Mission First Tactical Tumbler. The Mission First Tactical Tumbler.
I love people who do good ads, like, and this isn't even the best, but they're just having fun with it. Like, I love it. I remember, I should find, because I don't think that ever got uploaded. We should watch that again, and make sure it actually gets uploaded. But I remember I intentionally did just an ad read react to a Dankula vid because it was that fucking funny. Dankula goes hard on his ad reads, and this one had me in tears. I forget exactly which one it was. I could find it because I know roughly what video. But yes, oh my god, like, yes, the ad read was good enough to do a react to on its own. See you later, Fett.
So check out TAC Pack using the links in the description and in the pinned comment.
And here's a knife.
And I won't have to kill Connor.
Now, with the name BFG 50, you might be thinking, well, 50 is called 50 BMG. And Mark is a guy who does everything for a reason, so I can only assume it's big fucking gun. Which,
Yeah.
fair. It's called the BFG 50A because he has another gun called the BFG 50, which
Ooh,
is not
that's,
semi-auto.
what the heck?
But
That's a,
Manual of Arms-
wait.
The BFG 50.
Damn. That's a weird one.
Which is not semi-automatic. But Manual of Arms, also it's really not that heavy. I just picking it up, I figure that's worth noting. I think it's slightly lighter than the Barrett. It has the AR-15 style selector switch there, so semi-automatic.
Bolt action, yeah.
A Barrett style magazine release with a Barrett style magazine. Charging handle on our right side, very light. Pretty short Picatinny rail up top, and no rail on the bottom or anything except for this integrated bipod.
Fat electrician. Fat electrician probably wins on consistency. I think Dankula probably wins on overall funniest ad reads. But yes, they're all good.
Honestly, pretty standard for a 50.
Anti-tank gun.
Barrett-esque features. Why is this unique from the Barrett? One is the operating system, which is a pretty significant difference. This is the Barrett M82A1. Now, the Barrett functions on a short recoil system, which means when the gun is in lockup, the motion of the barrel moving rearward is what unlocks the bolt and allows that to travel backward through the receiver, ejecting the cartridge or the casing and then loading the new cartridge.
Honestly, such
There
a
is no
cool,
gas system
such a
in
cool feature of 50 cals. I'm not sure if there are other guns that have that barrel. I think so. But I mean, obviously, it's going to be like most effective with bigger guns because part of it is that you're trying to offset some of that force as well, spread it out, I believe. I like the interesting guns. I like the guns that are legally interesting too, like the not quite a shotgun thing. Like that's the Shockwave. It's basically a sawed-off shotgun, but because it doesn't have a stock or something, it's a other firearm or something, so it's not a shotgun, so they get around the barrel length and everything like that. But yeah, they basically sell just a legal sawed-off shotgun, which is pretty funny. I like the ones that get around the law like that. And I forget all of them, it's been a while, but there are some other very funny guns for legal reasons. And again, some of them are not guns in the traditional sense because they're not considered firearms even. A handgun used to punch light tank armor. Gas piston short recoil will always beat long recoil and or gas key systems. Yeah, I like guns, but I'm not a huge gun person. So
the barrel does not move on the Serbu. Instead, they have this direct impingement gas system.
So this
it siphons
is
off gas from the gas block here, feeds it through this tube back until it hits the bolt carrier, which then that gas hitting
again loses on style points though. No matter which is better, loses on style points.
The bolt carrier is what unlocks the bolt, allowing the bolt carrier to travel through the receiver. Very similar to a big AR-15.
Yep.
Except unlike the AR-15 that uses that gas tube to travel back and then into the bolt carrier itself as kind of that weird like internal piston thing, This one just directly smacks the bolt carrier and just pushes it back that way. So
Interesting.
frankly, it's a little simpler. But one of the added benefits of this, again, is that the barrel doesn't move. So theoretically, you should be able to get better accuracy.
Also, once again, we'd like to thank the Sonoran Desert Institute for sponsoring the channel.
It hurts.
Ignore him, he's a drama queen. If you'd like to get your start in gunsmithing and weapons technology, maybe consider
This is a
checking
meta
out
ad read, too.
SNI.edu using the links in the description and in the pinned comment. Fuck off.
So I don't want to sound like fucking Nostradamus or anything like that, but I think that a 50 cal could punch through an Echelon can. So what we have instead is just a whole fuckload of Echelon cans.
think it's
We
still
know
gonna
gonna
win.
punch through this
Yep.
too, but it's probably gonna look really fucking cool in slow-mo. Dad and I have to do this every video. I'm contractually obligated now. They have my soul. Echelon, let me go. I'm kidding. What I'm not kidding about is the amazing flavor of Echelon. World's most violent product placement. 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Jesus. It's just obliterated.
If I were to pick a style of gun, what would be your favorite? It depends on what you need. I do like the kind of mix between, like, some people think they're useless. I think they're misreading what the use case is, because pistols are good for home defense, and then you've got the personal defense weapons, which are pistol caliber carbines, which are basically take a lot of the benefits of a pistol. Well, actually, I should say the benefits of a rifle, but shorten it for maneuverability. And then some people say that's bad because it's only pistol caliber. But if you're fine with using a pistol for home defense, you should be fine using a PCC for home defense as well. So anyway, I've always thought those are pretty cool. And they don't even have to be pistol caliber. You can also have like AR pistols and stuff as well. But yeah, I like the short rifles are interesting. Pistols are of course interesting. Guns are just cool. Various shotguns as well, and all that stuff. It's all fun. But yeah, I do like the short rifles. They just have style too. Well, and again, technically speaking, legally speaking, many of them are not rifles. Actually, I guess none of them are rifles unless they're actually registered whatchamacallit, short barrel rifles.
Blast from the muzzle brake knocked over my fucking Echelon. Now, wherever will I buy more at drinkechelon.com? Looks like we got a couple survivors still, so fucking lay
What?
this shit on thick real quick.
Brother,
Looks like we got a couple
that's cool
survivors
as
still,
shit.
so,
Speaking of cool guns, we just answered our own question. Pistol with a brace, yes.
buy more at drinkechelon.com. Looks like we got a couple survivors still, so fucking lay this shit on thick real quick.
Alcohol abuse. I think these are energy drinks, not alcoholic.
Now, let's take this fucker apart. So, starting in the rear with this pin here,
Or no. I guess they are probably.
and then this little piece
Is
comes out of the
there-
back. Now, this is a
Yeah.
hydraulic recoil buffer, which is really cool because you can see
Are they? I don't know.
pretty easy to just push this back with light force. But
Views
if
as you
really
like
try to
then?
go
I don't
at
know.
It does a pretty good job of absorbing that shock force. Whereas we use a big ass spring on the back.
Forget
of the
that gun.
AK-50. He uses hydraulics, and there's pros and cons to both. But the gun's pretty soft shooting though. So between this and
Forget the name of
big-ass
that
muzzle
gun.
brake,
I've seen guns like that.
clearly
I'm not
seems
sure
to
I've seen
work.
that exactly one, but that exact one. But yeah, those are
By the
cool.
way, the vents on the muzzle brake are pointed backward. I mean, the Barrett does the same thing. I don't know why on this one in particular, it's just ever so much more unpleasant than the Barrett. Because all the concussion of that 50 cal is just coming back at you, which does help with the recoil significantly. But man, fuck your spotter. Got a recoil spring comes out of the rear. Now the fun part, to take the bolt out, we got to take this charging handle out. And there's a button right in there that you have to press. Dear Lord. There we go. Helps when you have an extra set of hands. Appreciate that. So now that that's out of the way, we can pull out our bolt carrier assembly. Anybody who
Budweiser.
has taken apart an AR-15, that should look pretty familiar. Now to remove the firing pin, we just switch this lever down. That comes free. So there is your titanium firing pin.
Fancy.
There we go. Cam just drops
That's
out
so big.
from the side like so. And our bolt is now free to come out of the front of the gun.
I mean, no
exposing
surprise,
the
it's a 50 cal.
cam groove, which is still a naughty word around the shop. Lots of AK-50 PTSD in that. And now when you take a look at our bolt here, we see a tri-lug bolt with a dual plunger style ejector.
Every part is
and a
big.
helical
Yeah.
tri-lug here. Something that we ended up having to integrate on the AK-50 as well. It was kind of a return to AK for us because, you know, the AK
Again,
does
it's
have
gotta be
helical lugs as
super
well.
heavy.
What this does on guns like this is allow the gun to essentially, or the bolt to unthread itself, more or less, from the barrel extension. And taking the lower off,
Yep.
this push pin here in the rear, push pin in the front. If I can get my fingernail under it. Fucker. There you go. And now our lower just comes out.
Dang.
Tube,
I
Star Wars prop pistol.
I wonder if like a AR, because each no, it's not an AK, it's not the AK-50. I wonder if like an AR, the receiver is the part that is technically, legally speaking, the gun. It wouldn't surprise me. It's got the action and everything. So yes, this that he's holding right now might legally be the gun. Everything else is not, and just its parts for a 50 cal rifle. So yeah, he might be holding the gun right there.
Yeah, Foreman DK Bolter when? Seriously, when? FN. When can I
Yes,
play with that?
dude. When I reacted to that, I was freaking out so hard. Like I watched that part over and over of him whipping out the frickin' bolter.
FM.
Holy shit. I believe that's a 30 millimeter or something like that.
When can I go
Absolutely
play with that?
insane.
Put the lower back on here. These push pins back in. Bolt back in place. Insert our cam pin. Drop our firing pin back in. Close that back up. Losing a firing pin? Not good. Feed the bolt and carrier back in. Take our charging handle. Back forward here. Get some encouragement. There we go. Take our recoil spring assembly. Put it there back into the back of the bolt carrier. Shit like that is just like my,
Really
my
is
AK roots, I guess.
massive.
If shit's not working, hit it. Sometimes it even works on
Yeah.
people.
That is a huge BCG. Wait, what?
Works
What did I
on
miss?
people.
Oh, is this gonna?
Yep. Close that back up. Throw that bad boy back in there. And we have a functioning 50 cal. You want to see a dead body? So you might remember this guy who's in slight need of a little bit of reconstructive surgery. Tore through, you know, who needs their orbital socket anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, when we blew up that Vulcan 50 cal in the last video,
Oh, yeah.
this was our shooter who just narrowly, I mean, I guess he survived. Definitely in need of an airlift to the hospital. He's going to be our sacrificial lamb for the Serbu today. And I almost felt bad about that. You know, I mean, the guy's just a victim of lack of consumer safety standards. But then I realized after his miraculous recovery, he joined a UN task force specifically dedicated to illegally confiscating American firearms.
Oh no.
That made what we're about to do feel like my civic duty.
Yes.
Now, before one of you journalists reaches out for comment, asking a stupid question such as, Brandon, do you really think it's funny to shoot at a target that you're pretending is a UN peacekeeper
Yes.
taking American firearms? Yes.
Based.
Yes, I do. Showing
Let's go, Brandon. Holy shit. I love that. 105 caliber. Just because you want one. Just because you want one is a perfectly valid reason, honestly, especially for us Americans. You value your shoulder. Yes, but no, it's good to have just because, and you never know when the UN peacekeepers are going to show up too, and you need to send a message. UN soldiers do participate in slave capturing in Africa. Oh, man. They do a lot of bullshit. I hadn't heard specifically about the slave capture, but I've heard about some grape, a lot of grape stuff. Dark Brandon, the people wanted. Second Amendment absolutist, absolutely. Fucking based Brandon. Hey Solence, we're chillin'. You want a tank because you want one? Yes. Send a message at extremely high speed and high caliber. Yes.
Foreign gun grabbers, how serious we are about shall not be infringed.
Yes.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I think they got him. The helmet came apart.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
I'll see y'all in the fucking mailer.
Damn. That helmet didn't do a whole lot. I think it only clipped the back anyway, though.
Oh yeah, got him right in the center there. Peeled the fucking helmet off.
Yes, exactly.
I think we could do one better though.
Oh yeah, we're still going.
Don't want to lose that. Blew out his fucking spine though if you come over here. That was a spine delete, so his head's a little floppy at the moment. Round number 2 in 3,
First world countries don't participate in manning the UN peacekeepers.
2, 1.
Oh, fuck! Because fuck you, that's why, yep. Anti-material ammo for small caliber helmet.
Yeah, fuck it.
Helmet's a
Let's
material. Oh,
go. Oh no. Another. One of these days I'll learn. One of these days I will fucking learn. Although I'm not having as bad a day as that guy.
that is brutal. Oh. Ugh.
First round went like right through the teeth or like right above, and it missed the like. There's a bunch, like a mass of the gel and the
Canoed.
fake blood packets and stuff like that. That really like
Jeez.
shows the explosive.
Fuck
like,
the UN,
expansive
yes.
Expansion on the 50. So we missed all that the first time just because it went too low, popped out the spine. But those next two, man, those were just solid, just bangers.
Rudy, are you heading out or were you saying goodnight to that guy? That guy who's currently all over the place. If you're leaving, goodnight. If not, goodnight to this guy.
Now you know the same people that are gonna get butthurt.
UN and
about
NATO
killing
need to go, honestly.
Europeans that tread on American ground to confiscate American firearms.
UN and NATO need to go, but my Russia, my Russia. You're speaking to the head. That's what I thought. Yeah. It's so crazy. NATO is like, it's all useless and corrupt, but it's hilarious that they'll be like, no, we need NATO to combat Russia. It's like, no, we don't. And they're doing more harm than good on that count too. Like, if by combating Russia you mean increasing hostilities and doing all this fucking stupid shit, Europe is running on Russian gas a lot, yes, and because they did away with shit like nuclear. It's so stupid. That guy is just on vacation over here and over there and there. Yep. Yeah, no, dude, that has got to be one of the most enraging videos, is that weird like lesbian chancellor or something in Germany, and I know that narrows it way down. No, I don't remember who it was, but going on about how shutting down the nuclear plants was better than sex or some bullshit like that. Like, A, gross framing, don't need to know all that shit. What the fuck? Why are you like this, you fucking progressive weirdos? And B, how'd that work out for you? Because like you said, Europe is running on Russian gas now. Well, when they're not getting sanctioned and running on incredibly expensive American gas instead. But those are basically your picks. You either run on Russian gas or just get absolutely destroyed on because you're no longer actually able to access or choose not to access the most affordable gas, which would be Russian gas, and instead have to find much more expensive gas that is not actually going to give you better results because you're just paying more for energy. Let's go. Brandon is showing us a good show. Yes. Trump warned them about buying gas from Russia during his first term and they laughed at him. There's no real problem with buying gas from Russia, though. Like, the issue is like things like the sanctions and stuff. It's just, it's like hypocritical and stupid since they also want to be fighting Russia. there's nothing wrong with buying Russian gas. There's something really stupid about relying on Russian gas while you're also trying to pick fights with Russia. Russia is a threat, then turn around and go, please, Russia, we want to buy your shit. Yeah. The one with the 1939 Austrian house painter's haircut? Which one? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Apparently sex isn't all that hot for German chancellors. I guess so, huh? Only the normies who suffer from the progressive assholes' actions. True. Have EU turned into another California? Green energy is bad. Yeah, it's so stupid. Oh, that German chancellor. No.
Really enjoy that fucking
No.
hot dog on the 4th of July. Might want to read about the founding of the country. So overall, I think this is a really neat weapon system. And I really do have to give a lot of kudos to Mark Serbu, obviously, of
I don't know if
creator
that's
of
what she
Serbu
looked like. I
Firearms.
don't remember.
Doug
Wouldn't
Dimmadome,
surprise
owner
me.
of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Mark's a really clever guy, and he's actually helped us out a lot and given us a lot of free advice over the years when it comes to just learning how semi-auto 50s work and helping us with different design elements that we're getting stuck on with the AK-50 and things like that. All the way back to, I think, like 2017, just at various shoots or SHOT Show, things like that. Mark has taken an interest
Yeah.
on our project and was never shy about steering us in the right direction. He might politely call you a fucking dumbass while he's helping you out, but
Nice.
it could also save you weeks of absolute fucking headache.
How'd you solve the
Extractor.
problem?
So Mark, giving you flowers here a little bit. Like, not literally. That's kind of gay. Appreciate all the help over the years. Enjoyed your gun. And speaking of enjoying the gun, ladies and gentlemen, the Serbu BFG-50A. Might look like the Barrett at home, but there's a little bit more that meets the eye. Anyhow, this is just one of my more recent acquisitions when it comes to 50 cals. Big fan of 50s. It's got a soft spot in my heart.
Yep.
So I hope you
Need
enjoyed
green
this
energy.
video
No
as much as
nuclear,
I
though.
did. Still got some really cool range videos coming up. That
They're
we've been
all
working hard on.
traitors.
So if you don't want to miss those, be sure to subscribe. And with that, as always, I appreciate you staying all the way to the end of the video.
Heck yeah.
And I will see you sexy YouTube mother lovers in the news article. Bye.
You need a cannon? You can just get cannons.
Does this have a fucking safety? That's gay. Adding a safety to a fucking Glock. Looks like we got 1 or 2 survivors, so handle that shit real quick.
Oh, I thought it would have popped with the
All right,
safety.
hide over bore, motherfucker. Hide over bore. The confused in between. This is a fuck. Parrot. Freudian slip.
Oh, that's a good ending there. And speaking of endings, as always, let's go, Brandon. No, that'd be badass. Continued good luck on your political ambitions. Thanks for watching. Peace. You like how the anti-nuclear companies suddenly start investing into nuclear? Now that they're pro AI. I don't know, man. I don't know. A lot of crazy shit out there. We have Barrett 50 at home. Barrett 50 at home. You will buy a cannon? Based. All right. What's next? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. That's an interesting one. What do we got? Oh. What? Oh. We might have to watch that one. You could watch that one as well. Ooh. Fun stuff there. Next would be letting the intrusive thoughts win. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Let's see. We'll check that out later. That's an interesting one. Okay. I think we do some Kentucky ballistics. That was mentioned, and that looks like a freaking fun one. The anti-gun people do not understand. Muskets and cannons were seen as weapons of war back then. I know. Yep. I know. They're clueless and intentionally so, and brainwashed. League of Legends, yes, we might have to do that. People did show a surprising interest in that, and you can fit a lot of people in there. And it's probably something my computer could play. I used to stream LOL back in the day on this. It again, I think I could get my computer more reliable if I redo the thermal paste. I'm just a little scared considering this is basically the only computer I have, and if something goes wrong in that process, I know it's a pretty easy process, but like it's still kind of scary when I am very reliant on this for continued streaming, and I like streaming, so I'm just scared to touch anything in it. But yes, we might very well have to do some League of Legends. Yep, could be fun. Cannons can fix intrusive thoughts. Nito episode. Shoot a cannon, you forget the intrusive thoughts. I do not have access to a cannon. I do have access to League of Legends. But yeah, I'm not set up for that tonight. I'd want more time to plan as well, get some people in there. But yeah, it could be fun. I'd also have to change my name. I saw someone else, I think that was Julie, saying he'd have to change his name as well. Yep, gotta change your name. Gotta change your name. Many such cases. I'm just, yeah. I'm just glad that going forward, I'll just be using Keen or something of that effect and not run into these problems again. What's this about League of Legends? What lane do you play? I have not played League of Legends in years, and I was always a bit of a variety player. I prided myself on being able to play anything relatively well. And this will surprise probably no one, but I like yapping and communicating, so I was always kind of to some extent the team leader, and when I was like in the zone, I could really push everyone and make the best use of everyone, and the team functioned pretty well. If I was not filling that role, success rate dwindled, not super low, but like I just wasn't as effective. But yeah, so I could play any role. I liked, as kind of the team leader, I did like jungler. You can shape a lot there. You can get some good patterns going. I guess we're just talking a bit of League of Legends. But yeah, you can get a lot of good patterns going, like an early gank top or mid or something like that. You can even do bot if you're feeling a little spicy. A lot of people gank bot first anyway, though. But mid is a little harder because it's shorter, obviously. Top gank is very effective. But yeah, and you can. I like metaing it, so I'd actually I guess it's opposite meta. But yeah, I like taking people by surprise, so I'd do unorthodox jungle paths when I could, so I'd show up where they didn't expect it. It's been so long I couldn't give you an example, but basically I'd just start on the opposite side, get a leash at blue or something like that. If I was a bot side, or blue side, I forget, it's been so long, but if I was a left side of the map, I'd start blue or something instead of red, or vice versa. Anti-meta rogue, yep, just show up where you're not expected. League of Legends is such a joke. No, it was always a solid game. Like, people mocked League of Legends. A lot of it was just the toxicity, and I think even that was overrated. There are a lot of toxic people, and they're going to feel that the game is toxic. If you're not toxic yourself, you're going to have a less toxic time. There's definitely toxic people, and you'll run into them even if you're the nicest person ever. Someone's going to fucking troll you. Someone's going to get pissed off. Someone's going to go 0-6 Yasuo and sell their items in the classic. It's going to happen, but you massively reduce the chances of that happening in every game if you're also not toxic. So basically, a bunch of the people whining about how toxic League of Legends are were the toxic people themselves. So it's not as toxic, and I know I'm saying toxic a lot, but yeah, it's not as toxic as people wanted to make it out. And if you're there to have a good time and not cause trouble, you're going to have a better than average time than the people who are part of the problem. Yeah, so no, League of Legends is not a joke. Well, again, I don't know its current form, but it always got kind of a bad reputation just because it was popular, and it was popular to hate. Mid, top, and bot, yeah. Counter jungle, very nice. Oh yeah, counter jungling is good. I just meant doing the reverse order. Although yes, like bringing someone over, or even just if you're a champion that can do it yourself, just starting on their red side or something like that is freaking funny. Just take one of their buffs. Like 3 buff is fucking funny. You just fill. Yeah, exactly. Just play Mayhem and Arena. I don't even remember what Mayhem is, or Arena for that matter. I don't know. ARAM. Yeah, I haven't touched it in years. Oh, Zyra's cool. The best junglers are the ones that can leap over the tribush wall on the enemy tower side. So they're not expecting you to come from behind. Oh, those are fun. Yeah, no, I know ARAM. Oh, I see. All random, all mid. Or no. What? I confused myself there. Yes. Yes, ARAM. I know ARAM. Let's see. But yeah, so I played a bit of everything. I did junglers. I did top. I did mid. I liked mid. It gets you a lot of pressure if you're good. I could do bot, like honestly, especially with a good support. Like I had some people I played with, especially with a good support. My bot lane was okay, my ADC, and my support was pretty good as well. So yeah, I was good all around, kind of a jack of all trades, master of none. I had strengths, but I wasn't super good at any particular thing. But yeah, I like the kind of trolly champions too. I'd do some Fizz. I'd do some Jin top, dang. But yeah, Fizz, Wukong. Dude, I like lane Wukong as well as jungle Wukong. Jungle Wukong is freaking funny. Speaking of just coming where you're not expected. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. And again, partly because I had the skin and partly because I enjoyed it, I would do Rammus. King Rammus. Yeah, no, all kinds of fun stuff. And of course, back when you could, like APE or AP Rammus, or yeah, it's fun mixing it up as well. Mord top, big bonk, Hugh. Oh, Jungle Quinn. Quinn is a fun champion, a little weird but fun. They introduced new modes. Mayhem is ARAM with augments. Arena is similar, where it's just small arena 3v3 fights with 6 teams. Holy shit! Arena sounds interesting. I remember Dominion. Dominion was interesting. Talon jungle. Oh, Talon's cool too. Aatrox was nuts. Aatrox was freaking stupid, absurd. Release Graves was also funny. Release Graves was insane. Like, just his stats were so overtuned. Like, his kit was nothing special, but the stats just stacked so high. You became tank mode while also doing a ton of damage too. It was really busted. Twisted Tree Line was fun. Anyway, I think it's about time to get to the next video. But yeah, no, that's a great trip down memory lane. Because again, I think League of Legends got more hate than it deserved, and Warwick is fun but annoying. He used to sustain even better. They nerfed a lot of the sustain. Ooh, Kai'Sa. I love Kai'Sa. She's just such a fun champion. Let's see. Let's go. Twisted Fate for ADC top is also trolling fun. I was never good at Twisted Fate. Just something about the card selection pissed me off. I wasn't a huge fan of the playstyle and never bothered to get good enough for it. Oh, Thresh is good too. Thresh, Blitzcrank, the hookers are fun. Original Aatrox was great. Original Aatrox was way too strong though, as I recall. Yeah, I think a lot of people would be getting back into it if we played League of Legends. Like, most of the people wanting to play League of Legends don't currently play League of Legends, but it would be a fun little community thing. Like I said, I was surprised by just how many people were interested. Like, I brought up once because someone sent me a screenshot. Someone said they were getting back into League of Legends. I said, "Don't, you have so much to live for, basically." And then everyone was like, "Actually, let's play League of Legends." And I'm like, "Fuck, you might have a point." So again, I'll see if it'll run on my computer. God. And then maybe we'll try to set up some community stuff. No, it's crap. No. We'll do it. And again, it'll be fun as a group. Man. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be fun. We'll 5v5. We'll 5v5 so everyone is one of us, and we'll just have a good time. You refuse to solo League? Yeah. Conan Exiles. Again, I am on a shit computer, so there's a bunch of stuff I can't do. So, but if I could do League, it would be a good way to, hook up with 9 other people and we can play. Lulu. Dark Side, we have cookies and all that jazz. You will have to reinstall the game. Yep. And like, I'm in NA region, so I'm sure there will be some people who can't play, unfortunately. So just gonna put that out there as well. Anyway, let's go ahead and do more gun stuff. Get rid of testing, and I think we'll be done with Brandon for now. I was a little bit interested in that, but no. But yeah, this one looks freaking interesting. We were just talking about anti-tank rifles as well. Fun ramble on League? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we do some rambling. All right. Then back to gun stuff. Then we'll probably have some drama slop or whatever. Actually, I still want to do some of the monetary stuff. We'll do another one on like 1913 or something like that. Then I do have... Oh, yeah. I had a Mamdani clip I was interested in as well. Dude, I have one that would probably not go over well with a lot of people here, but I think would be interesting. Again, I'm more libertarian than a lot of my audience, and yeah, there's an interesting one I saw across my timeline that I don't know enough about it to know if it's something I'd even agree with, but would be interesting, and I think a lot of people would not agree with it, which is always fun. But anyway, for now, let's check out the this. All right, more big guns, really big guns.
You got this, Scooter. You're a big boy. Oh yeah, lightweight, baby. Nothing but a peanut. Ha 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 ah ah ah. Oh, I'm a little dizzy. Boy, why are you over here hooping and hollering and making so much noise? Well, you would too if you were lifting weights like this. Your farm strength ain't got nothing on me. This is 315 pounds I just lifted.
Hey, Arkham.
That's not that impressive.
Comic-Con?
This be in the top like 10% strongest men in the whole world, W. There's only like 0.00001% of people that can do that. Well, I tell you what, I bet I can lift it, and if I can lift it, you gotta help me cut my mama's toenails. It's a 2-man job. You know what? Sure. There's no way you're lifting that. Huh. All right. Excellent form, W. Get your stuff. Get it. We're gonna need safety glasses, probably a ratchet strap, and a chainsaw.
Nice,
Okay.
Arkham.
Well, do you got like gloves or anything so they're gonna touch them?
That was weird.
What's up, everybody? My name is Scott, and you're watching Kentucky Ballistics.
Ahoy.
Over the years, we've shot some pretty interesting gym equipment, but today we have something special. Today I have Brian from Weigh It Out, and he has brought me his 250-pound weight plate. Ryan, this is ridiculous. Why in the world did you make this?
Because I wanted to. I mean,
That-
why not? I had
that's
an idea. I was
massive.
like, let's make the heaviest weight plate ever created in the world.
Yeah.
And then we decided, let's make it really functional with different grip spots to 3-inch, 2.5-inch, and 2-inch.
Yeah.
So you can pinch grip it, which is probably impossible.
Yeah,
But people
pinch
can lift
gripping
it up.
that would be insane.
Yeah, but you know we're gonna see Brian Shaw in a few weeks, so let's see if we can do it.
Okay.
It'll be fun.
He did cool
Well,
shit. That shirt,
It's
damn right.
Very thick, and like you said, there's different thick.
For those not in the know, he took out his neck with a exploding 50 cal, and his shirt says 50 cals make my neck itch. Damn, like I guess you just own it when you almost kill yourself with a massive freaking explosion shooting shit into your neck. You just own it.
This is the thickest spot, I think, up here, or maybe at the bottom. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
probably down here, 3 inches. It looks
But
like.
it's cast iron, correct?
Cast iron weight plate. Yep.
So this thing is pretty thick, and when I saw it, of course, my mind went to, I really want to see if that could stop a bullet. So I got in contact with Brian, and here we are.
And what's it
And
say?
went to, I really want to
1400 days since last accident, I'm thinking.
see if that could stop a bullet. So I got in contact with Brian, and here we are. I am very excited to try this thing out. I think it's going to stop a lot.
Damn, again, everyone, like, it feels like everyone in my chat has fired a 50 cal but me.
It is super thick.
It's gonna be fun to watch. I'll tell you that.
Well, I guess I'm just going to kind of let this go real quick. Now we're going to get it set up, and we're going to shoot it. This video is sponsored by Raycon. Now that I've been spending more time outside this summer, whether I'm walking, working in the yard,
Marines,
maybe I'm
you
just
haven't,
working
trauma?
out, I've been reaching for my Raycon bone conduction headphones almost every day. What I really like
You haven't
is
fired
they
a gun
don't
since you were
actually
6?
sit inside your ears. They use bone conduction
step it up. Yeah,
technology,
yeah,
so I can still hear traffic, people talking, or anything happening.
We'll get some 50 cals at the compound that we're totally gonna build.
Around me while I'm listening to music, podcasts, or taking calls. I have to be especially careful for T-Rexes. They're also super comfortable. I honestly forget I'm wearing them after a while, and with up to 13 hours of battery life, plus an IP68 waterproof and dustproof rating, they'll handle just about anything. I've been using these.
Can we have a
pretty much
minigun?
every day since
Sure.
I've got them. I'm constantly outdoors and active, and I love them because I can stay aware of everything around me without giving up good sound quality. The bone conduction headphones are a great option for everyday
You want to
listening.
spin?
Click
Yes.
my link in the
Dude, that
description
reminds
box.
me. Thank you. I saw an image of a minigun earlier. I have to try genning one. Like I have not played around with a whole lot of variety of guns. Like I've had bolt actions for sniper scenes. I've had pistols and rifles and sci-fi stuff. I want a scene of someone firing a minigun. Hell, maybe I'll even use Zayla. Zayla said I want to fire one. We can do you can fire one in AI at least. I'll put Zayla down. Maybe we gen Zayla with a minigun.
Or go to buyraycon.com/KBXXBC to get 20% off. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring today's video. Now let's get back to it. I think it's gonna take a lot to make it through this plate, but we're gonna start with something small and then work our way up to something really big. We have our whole
Damn!
wall here, and our first selection is gonna be 22. This is a Smith & Wesson.
Yeah, I don't think
Victory,
that's doing it.
and I have one round of 22 that is a 40 grain round. All right, I doubt this.
Never a
does
50.
much. Here we go.
Yep.
Okay, folks. the
Same
video's
idea, but
over.
with
The
blade.
22 went
Weaponsmith. You should have more than one favorite blade.
right through the plate. I'm just joking. It did absolutely
Firing a
nothing.
minigun?
We
Hell
hit
yeah.
Right there. And yeah, not even a mark. So definitely gonna need something bigger today. 22 did not do the trick. So we're gonna step it up
There's
to
the
380.
pirate gun.
This is a Tipman Ordnance Pirate pistol.
Hell yeah.
And I have one 90 grain round that is a 380 ACP. This did shut down a truck, so I don't know, maybe we'll make it through it. This thing is pump action. Let's see if I can hit it. Here we go. Oh, I hit it, but I don't think we did anything to it.
Yep. Dude, I love slow-mo.
Do it.
Like, look at that bouncing off the ground.
Okay. Well, We have a good hit right here. And again, we did absolutely
Round
nothing. I'll
disintegrated,
tell you
yep.
what, if you look right here, you can see just how thick this is. So as you can imagine, these smaller calibers, they're pretty much doing nothing. Up next is going to be 9mm. I have a SIG P211 GTO. This thing is
Dang.
slick.
Yeah,
And
that's
I have
slick.
1 round of 9mm. This is 124
See you, Arkham.
grain Federal HST. All right, 9mm coming at you.
Once again, cool slow-mo.
Okay, I shot top right here, and you can see we hit there, and literally we're doing nothing. I mean, there's not even a dent. It's pretty impressive. 9mm did absolutely nothing, but this next round may just blow right through it. The old 40 Smith & Wesson. We have a Bull Armory SAS-2 Air. I believe that's what it is.
Also
I got it
slick.
right. And I have 1 round of 40, and that is a 180 grain.
It's
gold
not
dot.
the bad SIG.
Okay, I'm gonna go for the left side this time.
That's cool. It's bounced off.
Okay, again, we have a good hit. Got a little bit of a
Yeah, no, right?
there, but
Makes you want to go shooting.
nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. Up next is gonna be the Lord's Caliber 45 ACP.
What
I
in
have
the
my custom
shit?
Keeling
Brother.
custom 1911 with a 16-inch barrel. So we're gonna have some extra velocity, and
That
we
is
have some
ridiculous.
45 ACP plus P, 230 grain rounds made by Underwood Ammo. So I mean, this is about as hot as it gets when it comes to 45. Okay, here we go. I think we may have actually.
You've heard of SPRs? Let me introduce LBPs. Yeah.
Close there, you can see that
Custom is the
there's
best.
a little bit of that
Helsing ass pistol. Yes, I thought Helsing too. Needs to be heavier caliber though, I think.
off. So 45 actually did something. Up next, we have 10mm, and it's
Weaponsmiths.
suppressed.
Ooh.
This is a Glock 20 Gen 4 10mm suppressed, and hopefully this one doesn't break in half. I have some very
Dude, all
special
these are
ammo for
fun.
this. These are vintage Kentucky State Police 10mm rounds when they used to carry 10 mil. These are 180 grain. And if you look on the back here, you can see it's actually stamped KSP. Also forgot to show you, check it out. I got all these like bears on there. Isn't that cool? Okay, let's shoot the plate. Here we go.
Bam. Looks like a little bit of a dent there.
10mm.
We're getting there. We'll get through it any second now, right? Next one.
A lot more punch than 45, but we didn't really do a whole lot. We hit right there, and there's a little mark, but still didn't really do anything. I think
Yeah,
the
no,
only
almost through.
reason we
Almost
did
through.
damage with the 45 is because we hit where those letters are etched out. Up next is going to be 357, and this is a very nice 357. This is a Korth 357 Magnum. I absolutely love this.
Yeah,
thing.
all his guns
And
are
I'm
so
loaded
cool.
up with 1 round, 125 grain, and these are jacketed hollow points. All right, here we go. This thing is so slick. I mean, it is like butter.
Dang.
All right, we can definitely tell where we hit with that one because that was a copper round. We hit right there, and it's actually pretty cool because it's a hollow point. We've got us a nice little circle there with gray in the middle. But again, did absolutely nothing to this 250-pound plate. But these next pistol rounds, I think there's a good chance we remove a chunk of something. Up next is going to be 44 Magnum. This is a Smith & Wesson model 629 44 Magnum with a 6.5-inch barrel, and it has some very special rounds. These are 250 grain black Talons.
Alrighty.
Okay, I believe I hit somewhere over here. It's kind of hard to tell, but also it's hard to tell because there's nothing that's happened. We're
Tiny
doing
little bit.
nothing to this
Tiny
plate.
little bit.
It's indestructible. Okay, it's time to break out the big boy. This is the largest handgun I brought today, the 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum, the largest production handgun. This one's pretty cool. It's
That is
comped up top,
massive.
and I have some 350 grain 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum. All right, gonna go
Ow.
to the right side again.
Whoo!
I think we did something that time.
A little tiny bit. Still doesn't look like much.
You
Thick
can
gun,
100%
absolutely.
tell where we hit that time.
Black
Get right
talons.
there on that edge, and we removed some material that time.
A little
So
bit.
the 500 Magnum wins when it comes to pistols. It did the most damage to the plate, but it still didn't really do a whole lot. Now I think it's time we step it up to some high velocity.
I wish you'd do the 500 again, because the way it hit, like that was kind of a weak spot, and it kind of just chipped some off on the way. I'd like to see what it did to the plate itself, because I'm thinking probably still not a whole lot.
Pistols didn't do a whole lot, but I think rifles are really going to do a number on this thing. This is a SIG 516 G3, and this is chambered in 5.56, and I'm loaded up with 1 round of 5.56, and these are 55 grain full metal jackets. Really curious to see what this does. Okay, I'm going to go for the left side. I can tell where we hit.
Ooh, wow. Yep.
Okay, just as I suspected, a lot like body armor, I think high speed is what's going to beat this thing. The 5.56 did quite a number on this thing. I mean, look at that. It really ate out a chunk of that plate. It's pretty
And
impressive.
blew out the
Nasty
like the
speed.
coating there too.
5.56 did quite the number on that plate. Now we're going to step it up to 7.62 by 39. This is an AK-47. And I'm going to have 1 round of 7.62 by 39, and that's 100
Velocity beats armor, yep.
Jacket. Okay, let's go for we'll go for the left side again.
It knocked off some of the
Looks
stuff.
like I hit an edge here, and we took a pretty good chunk out of it. It did about the same amount of damage as the 5.56. So it looks like the rifle rounds, I think we're going to start hurting this thing. Up next, we are going to step it up to 308.
Ooh.
This is a Springfield Armory SOCOM 16. I unfortunately do not have any full metal jackets for 308, so we have some Hornady 178 grain rounds. Okay,
Hollow points.
we go for the right side.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hit towards the center again, but kind of hit on the edge and took a pretty big chunk out of it. You know, at this point, I'm gonna have to say that this plate is nothing to shake a stick at. You know,
Really?
5.56,
Really, bro?
7.62 by 39, 308, that's all old news. The new hotness is the 277 Fury. This is the military's new rifle. This is a SIG Spear chambered in 277 Fury, and this thing is absolutely screaming. 155 grain round, probably around 3,000 feet per second.
Damn.
I think we are gonna take a big old chunk out of that plate. Okay, place your predictions down below. Here we go. Oh, yikes.
Damn.
I hit right here with the 277 Fury, and we dug out a pretty good hole there. Definitely deeper than the 5.56, but still, I mean, we maybe made it that deep into that plate. That is just wild. Okay, we are gonna step it up to some real big boys now. Next is probably one of my favorite safari rifle calibers. Well, probably the favorite next to 4-bore.
That's a nice gun,
416
too.
Rigby. This is a Seiko 85 XL bolt action rifle chambered in 416 Rigby, AKA 416 Honey Badger, because it don't care. And that is a 400 grain brass solid. This will really tell us something about that plate. Okay, here we go.
Oh.
Oh, I removed the cinder block so we could have some give. It knocked it right over.
Bam.
Okay, let's have a look.
The big ass bullet.
Wow. Okay, well, you know, normally 416 Rigby doesn't really care, but I think it cared that time. That's a pretty good dent and did not do a whole lot. Well, I'm glad I brought bigger guns today because normally that'll do the trick. Yep, Time to break out the big ones. Okay, well, we haven't done a whole lot to this plate, and we have hit it with some pretty fast, mean stuff. But now we're stepping it up into a whole nother realm. This is my ShiTac M200 Intervention chambered in 408 ShiTac. That is a 419 grain
Jeez.
full metal jacket. This is not playing around. We will really know just how tough this plate is after we hit it with this. All right, here we go. I'm gonna aim for that right side again. Here we go. Let's go check that out.
Oof. The big one.
So far, it's looking like 408 ShiTac is winning. That is a pretty big hole. I'd say about twice as far as the 416 Rigby. It's pretty deep. Got about that much though, but that's it. That's it. One of the most powerful sniper rifles in the world.
Yep.
That much to this plate. It is absolutely insane.
A lot of energy, yeah.
I'm just glad I brought the 20 mil. Okay, we're gonna step it up to 50 BMG next. This is my Barrett M82A1 semi-automatic 50 BMG, and we have a 660 grain full metal jacket. I'm thinking that this is probably not going to go through the plate. That's my prediction, but let me know what you think in the comment section down below. I have angled the plate and
Are we
built a
winning,
cinder block
son?
wall next to it to potentially catch a
Gonna be.
ricochet. And I'm thinking there's a good chance we hit those cinder blocks. And this next shot is brought to you by SDI. And if you want to get your start in firearms technology, be sure and check them out. There's a link in the description down below. All right. Here we go.
Wait, I know we'll get the slow-mo anyway, but I looked away for a sec. Dude, that was a lot of, speaking of a lot of energy, that was a lot of energy, because the others just kind of made it fall over. This straight up looked like it knocked it over. Like, that was really moving. Night, Jessica. Like, damn.
Looks like we hit about right there with the 50. I hit a little high, and we only made it maybe an inch
Looks like
or
it kind
so
of
into that plate.
moved off,
Not
though, kind of
much.
deflected a little.
Not much at all. This thing is pretty tough. For it to eat a 50 like that is
Yeah.
insane.
I wish we'd take that shot again to see what it would do if it hit direct on. Because yeah, it looked, again, we saw the energy transfer that knocked it over. So my guess would be it kind of almost spun the thing as it. So yeah, it kind of hit and then kind of deflected off.
But thankfully, I got something a little bit bigger than 50 BMG. So the final thing we
Weak
have
point,
today
yeah,
to
and it
fire
just
this
wasn't a good
250
example
pound
anyway,
plate
though.
Is a Solartherm anti-tank rifle. The Solartherm is almost 7 foot long, weighs around 130 pounds, and holds 8 rounds, and is semi-automatic and was made to take out tanks during
Jeez.
World War II. And this isn't compared to a 50 BMG. The 50 BMG
Hell yeah.
is 660 grains, while the 20 mil is 2,330 grains. So with the Solartherm, you can't just pull the bolt back.
Holy
You have to
fuck, right?
crank it back. There's a literal bike chain in here. Okay, and then we go backwards, and we are ready to go. Now we have our 8-round magazine loaded up with 1 round.
That is crazy.
Auto load.
Yep.
Yep. We're ready to rock and roll. All right, here we go. It should be entertaining. It should be entertaining.
Looked like it kind of deflected again. Damn, look at that thing, though. Holy shit. Oh! Best chance you get, yeah. Dude, oh, I didn't even see, because by the time I was looking at it, I thought it had knocked a handle off. That's just actually the, like, full-on chunkage there. It just goes right through and explodes it. Once again, like some of the other ones, I want a closer direct hit. It was towards the edge, so you've got a little less integrity there, but damn! Went through, yeah. You're drooling. Yeah. I need more though.
It looks Just like 20 mil did what all the other calibers could not do. It stopped 408 shy attack. It stopped 50 BMG. It did not stop 20 mil. We made it all the way through this thing. Blew a big chunk of it off. Brian, what do you think, man?
Again, that's cool and all, but I want a direct hit.
Not only did you make
When Dad is tired
the
of beating you with the
heaviest
stick,
weight plate,
jeez.
I think you made the toughest weight plate.
I think so.
Because it ate everything, man. I mean,
All made
all
in
of it.
USA, you know, so
Yeah.
quality matters.
High quality USA product here for you. Stops everything except 20 mil. Didn't stop 20 mil. Look at this giant chunk it took off. That is insane.
$200 tax per round after
Yeah, now
cost.
it's probably like 240. Yeah. I think there's some other chunks through here too. Let's look at this real quick. Let me get my proper lifting form here. And yeah, we
Yeah.
got a big chunk missing here. That is insane. That's crazy. Look at that.
Shoot it again.
Oh, was that from before, you think, or you think the rounds caused that?
I'm gonna guess the heat.
Yeah, from those
from the
rounds.
rounds,
Yeah,
'cause I
that's
can't
crazy.
imagine.
Brian, thank you so much for bringing this out to me. I know that was not an easy task. I really appreciate it. It was fun. And if you guys want to check out Weigh It Out plates, you also have a lot of other cool stuff, like very thin plates. You've got like what the thumper bumper plates.
Yep.
All kinds of cool stuff. Or if you want to check out a 250-pound plate because you're a big old boy like Eddie Hall, just click the link in the description down below. Take you to weightitout.com and you can check those out. But this has still got a purpose, and I think we can still use this today.
What are we doing? I know, I do want to see it shot again.
That's going to be it for today's video. Let me know what you thought about it in the comment section down below. What did you think about the 250-pound plate? And what do you want to see me hit with the Solartherm next? Be sure and give it a like. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. And if you want to check out Kentucky Ballistics clothing, there's a link in the description down below. And as always, my name is Scott. Thank you so much for watching Kentucky Ballistics.
Table smash, yep.
See you next time. All right, Brian, hit it.
Oh,
That looks like a meteor hit the ground. Look at that. Went through like, golly.
oh,
That is nuts.
damn. That was some good shit. Alrighty, thanks for watching. Peace. Alright, what's next? I think we covered the gun stuff, so we don't need to hit that one. I don't really feel like that. Probably are winding down. I'm getting tired. We only streamed for 3 hours, but again, I was streaming for many hours earlier today as well. Can't drop that on your foot; it'll go missing. Yeah, jeez. I don't really feel like that. Just so I have all those there. Yeah, not in the mood for that one. That one's too long. Don't feel like that. Oh yeah, we got that. Which one of these is gonna be best? Like I said, I had some things lined up. That one is 22 minutes. Oh, we were just talking about the 17th Amendment as well. Wow, yeah. We might have to watch this one then. Again, I don't know any of these people. I was just searching for, I think, 1913 on that one. Custom slugs. Oh, I think I've seen some of that. I think I saw one of those. War crime rounds, yeah. So yeah, we'll probably watch that one since it mentioned 17th Amendment right there. I mean, I'm sure they all will, because, not that one. Temporary tax, wealth transfer. Yep. Yeah, I think we will have to watch that first one. Oh, this one is also going to be the 16th and 17th Amendments. Year America Changed. Yeah, I'm liking the look of that one. And then we've got one more here, potential one. Robber Nixon. That one's not 1913, obviously. Day America's gold was stolen by its president. But yeah, let's start with this one. And then oh yeah, I still got that Mamdani thing. We'll see. Whoa. Interesting stuff over there. But yeah, let's go ahead and check this out. Ahoy, we were talking about 1913 the other day, so I thought I'd look up some videos. I don't know this channel specifically. And it's also interesting, someone was mentioning the 17th Amendment today in chat. Again, my chat is based. So yeah, this will be an interesting one, I think.
There are years in history that look ordinary from the outside and are catastrophic from the inside. Years where the machinery of power is rearranged so completely that nothing afterward resembles what came before, and yet the people living through it barely noticed. 1913 was one of those years.
Yep.
In 12 months, the United States government accomplished three things that its founders had...
Ew. What a terrifying phrase. The government accomplished something, and it's never good. It's never good. Like, I'm trying to think. The government accomplished something. Yeah, I don't think that leads to good things.
Specifically designed the Constitution to prevent. It handed control of the nation's money supply to a private banking cartel. It established a permanent claim on the income of every American worker. And it removed the one structural mechanism that had kept the federal government answerable to the individual states. 3 transformations 1 year. And the country that emerged from December of 1913 was, in the most fundamental constitutional sense, a different republic than the one that had entered January. Most Americans learn about these
2001. Yeah.
In different history classes.
From the government, I'm here to help. Yeah.
Reforms responding to different problems.
Yeah, I do have to look more into the 17th Amendment because I know a lot of people hate it. I have not looked into it enough to figure out the exact problems because it just seems like either way, like it's the people of the state. Anyway, I don't know enough about it to talk on it, but I'm not quite sure the distinction because, again, a lot of it's just going to come down to culture. So no matter who's picking the senators, you're going to have the same potential problem if you have corruption in general, whether it's the people or the state. But again, I don't know enough about it, so I'm interested in hearing the argument here as well.
Is taught as a response to banking panics. The income tax is taught as a response to inequality. The 17th Amendment is taught as a democratizing...
The Federal Reserve thing is so freaking evil. They're like, oh no, we won't do it again. It really is like a mafia. It's like, we won't crash the economy again if you give us control of the economy. And then you know what? They crash the economy again over and over and over and just make it shit.
Reform that made the Senate more responsive to ordinary voters.
Income tax was originally meant for wartime, not as a perpetual thing. Yes, but you know what they say? There's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program, and it's very true.
All 3 framings are, at minimum, incomplete. And when you examine what actually happened...
Never trust a senator.
When you look at who was in the room, who funded the campaigns, who drafted the legislation, and who benefited from each change, a very different picture emerges. Not a conspiracy theory, something more unsettling than a conspiracy theory. A coordinated transformation of American governance carried out largely in the open by people who were quite clear about what they were doing, in front of a public that was largely too distracted to notice. This is the story of that year, and it begins as most stories about power in America begin, not in Washington, but on a private island off the coast of Georgia. Jekyll Island sits about 10 miles off the coast of Brunswick, Georgia. In 1910, it was owned by a private club whose members included some of the wealthiest men in America. Names like Morgan, Vanderbilt, Pulitzer, and Astor, the kind of men who did not vacation near other people. In November of that year, a group of men gathered there under conditions of extraordinary secrecy. They travelled separately. They used first names only. They told no one where they were going. When they arrived, they spent 9 days working on a document that would become, with modifications, the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. The men at Jekyll Island included Senator Nelson Aldrich of Rhode Island, who chaired the Senate Finance Committee and whose daughter had married John D. Rockefeller.
I'm not sure if it's this guy, but they had one of the people speak out against it or something for some psyop. I forget exactly why, but they had someone on the anti-side, but they were playing a part.
Jr. There was Frank Vanderlip, the president of National City Bank, the largest bank in the country at the time. There was Henry Davison, a senior partner at J.P. Morgan and Company. There was Benjamin Strong, who would later become the first head of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. There was Paul Warburg, a partner at the investment bank Kuhn, Loeb and Company, who had emigrated.
No, this was a massive change.
One of the most powerful private banks in Europe. And there was Piat Andrew, the Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. These were not disinterested reformers. They were the representatives of the banking interests that would directly benefit from the institution they were designing. Between them, the men at Jekyll Island represented an estimated quarter of the entire wealth of the world.
Damn!
They were designing the institution that would regulate the banking system of which they were the dominant players, and they were doing it in secret, on a private island, using assumed names. Frank Vanderlip later confirmed all of this publicly. Writing in the Saturday Evening Post in 1935, more than 2 decades after the event, he was remarkably candid. He wrote that if it were to be exposed that a particular group had got together and written a banking bill, that bill would have no chance whatever of passage by Congress. Therefore, we had to work in the most absolute secrecy. Read that again. The men writing the legislation knew that if Congress understood who had written it and why, it would not pass. So they hid. And it worked. The banking panics of the late 19th and early 20th centuries were real.
Imagine having a Congress that actually cared enough to not let something like this through if they knew where it was coming from, because we don't have that anymore. They're so willing to engage in the corruption. I mean, I'm sure they were back then too, but they had a little bit more
savings. Credit contracted suddenly and painfully. The panic of 1907 was particularly severe, and it was J.P. Morgan himself who had largely resolved it, coordinating private bank bailouts in a series of late-night meetings that stabilized the system. Morgan's intervention was brilliant, effective, and deeply alarming to anyone who understood what it meant. The financial stability of the United States had been dependent on the willingness and capacity of one private individual to act. When Morgan died in 1913, the question of who would play that role next became urgent. The Federal Reserve was, in part, the answer to that question. But the answer it provided was not to remove private banking power from the equation. It was to institutionalize it. The Federal Reserve System as established in 1913.
Creepy. Very creepy, because as we were talking about earlier, like when the government takes over, it's going to make things worse. And this was the government taking over, but it was like it's a mixing of both, because it's still technically semi-private as well, which is a very weird sort of thing. Again, worst of both worlds. And but yeah, they took over. There's something else I wanted to say on that too.
But the answer it provided was not to remove private banking power from the equation. It was to institutionalize it. The Federal Reserve System, as established in 1913, was structured in a way that has confused Americans ever since. It is not a government agency. It is not a private bank. It is something deliberately designed to be both and neither. The 12 regional Federal Reserve banks are technically owned by the member banks in their districts.
It's basically a franchise.
Regional Fed. Those shares pay a guaranteed dividend. The regional banks select 6 of the 9 directors on each regional bank's board. The Board of Governors in Washington is appointed by the
Take
President
the name off a
and confirmed
thing,
by the Senate,
and opinion of said
giving
thing
the
changes.
appearance of
Yeah.
government control. But the critical operational decisions, particularly interest rate decisions, are made by the Federal Open Market Committee, which
Oh yeah, and of course, the biggest portion of our debt goes to paying interest to the Federal Reserve for having access to the currency. It's not a great system, unless you're the Federal Reserve or bankers.
includes the presidents of the regional banks, who are not
Or
government
politicians.
employees and who are selected through a process dominated by the member banks. The result is an institution that can deploy the full coercive power of the federal government, including the authority to create money.
Yep.
That is insulated from democratic accountability in ways no other government institution.
Yeah, they can print money, they can control inflation, and like I said, they charge interest on the money existing too. Hey Labraith, how's it going?
Approaches. When the Federal Reserve creates or destroys money, raises or lowers interest rates, Hound decides which banks to rescue and which to let fail. It does so without a vote of Congress, without presidential approval, and without any meaningful audit of its operations. The Fed's internal deliberations were kept secret for decades. It was not until 1994 that the Fed began releasing transcripts of its meetings, and even then with a 5-year delay. Paul
Damn.
Warburg, one of the Jekyll Island drafters, was appointed to the original Federal Reserve Board. His brother Max ran the German central bank. The Warburg family occupied positions of influence in the central banking systems of multiple countries simultaneously. This is not a conspiracy. It is simply how financial power worked in the early 20th century. The Federal Reserve Act was signed by President Woodrow Wilson on December the 23rd, 1913. Mixed 2 days before Christmas, Congress had largely emptied out for the holiday. The vote on the Senate side came after a procedural maneuver that cut off debate. Many members
Typical.
who would have voted against it were already gone.
Oh,
But to fully understand why the 1913 was the pivotal year it was, you cannot look at the Federal Reserve in isolation. You have to look at what else was happening simultaneously. And you have to understand that the income tax and the transformation of the Senate were not separate reforms. They were load-bearing elements of the same structure. The 16th Amendment, which authorized the federal income tax, was ratified on February 3rd, 1913.
now it's crypto digital banking.
This
There,
requires some
again, crypto is decentralized, but digital banking, like basically, if crypto is taken as a central digital currency, then yes, you have a massive government control there. AX Count, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Hope you're doing well.
historical context that is almost never provided in standard tellings of the story. For most of American history, the federal government was funded primarily through tariffs, customs duties collected at ports of entry on imported goods. This system had profound political consequences. It meant that the federal government's revenue was directly tied to the volume of international trade. It meant that the primary taxpayers funding the federal government were not American workers, but foreign manufacturers, and the importing companies that handled their goods.
I'm going to need to hear that
The
again.
amendment, which authorized the federal income tax and the transformation of the Senate, were not separate reforms. They were load-bearing elements of the same structure. The 16th Amendment, which authorized the federal income tax, was
Eey.
ratified on February 3rd, 1913. This requires some historical
See ya,
context
trauma.
that is almost never provided in standard tellings of the story. For most of American history, the federal government was funded primarily through tariffs, customs duties collected at ports of entry on imported goods. This system had profound political consequences. It meant that the federal government's revenue was directly
Ahoy.
tied to the volume of international trade.
Okay.
It meant that the primary taxpayers funding the federal government were not American workers, but foreign manufacturers, and the importing companies that handled their goods. It meant that the federal government had a built-in incentive to keep trade flowing, because trade was the lifeblood of its own finances.
Makes sense.
The tariff system also distributed political power in a particular way. Industrial interests in the Northeast generally favored high...
Again, because like we were saying earlier, again, incentives are a thing, and one of the most important and powerful things. So while while not having income tax is obviously a good thing, it is interesting to think about the incentives that the tariff system, like they were just talking about, places on the federal government, because they get more money the more trade they're doing, even if it's not good for the American people. Many such
In a
cases.
particular way.
Ahoy.
Industrial interests in the
Ahoy.
Northeast generally favored high tariffs because they protected domestic manufacturers from foreign competition.
Frick the federal
Agricultural
government.
interests in the
Yes.
South
You have to get going. All right. See you, Shapoy. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. But yes, frick the federal government, indeed. Indeed. Very
West
annoying.
generally opposed them because tariffs raised the cost of manufactured goods that farmers needed to buy. The tariff debate was one of the defining political conflicts of the 19th century, keeping the federal government's financial interests exposed to the political economy of ordinary commerce. The income tax changed all of this. A federal government funded by income taxes has a fundamentally different relationship with citizens than one funded by tariffs. The
Tariffs also protect local manufacturing. Yes. And again, like, there's a lot of so-called, like, the people who claim to be like free market, and but again, the results matter too. Free market is all well and good, and I am in favor of free market, but I want American free market. I have nothing wrong with a bit of protectionism. Like, some libertarians, in my opinion, take it way too far and say that, you know, tariffs are anti-free market. I don't need okay, here's the thing. I know I've made this this speech before too, but the thing to realize is you're not a big fan of the government based. And yes, it's all a balancing act, 100%. But yeah, the thing to realize is, I probably got lost there. What is the thing to realize? I don't know. Geez, it's gone. What was I saying? Fuck. Oh yeah. When you have a system, and again, you can go utopian and say you just do away with all this, but that's a harder act. When you have a system that has a bunch of protections on the workers in America, that's actually exactly where I was going. The problem is our labor can't compete with Chinese labor that works for pennies a day. Yes, and the reason we can't compete with that is because we're not allowed to, because we have things like the minimum wage, because we have so many worker protections and safety rules and regulations and everything. It becomes, well, not only is an American not going to want to work for pennies on the dollar, obviously, and they can't because of a cost of living, but they have to work for a lot more than they would normally have to / be worth, because you're jacking up the price everywhere across the board, because you're paying for these regulations, and because you're paying for the minimum wage to be more than it might want to be. Again, we've talked about that too, on strictly a what the minimum wage was when it was instituted versus where it was today, for cost of living and monetary value and everything. The minimum wage should actually be much higher, but the issue is whether or not we need a minimum wage at all. So it's either we either shouldn't have a minimum wage, or it needs to be a whole lot higher, but we've also seen that that doesn't work. So we can say it should be based on how it was implemented, but I just think the minimum wage is kind of a disaster in general. But it is important to keep in mind, because again, it shows just what was done to the US dollar and global currency in general. But yes, basically, as long as you have those regulations and that minimum wage, workers cannot compete with foreign workers who don't have as many regulations and protections and minimum wage. Workers' protection are a good thing, but they require balance. Yes and no. I think they do often go way too far. I think a bunch of them are unnecessary and end up strangling things. But yes, obviously you do want some level of worker protection, like you were saying, a balance. But yes, basically a bunch of libertarians, in my opinion, miss the mark and say you can't have tariffs because it's anti-free market. We don't want a fully free market if we have any government intervention already on the scale. And I know it's kind of ceding ground and being like, well, okay, because we've got the government involved in this side, we need the government involved in that side. I get that argument, but also we do have the government involved, so we have to be practical as well. So I am in favor of protectionism to help offset, again, all those regulations that we have that make hiring American workers so expensive. So yes, American workers, basically the government should protect the American workers from foreign workers. Like, that is part of the purpose of the government. And if we can do that, that's a good thing. And tariffs do help with that.
Funded government needed healthy commerce. The income tax funded government needed healthy incomes, which meant it needed a healthy economy. But it also meant something more structural. It meant that the government's revenue base was now the wages and profits of American citizens and businesses. The government's fiscal interests were now directly tied to the productivity of the American workforce in a way they had never been before. This sounds neutral, even benign, but consider what it meant for the Federal Reserve, which was created in the same year. A central bank that controls interest rates and money supply now operates in a country where the government's revenue depends on economic activity measured in dollars. The Federal Reserve's decisions about money supply and interest rates directly affect the government's tax revenue. The government's spending decisions directly affect the economic conditions in which the Fed operates. The two institutions are now fiscally dependent on each other in ways that have no precedent in American history, and the income tax that was originally sold to the American public was nothing like what it became. When the 16th Amendment was ratified, advocates insisted that it would only apply to the very wealthy. The initial rates confirmed this. The first income tax under the new amendment imposed a 1% rate on income above.
You're not convinced that those who oppose the tariffs are necessarily for more free market? You think most just don't like the orange man? There's some of that, but that's not again, I'm mostly libertarian on a lot of issues too, and the libertarians I listen to, while yes, not a big fan of the orange man either, I don't think that's where their stuff coming from. I think on the tariff issue, they legitimately do object to it on, in my opinion, misguided, but on libertarian grounds. They do legitimately think that that tariffs are anti-free market, which again, you can make the argument because it is the government hand on the scale. So it is anti-free market in that sense. But whether or not that's bad given the context of where the current market is another issue. So I personally think it's short-sighted to just call out, hey, this is not free market, so we don't want it. But I do think at least the libertarians I'm talking about are coming at it in good faith.
Above $3,000 with a maximum surtax of 6% on incomes above $500,000. In 1913, $3,000 was roughly equivalent to what a skilled professional might earn in a year. Factory workers, farmers, shopkeepers, most of the working population paid nothing. Within 5 years, by the end of the First World War, the top marginal rate had reached 77%. Within a generation, the income tax was expanded to cover the vast majority of American workers.
That was 5 years?
During ratification, that this would be a tax on the rich and nothing more, had evaporated. The infrastructure was in place, and infrastructure, once in place, gets used. This is perhaps the most important lesson of 1913 as a whole. The changes of that year were not just policy changes, they were infrastructural changes. They created mechanisms, institutions, legal frameworks that would be used, expanded, and repurposed by every subsequent government. The people who ratified the 16th Amendment had no power to bind future Congresses to the rates they chose. The people who designed the Federal Reserve had no power to prevent future board.
Why should we do free market with people who aren't held to the same standards? Kind of, yes. And again, it's also just like, if we're already putting our finger on the scale, we do have to protect people from that finger on the scale. But honestly, even if we didn't, there's still an argument for protectionism, because the whole point of a government is to protect the people's interests. So if it were in the people's interests to have tariffs, even without minimum wage, even without labor protections, it could still be the right call to have tariffs. But every other countries apply tariffs to our goods. That's another good point. Yes.
Boards of governors from policies.
Oh yeah, that's right, Highlander. You said you were going to the hospital. I hope you're doing all right.
Never envisioned. What they built outlasted their intentions by a century and is still running. Now we come to the third transformation, and it is the one that receives the least attention, which is remarkable given that it may have been the most constitutionally significant of the three. The 17th Amendment, ratified on
Interesting.
April 8,
like I said, I
1913.
don't know much about this, but we were actually just talking about it earlier, so I will be very interested to hear the arguments here.
changed how United States senators were chosen. Before it, senators were selected by state legislatures. After it, they were elected directly by popular vote. This change is almost universally described as a democratic reform, a progressive achievement that removed backroom dealing from Senate
Reform.
selection
Love it.
and gave the people a direct voice in choosing their federal representatives. That framing is not wrong. It is incomplete in a way that strips the change of its constitutional meaning. The original structure of the United States Senate was not a mistake or an oversight. It was a deliberate architectural choice rooted in the founding generation's theory of how to balance power between different levels of government. The House of Representatives was designed to be the voice of the people, elected directly, with short terms apportioned by population. The Senate was designed to be the voice of the states, selected by state governments, with long terms equal representation regardless of population size. The two chambers embodied two different principles of representation, and the requirement that both agree on legislation was the mechanism by which both principles had to be satisfied before the federal government could act. This was not abstract political theory. It had concrete practice.
Is this when I usually stream? You've been trying to catch my streams? More or less. Yeah, I tend to stream pretty late, my time. I was actually streaming earlier in the day, but that is not my usual time. I just sometimes have Saturday collabs or something. So we had a Lyrian Chronicles thing, so I was actually streaming for like 5 hours or something in the afternoon as well. But yes, generally speaking, I'll start evening my time and go for a couple hours when I'm streaming. So yeah, we're 3.5 hours in. So I started 3.5 hours ago, and yeah, that's probably about normal.
Practical consequences.
And
Makes a
sometimes we'll
senator
stream
selected
quite
by a
late.
state legislature was answerable to that legislature. His continued tenure depended on maintaining the confidence of the state government that selected him.
Interesting.
This meant that a senator who voted to expand federal power at the expense of state power was voting against the interests of the people who would decide whether he kept his job.
It passed mere moments after you dropped 55 on a copay for the meds. Dang. Need to see about a refund. None of the meds have been taken. Yeah, hopefully you can get that.
The structure created
Hey, I paid $80 for someone to tell me that my computer doesn't work, and that it could be my motherboard, CPU, or processor, which I'm like, yeah, I already knew all that shit. Something like that, Labyrinth. Yeah. Again, I don't have an exact time. I just kind of stream when I can, but it is yes, it is evenings around that time.
Automatic institutional resistance to federal overreach built into the Senate itself. When the 17th Amendment replaced state legislative selection with popular election.
Okay. I'm kind of getting the argument. They're saying that
resistance to federal
when they're by the state, that they're beholden to the state, which gives a balancing act, because if the state doesn't like what the federal government is doing, they have some power over the senators. If you just normalize everything, it's harder to recall. You don't see a whole lot of recalls going on. Interesting.
Overreach built into
Hey,
the
Aether.
Senate itself. When the 17th Amendment replaced state legislative selection with popular election, it removed this structural check. A senator elected by popular vote is answerable to voters, not to the state government. If he votes to transfer power from the state to the federal government, the state government has no recourse.
So it's more of the whole democracy thing, and democracy being fake and gay. Okay, so this is making sense. So yeah, basically, then the federal government can bribe the people with handouts. Yeah.
Medium on the structural resistance to centralization that the original Senate design had built in was replaced with a system where senators had the same incentive as representatives to favor federal expansion, because federal power delivered to constituents wins elections. The timing of the 17th Amendment, in the same year as the Federal Reserve and the income tax, is worth sitting with carefully. A federal government with a new source of revenue, independent of tariffs, now also had a new borrowing mechanism through the banking system the Federal Reserve anchored, and a Senate that was no longer structurally resistant to
Yep,
the expansion
silver
of
lining.
federal power. All three changes, taken together, removed three of the most significant.
Get that again, because that's kind of core.
A federal government with a new source of revenue, independent of tariffs, now also had a new borrowing mechanism through the banking system the Federal Reserve anchored, and a Senate that was no longer structurally resistant to the expansion of federal power.
Okay.
All three changes,
Yeah.
taken together, removed three of the
More.
most significant constraints that the
So basically allows them to print a lot of money.
original constitutional design had placed on the federal government's ability to grow, borrow,
Yep.
tax and centralize. This is not a partisan observation. It does not favor one political party's agenda over another's. Both parties have used these mechanisms extensively. Both parties have benefited from the expanded federal power that 1913 made possible. The observation is structural. Before 1913, the federal government faced institutional constraints that made expansion difficult. After 1913, those constraints were substantially weaker. The subsequent century of federal growth followed logically from the changed institutional landscape. Who wanted these changes? This is where the history becomes genuinely complicated and genuinely interesting.
Makes the federal government much more
Progressive
powerful. Yep.
movement of the early 20th century was not a monolith. It contained genuine reformers who believed that industrial capitalism had concentrated power in the hands of a small elite, and that government had to be strengthened to counteract that concentration.
Yeah.
It contained populists angry about the power of railroads, banks, and trusts. And it contained, in smaller numbers but with vastly disproportionate resources, members of the financial elite itself who understood that a stronger federal government was not a threat to their interests, but a tool for consolidating them. The insight that the most sophisticated members of the financial establishment had reached was this: a federal government powerful enough to regulate the economy was also one that could be captured.
Yep.
The decentralized system of state governments, smaller banks, and regional economic centers was harder to control because the points of influence were too dispersed. Centralization was good for those with enough resources to influence the center. This analysis was not hidden. It was discussed openly in the journals and correspondence of the period. The men who went to Jekyll Island were not worried about a powerful federal government. They were worried about a powerful federal government that they did not control. The Federal Reserve they designed addressed that worry elegantly by creating an institution with governmental authority that was structurally
Ahoy,
insulated
lackey.
from democratic accountability and dominated by the banking interests themselves. Woodrow Wilson, who signed all three of these changes into law, was not naive about what he was doing. In 1913, he said something that has been quoted by people on opposite sides of the political spectrum ever since.
You personally think the federal government should only be concerned with national defense and international relations? Yeah, probably. I'd have to think about that more, but generally in favor, yes, because I mean, like it was before all this happened, the states can take on a lot of that anyway. So you're still going to have, as much as it pains me as a anti-government libertarian, you're still going to have government power. You just it would be better if it was not the federal government power. Basically, the smaller you get the government, and this isn't even like, this is actually practical. This isn't some ideological thing about, oh, small government, it's a cool phrase or whatever. No, the smaller the government is, well, for one thing, the less powerful it is, which has its pros and cons. But more importantly, the more beholden it is to actually fulfill the will of its people. Like if your strongest government is the local level, exactly, keep it local. If the strongest government is the local level, that's going to be the politicians directly representing their very own community, like their neighbors and stuff. They're much more accountable. The smaller the government is, the more accountable they are. So if it's the local that's the strongest, yeah, those are your neighbors. You literally know where they live if it gets that far. But more importantly, they're probably already your friends or something like that. Like you're gonna have more direct influence as the people on the government, and likewise at the state level, you're gonna be. It's still a smaller community. Like states are very big, and honestly, I think should probably be broken up a little more, just based on how it was back then versus how it is now for population count. But still, it'd be a massive improvement if states had more power too, versus the federal government.
He said that the biggest men in commerce and manufacture were afraid of something, of a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so pervasive,
Hey, Moses.
they had better not speak above their breath when they spoke in condemnation of it. Wilson said this while signing the legislation that consolidated that power.
UK is tiny to US. They fucked everything up. It's still a federal government. Like if it had been, so yeah, it's not just about the location. It's about the overall size. Like if the UK, as tiny as it is, had smaller government, that would still be an improvement. Like you can have a big government with a smaller country too. Like a bunch of the smaller countries do have bigger governments. So yeah, it's not just about the size of the country. Some government is there. We need law enforcement and emergency services, and we need infrastructure, but it depends on the people in the important positions calling the shots. The thing is, I'd agree with some of that. Law enforcement, that can be handled local level for the most part. Emergency services, honestly, same. The government getting more involved has fucked up a lot of that. Like I know a lot of people meme on it, like the non-governmental, like private firefighters or police or something like that, and there are problems with both, but there are arguments to be made that it would be an improvement as well. I'm not saying it would be across the board, but there are actually there are arguments. You could definitely make the arguments. So yes, law enforcement, emergency services, and most importantly, I don't think the government is responsible for infrastructure. I guess to some extent you could say you need some level of organization there, but really, once again, when the government gets involved, they generally tend to fuck things up. Like infrastructure should be private as well, basically. Like roads is a good example. Everyone's like, oh, my roads. The roads are often very terrible, and the government actually gets in the way of quality work on that, and it ends up very corrupt. So yeah, no, I don't think we need the government for infrastructure. But it depends on the people in the important positions calling the shots. Yes, I mean that's always going to be the issue, unfortunately. And again, a lot of it's just cultural too. If you have a bad culture, no system is going to work. If you have a good culture, basically any system is going to work. Like a really good culture, obviously. A small government ran by people who actually care about their responsibilities versus big governments ran by nepo babies. Yeah. Private police, isn't that called the mafia? To some extent. And if you actually look into mafia, it was actually, again, you had corruption there, obviously, but it was started as a community protection system, actually. But yes, I'm just saying, yeah. Again, it is complicated, and I'm not saying it's better overall, but private police force is not... again, I think firefighters is probably a better example, but even then you still have issues. But you need some level of government to enforce laws, but then any form of government attracts corruption. Any power in general is going to attract corruption. Business influences state councils, and state councils used to straight pick their senators. Interesting stuff. But again, you also had like those were in state, and some of that just could be at the time. But point is, the state was interested in protecting their interests, and when you democratize the senators, it means that the federal government can bribe the voters as well. And like if the senators are saying things like bribing the people with handouts or something like that, they can just get away with that at that point. So yeah, again, this is I didn't know a whole lot about this. I didn't know why people's full objection to it. So this is just me steel manning one side. This isn't me. I've not decided where I come down on all this, but that's the argument, is that if they're beholden to the state, even if that state is corrupt, at least that is a smaller government, and you have some checks and balance. Basically, if the senators are beholden to the state, you have some level of checks and balances versus the federal government, where if they're beholden to just a broad the people sort of term, you get all the corruption inherent in just being able to bribe people. And again, I'm talking like procedurally, legally, not literally bribing each individual person, but you just convince them that you can give them good stuff and they will do stupid shit with their vote. If you pay taxes towards infrastructure maintenance, you want your roads to have sidewalks and be without potholes. Tax revenue needs to go towards independent companies. Yeah, but there's a bunch of corruption there, and it just goes to like government. You need government contracts to even get in on the bidding system. So it's you're not getting the cheapest value. If you did privatize all that, it would be a more meritocratic system. Amazon does this with their method of hiring delivery drivers. They do business with third-party companies who hire the drivers, so it's not all handled exclusively on Amazon's side. By the same logic toward tax revenue distribution for infrastructure maintenance, yes, but again, once the government gets a handle on that, and they don't have any incentive to spend it wisely because they can just tax you more. Like there's no level of real responsibility there because they didn't earn it. Like again, it's the meritocratic argument. They just didn't earn the tax dollars, so they are not going to be spending it wisely. Let's see. Larger the bureaucracy, the greater potential for waste and corruption. Yeah.
Whether he was describing something,
and get like literally, local corruption is better than like federal corruption, or even just federal bureaucracy at some point. Like that's kind of the point I was making with the private police, or again, even if you just call them mafia, like a local, being run, having your laws run by a local mafia could be better in some instances than having your laws be run by a federal police force. Because one is beholden somewhat to the community. Like even if they're like running the community with their corruption or something, there is community interlink there. So as crazy as it sounds, like being run by an actually local mafia can be better. One of humanity's greatest immutable flaws, yeah.
Or something he did not fully understand, is a question historians continue to debate. What is not debatable is what happened in the decades after 1913. The Federal Reserve presided over the greatest credit expansion in American history in the 1920s, followed by the greatest contraction, which became the Great Depression. Milton Friedman, the 20th century's most celebrated defender of capitalism, concluded after...
Ooh, and I know what we're getting into right after this. I said I had a Mom Donnie clip. It's very short, but it's very relevant to what we were discussing, so that'll be our next video.
Exhaustive research, that the Federal Reserve was primarily responsible for turning a recession into a depression by contracting the money supply precisely.
God, I hate the Fed. I fucking hate the Fed so fucking much.
The institution created to prevent banking panics produced the worst economic catastrophe in American history within 2 decades of its founding. The income tax, meanwhile, grew from a narrow levy on the wealthy into the comprehensive withholding system that now reaches the majority of American workers before they ever see their paychecks. The withholding system itself was introduced during World War II as a temporary wartime measure and made permanent in 1943. The temporary always tends to become permanent when the infrastructure is already built, and the Senate, now directly elected, became over the course of the 20th century progressively less distinguishable from the House in its institutional behavior, more responsive to the same
Federal Reserve, hell yeah,
more dependent on the same fundraising sources, and progressively less effective.
The Fed is probably the biggest enemy of the people we have. Definitely up there. Again, the politicians allow it too, although it's gotten so powerful you could argue which goes which way. But yeah. Private police would be inherently different from mafia. Mafia is closer to the government. Police, they're inherently coercive. I don't agree with that. Again, if you look into the origin of the mafia, it was actually like a community protection service. When like Italian mafia was because the Italians did not feel represented. You love and adore the USA, but our government definitely has its issues. Yeah, I always love the phrase love your government. Sorry, love your country, love your people, hate your government. Like that's patriotism there. But yes, if you look into mafia formation, and I want to be very clear, I'm not even saying mafia is good. That's not really something I believe. I'm just saying the origin of it is not exactly what people think. It wasn't just like, hey, let's do crime. That's kind of the comic book interpretation of it. It did serve a community purpose, and I mean, they then started taking taxes basically from everyone. But yes, it did serve a purpose, and many people were very grateful to the mafia too, because it was a force for putting, like, obviously not law and order, but like order. It was a source for order. It was probably better under the mafia in some cases at some times than it was without the mafia. Income taxes was a power move to enslave the populace. It says the government owns you and your labor until you reach a certain amount of based on your income. Yeah, no, you don't have to sell me on the income tax being fucking evil. Ever since the Fed was established, has the dollar ever gone down 96% in value? Yeah, no, we lost all monetary value when they did various things to it. Another reason original COD Modern Warfare 2 was the best Call of Duty game. You hear the Army Rangers blow up the Fed over radio chatter. Damn.
As a check on the expansion of federal power. The states whose interests the original Senate...
We kick out 2 central banks out. We had such a problem getting rid of this one. Yeah.
...designed to protect, have watched their relative power decline steadily across the century that followed the 17th Amendment. None of this was inevitable. It was chosen.
Yep.
The choices were made in a specific year, by specific people, under specific circumstances that reward careful examination. Understanding those circumstances requires only the recognition that powerful people act in their interests, that institutions designed by the powerful tend to serve the powerful, and that the framing of any major policy change by those who benefit from it should be examined with some skepticism. The story of 1913 is ultimately a story about how change happens in democratic societies. It does not happen through violence, usually. It happens through the patient construction of the legal and institutional infrastructure within which all subsequent decisions will be made. The people who understood this in 1913 were extraordinarily effective at it. The people who did not understand it were, and many of their descendants still are, living with the consequences. Imagine it is December of 1913. The Federal Reserve Act has just been signed. The income tax amendment was ratified 10 months ago. The Senate has been popularly elected since April. In Washington, the people who drove these changes are quietly satisfied. Not triumphant. Triumphant is conspicuous and invites opposition. Satisfied. The architecture is in place. The rest, they understand, is merely a matter of time and patience.
And it happens very quietly and surprisingly quickly. Like they were saying, the income tax, I think, went up significantly and broadened to more people within 5 years. Like they didn't even slow roll it. They got the laws in and it basically immediately started changing things. Police are also inherently monopolistic and don't have any real incentive to work for the people since the people have no alternatives. Yeah. That's another argument for like private police. And again, I'm not saying that's better. I'm doing the thought experiment. But yes, if you can hire your police directly, they work for you more directly than if the government takes your money by force and gives it to the police. Like the police are not going to be as invested in helping you if their income is just assured. And now the police have guns and stuff, so there's an issue of if you have an armed force that you are paying voluntarily, it could easily become non-voluntary. The police could go, like we were talking, mafia or whatever. Like they can go mobster. They can go, actually, you are going to keep paying us and we're going to keep protecting you. Hopefully they actually keep protecting you. But yeah, I mean, they can just demand your money because they're the ones with the guns, which is one of the reasons why maybe we don't even do that and just do militias. Like maybe we don't have police at all. Because that's another alternative. We just be the police. Again, that can get messy too. You have to, again, a bunch of this comes down to culture. You'd need a moral people to police ourselves, because otherwise you're going to have corruption from the people at that point. You're going to have violence. They're not going to be professional enough to execute law and order in a correct way. You're going to get stuff like lynch mobs and not great stuff. What's going on? Oh, looks like black pills are already covered. No, again, we're talking, we're being realistic and shit, but that doesn't mean we have to get black pilled. Again, there are issues, and the system is resistant to change. It will be hard to change the system from within, but I think that's a little different than black pilling. Yes, the anti-tank rifles would create many messes along with sending messages. Oh, you're mixing two different things together. I like it. I like it. So you're saying militias and anti-tank rifles solve some problems. I can see that argument as well. I can definitely see the militias with anti-tank rifles argument. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. You don't think any of those things would hold up after a few key establishments supporting walls get removed? That's why citizens have the right to bear arms. 2A, yes, and the citizens should have the same weapons that the military has access to. If you don't have a moral people, then state police would just be institutionalized lynch mobs. I mean, yes and no, because we don't really have a moral people, and I don't think the police are institutionalized lynch mobs exactly. Because keeping the peace is somewhat in their interest as well. So even though the people are not moral, they do want to keep things relatively low key. Self-sufficient compounds need 100%. Are these moral people socialized by public education? No. Again, we have a problem, a lack of moral people, and some of that is the education system for sure. And by public education, you mean government education.
Has already moved on. There is trouble in Europe. The Austro-Hungarian...
There is trouble in Europe. Jeez, when isn't there? Dude, there is trouble in Europe. There is trouble in Europe. God, every single fucking time.
Moved on. There is trouble in Europe. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is straining. Germany is rearming. The Ottoman...
Yep, I knew. Of course, Germany. And just because it was funny, because he popped up in the comments last time, I'm just gonna name him by name. Torstwolf catching strays again. The damn Germans, man. The damn Germans always fucking shit up.
Empire is
after 80% end up calling themselves. We've talked about that. The eternal German.
And when that war comes, the new institution...
I was going to mention that too. The world wars were also largely propped up by things like the Federal Reserve. Like you didn't have the money. If you had actual money instead of fiat currency, you do not have the wealth, because they just conjured wealth out of midair. You don't have the wealth to fight world wars.
Of 1913 will be put to work funding it, taxing for it, borrowing against it, like in ways that would entrench them so deeply into American life that questioning their existence would come to seem to most Americans like questioning the existence of the weather. That is the genius of structural change. You do not have to convince people to accept it forever. You only have to make it normal. And once something is normal, it is very...
Normalization.
The year was 1913. 3 amendments, 1 new institution, and the constitutional architecture of a republic quietly and irrevocably rearranged. Whether what was built in that year serves you or serves others is a question worth asking. The fact that so few Americans think to ask it is perhaps the most interesting legacy of all. If this examination of 1913 gave you something to think about, subscribe and stay with us. We cover the history that shapes the present without the comfort of easy answers. See you in the next one.
The Germans were blamed for World War One, but they were not really the cause. Yeah. Hey, anyway, thank you for watching. Peace. The Great American Debt as old as the Great War, huh? Depends on how you define Germans there, Lab, but you're not wrong. Yeah, and honestly, not even responsible for World War II either. Like, we joke about it, but there is a bunch of shit going on, and the Germans were kind of caught in the middle of a lot of things. Like, it makes sense. Like, the German perspective does make sense, just like why they were doing some of the stuff they were doing. World War II was in many ways a response to World War I from the Germans as well. The Germans suffered absolutely fucking horrendously in World War I, and we're just kind of fucking fed up. But no, it's really interesting, and there's a Daryl Cooper does an interesting bit. I should catch up with that on some point at some point, but it's long and it's kind of depressing, and I just haven't got around to the later episodes. But he does do a telling of the World War II from the German perspective, and World War I is like the first episode, so he actually does the because it sets up so much, so he tells World War I from the German perspective, well, and kind of from everyone's perspective, and it is absolutely horrendous. And the trench war, he does a really good job of like telling stories of the trench warfare as if you were there, and oh my goodness, like it was so isolated. If you got like wounded, they couldn't get to you if you're caught in no man's land. You literally get eaten by rats because the rats are like mutated and shit. Well, you know, not mutated, but like so well fed, or I forget if it was well fed or starving, but basically you've got like giant fucking rats that are super bold. And yeah, so it's freaking nasty. And you've got like, yeah, I won't even get into it because it really was really well told just in how horrendous it was. It's pretty awful, honestly. Let's see. Need hard currency or decentralized crypto rather than fiat or central bank digital currency. Yes, hard currency is hard to do nowadays. Decentralized crypto has its own issues as well. 2000s was the only time you think of there wasn't trouble in Europe. There probably was still. After the money made by a short call on the Napoleonic Wars, they saw the way to modern finance. EU started in the 2000s. 2020 back in 2000, possibly. Could cover a video on reality of the trenches. Other people have done it, and again, it's just so awful. It's not really my thing, but it is fascinating, and people who are interested in subjecting themselves to that, it's a really interesting listen. And yeah, there's some interesting stuff there, and I should catch up at some point. I think episode 2 is out, possibly even episode 3 at this point. Anyway, let's be done with that one. We probably won't go right into the other one, but this is about Nixon, and that's the 60s and gold confiscation and everything. We have let's just hit this. We were talking about this. This one's just 30 seconds or so. Yeah, 24 seconds. That's just a rereading of the thing, so we'll just watch the video. If I full screen this, how does it look in my new format? Slightly cut off, but should be fine. Hey. All right. Ahoy, we have a 24-second clip of Mondami here, so I'm sure we can rant about it for like 30 minutes or something. Anyway, no, this is a very interesting one that I do have a lot to talk about. Let's go ahead and play it through uninterrupted, probably, since it's just 24 seconds, then we'll go back through and talk about it.
Throughout this process, I've been reminded...
And actually, I don't know, we'll interrupt a little because I don't know how copyrightable or whatever this is. Copyright isn't the right word, but anyway, we will... The
words of the Austrian economist, Friedrich Hayek. If socialists understood economics, they wouldn't be socialists. If these past months have shown us anything, it is that socialists not only understand economics just as well as the capitalists who came before, but that we can solve their
How can anyone look at that smug face and not scream con man? I know he's so freaking like, politics aside, he's just awful to look at.
Socialists. If these past months have shown us anything, it is that socialists not only understand economics,
Brother, like, again, there's so much to talk about in this clip. Like, it's 24 seconds and there's so much I can say. Like, socialists understand this. Dude, look at the numbers. It's freaking failing. The socialists control New York and it's absolutely going to shit. So that's false right there.
just as well as the capitalists who came
But
before,
what I really wanted to talk about,
but that we can solve their years of mismanagement through an embrace of our principles.
we are principles. Dude, okay, that's why I wanted to play this clip. We and our principles. This is a open socialist in a very powerful position of power. And again, I rant about he wants it to fail, wouldn't surprise me. I rant about communists and socialists all the time, but I also always say that it goes beyond communism and socialism. It's the mindset underneath it, that a lot of the same people who have the exact same problems and cause the same problems as a socialist or communist do not call themselves those things. So I'm always very clear that it's not just an issue of communism. A lot of people kind of lock on and be like, communism is the evil. That's not what I'm saying, but it is absolutely fucking insane that an open communist, well, an open socialist, and again, socialists are communists, but that an open socialist has this much power, like in America.
But that we can solve
Again, open socialist. Oh my God, it infuriates me, and it's also just like, I need people to be paying attention to this. Like, just that one word right there, we, and then our principles. It's so telling. It's so telling.
but that we can solve their years of mismanagement through an embrace of our principles. There is nothing fiscally responsible about balancing the budget on the
He begged for state government money to bail himself out. This isn't solving the issues. Again, he's making the issues worse while spending more money. Yeah. Yes, it's preposterous. You understand it, thinking, how would a Redditor respond to this?
backs of working people. Throughout this process, I've been reminded of the words of the Austrian economist Friedrich Hayek. If socialists understood economics, they wouldn't be socialists.
True.
If these past months have shown us anything, it is that socialists not only understand economics, just as well as the capitalists who came before.
If so, you wouldn't be fucking running your state into the ground, well, your city into the ground unless you wanted to. Overwhelmingly subverted and demoralized. America was planned to have collapsed already at this point. Yes. Is meant to have already failed. Possibly, yes. He is deliberately undercutting the grocery stores and private rental properties to drive them out of business so he can replace them with government-run stores and rental properties. Who knows, man? Who knows? Again, it's a bunch of nonsense. I don't know the exact full plan, but he is fucking shit up, that's for sure. Seeing this dude being in that position makes you think we need to remove the Statue of Liberty from the area roundup and send all the commies there. Then just so-and-so. Yes. I think that'd be a little wasteful, but
But that we
something
can
needs to
solve
be
their
done.
years of mismanagement through an embrace of our principles.
No, you have been embracing your principles and you've been making everything worse. And then
There is nothing fiscally responsible about balancing the budget on the backs of working people.
nothing fiscally responsible about balancing the budget on the backs of working people. That's taxes. You're taking taxes. You're raising the cost of living. That's going to most affect the working people. Again, the rich pay more of the taxes by percentage, but it affects them less. Like, because they have the money, they can have that overhead. What the socialists are doing here is hurting the middle class and the working people, as he says. So the last thing here is also just
There is
bullshit.
nothing fiscally responsible about balancing the budget on the backs of working people.
That's what he's doing. The capitalists want less taxes and like more freedom. These creatures were groomed and trained to scavenge from the remains and rally the desperate broken warlords. Jeez. You think McCarthy didn't go far enough? I mean, yeah. Entirely contained within an insulated hyper-reality, only within the announcements of the party. They gave themselves 17's raise in New York City, by the way. Apparently he turned it down. I don't know if that's just his personal thing or if he vetoed anything. I don't know exactly, but like, even if it's somewhat showmanship, like, credit where it's due. I'll give him credit for at least that much, unless he's doing creepy shit behind the scenes. Well, but again, like, he's fucking it up anyway. But I did see a clip of him turning down the 17% raise, which bravo on that. If that's everything it seems to be. But again, he's a smarmy schmuck who is absolutely destroying everything there while bragging about what a good job he's doing. Absolutely freaking insane. Anyway, that'll do it for this. Thanks for watching. But yeah, I just, this clip freaking enraged me with just how much he gets wrong in such a short clip. And again, just the meaningfulness of someone in that position of power just openly being a socialist is insane. You're sure he's doing more creepy things behind the scenes? Yeah. Anyway, thanks for watching. Peace. Commies understand economics enough to outsource the cost, in this case, to the rest of the state. Probably. All right. Let's keep going. I'm getting tired, but I'm kind of in a yappy mood, so let's keep going. Him being chosen tells us so much about the expected norms of the numbers of people who put him in that position. Well, and I saw a lot of people talking about this, and I do think it's interesting. And it's, oh, okay, here we go. Here's a nice little thing, because I was thinking about this too. Like, so I started the stream talking about voting strategies and took the controversial stance that people should not be supporting the Republican Party by force of habit. I think that gives them too much power, and I think we need to hold them accountable. The answer is not to go to the Democrats, but anyway, that's how I started the stream, is talking about that. Where was I going? Geez, I'm getting tired too. Oh yeah. Just there we go. So a lot of people are like, oh, well, the right is less bad than the left, so we should support them. 2 a.m.-ish. It's only 12 here, but again, I've been streaming all day too, off and on, of course. But yes. What if we end on that police chase video you posted in the stream suggestions? Would be a good palate cleanser to end the night on. Probably not. I don't view stream suggestions. No, I will try to catch up on some of that too at some point, but not tonight. Wish we had a third alternative. Yeah. Sleep is only for the dead. Oh, hell yeah. No, I just keep going. We're at like 4-ish here, 4 hours here. But again, I streamed like 5 hours earlier, did a hour-ish podcast, an hour-ish meeting. So yeah, we're like at 11 hours today, I guess. But anyway, where I was going is, so yeah, a lot of people are saying we need to support the right because they're better than the left. I came up with a good phrase. I think it's a little catchy, so obviously it means I'm correct. I view a weak right as more dangerous than a strong left, because at least a strong left gives you an enemy to fight against. A weak right gives you if you're still supporting them, you don't have the solution, and you're also not taking political power. So I want to build a strong right, even if we have to turn on the current right, and try to take back some level of power by like I said, voting third party or something like that. But so yeah, what I'm getting at is, because what reminded me is you said him being chosen tells us so much more about the expected norms of the number of people who put him in that position. While yes, it was a very liberal sort of thing, a liberal area, and someone like that was going to get chosen eventually anyway, the issue is you can kind of understand why he got chosen. Like, I was going to say to his credit, but again, I don't view him exactly as genuine. I think he's a terrible person from what I can tell. But you can see why he got chosen. He was basically, at least the role he was playing is he is the populist. Like, if you look at some of the people he was running against, they were so awful. So yes, basically it's the fact he was chosen shows is not a condemnation necessarily of the people. It is also a condemnation of the people, but that's not the main thing. It's a condemnation of the quality of candidate and the system. Again, you're an idiot if you voted for Mamdani, but I get why people did. There's a lot of idiots out there, and I get why people would fall for his nonsense. He, like, again, you had to be an idiot because he was promising the exact same stuff we've seen in, like, California that turns everything to shit. So yeah, not saying his policies are good, not saying you're still not stupid if you vote for him, but when you look at what he was saying versus what other people were saying, it does make sense why people would fall for his bullshit. So it's not as simple as, oh, people are bad. It's like, no, the system is so freaking broken that Mamdani was the populist choice. So again, people kind of just fell for that. DeSantis and Fetterman as opposition would make you happy, but it's a 10-year-old playing with Legos sort of happy. What do you mean by that? Are you talking for president? Well, as the presidential run, it's DeSantis versus Fetterman. That would be something. If sleep is for the dead, we will dance with the dead. Me, probably. Yeah. Weak, strong, left, right. I don't know. Context matters too much. Weak left in charge, strong right. I'm just saying, I think a weak right is a disaster and can't be and shouldn't be just supported just because it's better on policy than the left if it's not actually capable of doing positive change and moving things in the correct direction. He was elected mainly by foreign-born people. I mean, that's an issue as well. It shows us the zeitgeist of what kind of attitude resonates with those illiberals. Fair enough. Condemnations are just so many layers of redundant. Too many now for it not to just get synthesized into praise for the meteor. Trump versus DeSantis as a future government with Bernie Bros as commie containment. Jeez. Mamdani won by being the only candidate who said he wouldn't go to Israel. That helped too. Wow, that was crazy. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That was definitely a answer that stood out. That was crazy. Like, what a stupid fucking question, and what a stupid answer. Like, and I know people will be like, oh, Israel, you know, whatever. It's not even about Israel. I don't want. His answer was good on that. Hey, where would you go? Nowhere. I'd stay here and serve my people. Like, whether or not you think that's a genuine answer, it's a good answer and the kind of answer I want my politicians to give. I don't want them to be like, hey, I'd go to Israel. Or again, I don't want them to be like, hey, I'd go to France because I really value the contributions of the French Americans in my district or something. It's like, then serve the French Americans in your district, not go over to France. It's a stupid fucking system. Like, yeah, I don't like the pandering to foreign countries, whatever those be. In this case, Israel. It's definitely Israel. You cringed at just how strong a dosage of a circus that question was. This is what their conversation is like, and it's at all levels of government. Legacy media from 20 years ago question. Yeah. Let's see. Do we go back to the gold thing? Let's hit up some more cultural drama slop. This is a dude I used to listen to a lot. He just does that kind of stuff. He used to have hair too. Haven't seen him in ages. Let's see what we got here. We got a homeless thingy here. That's probably good. We got offensive speech. thing. Oh, we've got a Somali hate crime hoax. Got a white pill thing. I think the homeless drug addicts is probably a good one. I heard a little bit there's a Canadian woman drama too. Even if you thought another country was important, you don't think local politicians should have anything to do with it. Yeah, and it's stupid that they feel the need to pander in that way too. Everyone who serves in our government should put the USA first. Obviously, yes. I mean, no question. What? Meaning what? They all think that whatever their special interest is America. I don't think so. I don't think they're loyal to America in general. Anyway, let's go ahead and check this out. Ahoy. As I was saying, this was someone I used to watch a lot back in the day, and I wanted to check in. Haven't seen much of his stuff in ages, but he does some good social commentary.
The city of Charlottesville, Virginia has finally moved on. Plans to replace the embattled Robert E. Lee statue at what was formerly known as Lee Park have now been approved. In place of the general, Charlottesville will now proudly feature African trees.
Rooted is inspired by the baobab tree, a Pan-African symbol of wisdom,
Ew. Brother, ew.
longevity, and connection. It's a design Jihadi Mazi says is about more than a
I'm sorry, who? I'm sorry, what? What are these Star Wars people?
structure.
It is a true reminder of what we all can collectively do when we touch hands, when we touch hearts, when we touch minds.
And remember, this has nothing
Yikes,
to do
we're off to a
with
good
erasing
start.
history, other than they destroyed the old statue to melt it down and repurpose it for this one.
What? What? I know they've been melting statues, but holy shit. There's silhouettes and shins.
Dana King will be transforming the bronze from the Robert E. Lee statue into Rooted.
Nobody's rewriting the past. We're just changing how you remember it.
King also says it's an opportunity to redefine how the community remembers its past. Project leaders
They're
say that's the goal
redefining.
from the very beginning.
We were interested in creating a process that would give voice to those who would have not had voice at the time that a Lee statue was placed in 1924.
But other than completely destroying the physical artifact and completely changing the object of recognition, everything else remains exactly the same. And besides, it had to be done because, remember, the fight over the removal of this statue is what brought all those scary Nazis to town.
Their crazed faces, illuminated by torches, veins bulging, and bearing the fangs of racism.
I guess it's true that Charlottesville doesn't have to worry about Nazi flames anymore, but the threat of fire remains from drug addict bums setting up camps to enjoy all the new progressive inclusion.
Charlottesville Fire Department responded to a second fire at the Free Bridge encampment early this morning. Firefighters got there within 5
Why do they tolerate encampments too? It's so, oh my God, get them out.
minutes and kept it from getting worse. But crews say about a 30 by 30 foot area was burned.
Now, this particular spot is not the former Lee Park. It's the public park at Free Bridge, a mile and a half away. Now, with dozens or even hundreds of people living Matt Foley style.
Yes, these these people are knowingly active in being agents against everything any version of the West stands for. Yeah, pretty much.
In a van down by the river.
Just swap the van for a tent, but keep the same aggression. As Charlottesville
Enemies,
moves beyond
yes.
its hateful past, it's embracing much more permissive policies toward all sorts of people and lifestyles,
Oh.
including mentally ill drug addicts who have now established something of their own autonomous zone. Call it Chaz 2 or Chaz.
Stuff like this makes you think we're living in a simulation. No, we're just living ruled by traitors and subversives. It's frustrating. Yeah.
As East, perhaps. Just CH for Charlottesville instead of Seattle's Capitol Hill. In recent months, homeless people have established what is now a sprawling camp at the Freebridge Park along the Rivanna River Trail. Instead of enforcing existing trespassing and camping ordinances, the city
Intentional
chose
replacement by narrative,
compassion.
yeah.
Because after all, these people need help, not the law. They need crack, not a crack down, so they gave them drug disposal fixtures and porta potties and other useful resources.
We want to try.
And by they mean the taxpayer there. Like we've been talking about taxes today. Like the people of Charlottesville are paying to keep this going. Hey, Psychro, yeah, we're still going. We're still going. You just got up. You got to relax. Too many coffees for you this afternoon. Exceeding your typing quota. Can you move to the simulation? It has to be better there. We are in the simulation. I regret to inform you. No, I don't know.
To get folks to be safe in a way that is compassionate.
We are not displacing anybody. We're not moving anybody. This is strictly a cleanup effort.
Plans include portable restrooms, secure needle disposal containers, and outreach focused on fire safety.
That's their park. That's the people of Charlottesville's park who you're taking their taxes to let the homeless fuck it up. Dude, we do not live in a serious system. Again, we live in a system controlled by frickin' traitors. This shit makes me so mad.
Available services and other community resources.
But the fire safety outreach has been regrettably ineffective because whoopsie, we're now several fires deep. And hey, where'd all those propane tanks come from?
The situation down there is incredibly dangerous and it is an immediate public.
Someone cut the police on this. This is the police chief talking about how things are dangerous. Do something.
Safety issue. I'm not sure where the propane tanks came from, but those are incredibly dangerous.
Well, it turns out the propane tanks came from the bums, Chief. That's how they've rewarded your compassion. And intentionally playing with fire has been consequential beyond just the flames. In recent months, there have been 2 deaths at the camp, though in fairness, exact causes unknown. Police say foul play not suspected. But the play sure is getting fouler because as of Thursday, police are now investigating a
See you, Highlander. Have a good one. Hope you're feeling better.
Rape at the camp.
Oof.
And of course, it's not just the bums who are victimized. It's not just bum-on-bum violence as a consequence of this near lawlessness. The trail is now effectively a no-go zone for Charlottesville residents and anybody else who just wants to.
So do they have a situation intentionally created and supported in order to outnumber or make a show of outnumbering any public displays of dissidence? I'm not sure I attribute the homeless thing to that. But yes, I mean, it is part of the broader humiliation ritual. But Keen, the homeless crackhead's comfort is more important than anything else. I know, the poor and the downtrodden and all that, yes.
To enjoy the riverfront. We know this thanks to video captured by one man brave enough to tempt fate and walk this trail to find out. His name is Shane McRunner on X.
I'm gonna go check out this trail. I hear it's a good one. I used to run it all the time.
The footage plays kind of like a strange
and honestly, this looks like some stuff near where I live too. This is everywhere. Probably not as bad as this, but I mean, yeah. And dude, if you go to like the big cities, it's absurd.
First-person video game. Immediately upon encounter, the zombie hordes are after him for the one thing you can't do in this camp. Sure, shoot up, light fires, rape, harass passersby, whatever you want. Really, just one rule: absolutely no video recording.
Yep, and I've seen that so often as well. They get really outraged. No, and I'm not talking just the homeless, but all these people doing anti-societal shit. I love when they don't want you filming at a protest because it's turning everything on its head, because protests are about drawing attention. So it's hilarious when they're behaving so badly that they demand you don't film them. It's like, shouldn't you're here using using your presence as a protest? You should want people filming you.
Why are you recording, sir?
Sir, why are you recording?
The campers claim property rights as the basis for this prohibition. Hey, this is our home, so our rules. You can't record video here.
It's a public park.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it is. So do I.
You'd be pissed too if you came into your house filming you in your undies. Yeah, but this isn't their house. Like, they don't have a right there.
And since Shane doesn't obey camp rules, well, they call camp security. See, the camp is not no enforcement, actually. It's bum enforcement against you.
I think I've angered them.
Oh, jeez. I need some muscle. I need some muscle. Because that's funny. That reminds me, like, even before this, it was already reminding me of that, because they didn't want him recording there either. There's a, was that like 2016 or something like that? There was a college protest, and one of the teachers was demanding muscle to remove someone who was filming. It was a good meme.
What are you gonna do? Look at this, man. He said not to come down here because he runs it.
And since initial commands for compliance are ignored or even mocked.
Look at this. Look at this. They're all coming after me.
And the police will do nothing.
Look at this trash, dude. He's going to whoop my goddamn ass. He's going to whoop my goddamn ass.
The confrontation gets more aggressive, and Shane has to deploy defense mechanisms.
Tell you okay. I don't give a fuck about your bullet. And I'll cut your goddamn head off, bitch.
Take another step.
Do it.
That's what I thought.
Do it.
Back up. Back up.
You come down here again, I'll beat your ass.
Back up.
It ain't none of your goddamn business.
I live here.
Jeez.
I live here.
I live here.
The would-be decapitator pursues, Shane retreats, and just in time to save his neck, a hero emerges to restore peace and justice. Or maybe the one thing scarier than a meth-fueled head chopper, actually, a female bike cop.
Oh!
Get this guy off me.
Here we go.
What's going on? What do you think's going on? I'm trying to walk through, having a nice day in the park, and all these people want to kill me.
I mean, are you going home? What are you doing?
I would like to walk this way. Will you assist me?
The officer escorts Shane back
Jeez.
through parts of the camp, but of course, she's just one woman. No matter how strong and no man needing she is, there are parts of the camp she simply cannot navigate safely, so they must divert. Hobo's orders.
Okay, wait here then.
Wait here. No.
Okay.
I'm trying to go home.
All right. Well, we're on right now. Yes.
I'm trying to go home.
Good for this guy though, man. And like content, like he could have pushed harder. He could have been like, no, we should go this way or whatever. Like he's filming the ridiculousness of this cop, like diverting as well.
Let's go. Let's go.
We gotta go this way? All right.
Thankfully, she does have backup, though. Another female officer who understands, yes, these bums have no legitimate ownership claim to this park, but what did you do to provoke them, Shane? What were you wearing?
Thanks, I hate it.
I know you've been down here before. Obviously, I feel like you're coming down here to film them and antagonize them.
Man, there's nothing wrong with filming in public.
Statements of saying, I'll give you tomorrow, I'm going to go down there right now, shows that you're getting the reaction that you wanted.
No, this is not the reaction I wanted.
Sure, they're acting unreasonably, but come on, man. What's making them unreasonable? The officer implies it's
typical female cop. Cops of either gender will do that shit. And I want to be very clear. I'm not anti-cop across the board or anything like that, but we do see that a narco tyranny quite often, and like especially again, it's definitely not all cops. It's a bunch of cops in liberal controlled areas because that's how they've been instructed, like that's their job basically. But yes, no, there are definitely problems with female cops, but what we're seeing here is not exclusive to female cops.
Shane, but Shane...
We see the establishment looking at people like this guy as a more serious threat than actual criminals. Yes. Social media and freedom of speech is an assigned target.
Has an alternative theory.
And you're filming them to agitate them because you...
What are we watching? Societal decay, as per usual. Welcome back, Arkham. Yes, societal decay. Homeless people take over a park. many such cases.
No, you can. They're unreasonable right now because they feel like because
they're on drugs. Dummy.
Seems credible.
Privacy? School teacher syndrome. Find the most obvious nonconformist person and do whatever needs to be done for the classroom to appear easy again. They threatened his life and yet they're angry at him. Yep.
Considering the police chief described the same problem himself.
There's a significant amount of needles that are on the ground.
But if these bars
I hate that,
are
dude.
acting unreasonably, ma'am, what about their demands is unreasonable? Is it because they actually have no right to control this area because it's not their property? She correctly grants that premise.
Obviously, there's a disconnect with them because they think the trail is their property.
Yeah, that's what they said.
All right, see you, Warg.
The trail is their property, and that.
Wait, what was
As
that? But yeah, see you, Warg. Get off the mark here. This is very feminine behavior. Compassion for the criminal instead of law-abiding citizen. No, I'm saying it's not exclusively though. Who said that? Warg was talking about the Lego scandal, and we saw male cops doing this exact same thing of protecting the criminal. So yes, I'm not saying there aren't problems with female cops. There clearly are, one of which is just lack of strength. But we literally have seen videos this week, or actually I guess that wasn't this week, but very recently we have seen videos of male cops acting the exact same way. So that's my point. This is not exclusively a female cop problem. Men in establishment aren't acting female, but they are not females though. They are not females is the point. They are acting feminine. Sure, we can argue that. But yes, no, male cops do this as well. They're also following orders. Lego thing was more about Mormon solidarity. Yes, but we still saw male cops doing it. That's the point. You're talking about tyranny, which is not exclusive to females, but the compassion for the criminal is. Again, we saw a bunch of this from male cops too, but no, I'll grant you that if we're talking just about the compassion, then yes, that is more of a female thing. But like I said, we also see like the policy of protecting the criminal is not gendered, and we do see male cops. They might not phrase it in quite the same emotional way, but we see male cops doing the exact same thing, is my point.
Actually have no right to control this area because it's not their property. She correctly grants that premise.
Obviously, there's a disconnect with them because they think the trail is their property.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Let me finish it. They think the trail is their property and that they can have the control to kick people out.
Yeah, they told me that.
I told them, if you didn't hear me vehemently making that debate down there, they don't have that right because it's a public place for everybody to use.
And yet, part of the solution is somehow, come on, man, just comply with their illegitimate, unreasonable, deranged demands.
Obviously,
okay.
I don't want another disorder to happen when I'm speaking to somebody that has already assaulted you.
Can I go down there right now?
I mean, feel free.
Yeah.
But I like this behavior right now. It's clear that you're going down there to antagonize.
But Shane should probably be grateful, actually. Miraculously, he was not shot in a reflexive taser reach gone wrong.
Taser! Oh, my shit! I shot him.
Finally, after
Jeez.
this very long discussion,
Yeah. Now that was female cop.
Wondering even more widely than someone trying to safely navigate the hobo enclave, the Sisterhood in Blue arrests the guy who threatened a decapitation, and predictably, he has a long list of violent.
It's easier to tell the law-abiding citizens to go away than deal with the real criminals. Yes.
Priors. And even though this problem has been ongoing and worsening for months now, the mayor and the city insist they are working on it very hard. They are planning on a plan. It just hasn't quite been planned out yet, but they plan to start planning very soon.
It's not a date that doesn't go by that we are not strategizing as council, as a city, on what to do. Probably next week, or then definitely within the next couple of weeks, we will come back with
holy shit, his nose.
Address that.
It'll have to be an all of the above approach that so far includes none of the above.
He does tell me there's no set plan as of right now, and that the city is looking at the situation as an all-of-the-above approach.
I will say, just the manager is just taking a really thoughtful measured approach to making sure that we do this the right way.
At this point, it actually is more practical, efficient, and
We
human.
get fees and refugees get checks. Yeah. Don't think the sentencing is making a difference. Yeah, they need to stop letting these people out. Big nose having breathing all the white man's air. No, that was just an especially massive nose. Holy crap. This is similar to that British cop arresting the white guy for being attacked by the black crowd. Oh, or of course the cops who arrested the dude who freaking got stabbed and was bleeding to death. That was horrifying.
To revive the old Charlottesville tradition of clearing the path swiftly with a Dodge Challenger. The city is working on opening a new homeless shelter by renovating a vacant building, but they say it's not ready to take these people in yet. So how's September sound? Until then, just be patient and understand that the riverfront is meth, rape, and AIDS town. Even if the city does sweep the camp and rehouse the campers on September 1st as promised, notice who's accommodating whom here. Every tax-paying Charlottesville citizen must yield the public park until deranged, drug-addicted bums are ready to move into
Dodge
housing
Charger.
also provided by the tax-paying Charlottesville citizen.
It does look mighty
The honest,
appealing
productive
sometimes.
person operates on bum time, but for the bums, it is never rule of law o'clock. Oh, well, what's your solution then? Is always the indignant response from the supposedly compassionate.
I'm gonna need a cost breakdown for the taxpayer on Dodge Charger versus massively paying the homeless for everything.
People whose
Classic
compassion
American muscle
actually
car.
leads to the widespread abuse of the citizenry, exactly as Charlottesville is suffering now. Nobody has a right to camp on public property. Nobody has a right to harass or abuse others. And if you do those things, bum or not, you are cited. And if you don't stop, you are arrested and removed.
Yes.
There already are numerous homeless shelters and points of service for homeless people in Charlottesville.
What do you tell an Antifa member who with two black eyes? I'm guessing I know, but go ahead.
The problem is not that these things are unavailable. The problem is that they're optional. Because if you give a drug addict a choice,
Nothing. You told him twice already. Yep. Is that the right answer, Arkham? But I would argue that if he's still causing problems, you gotta tell him again. Yeah, you already told him twice. No, that's too soft though. You tell him again. You tell him again because he's still causing trouble.
between shelter and rehab or continued drug use on the street, well, that is the nature of addiction. It is very compelling. So they choose drugs. But hey, let's give the city a little break, huh? After all, just think how bad things could be. At least there aren't guys in polos and khakis marching around after buying up all the torches down at Home Depot. Just think, they might harass people or threaten violence, or maybe even take over
It'd be a
entire
short
areas
conversation.
of town and declare that their enemies are no longer welcome there. Who could possibly live in a state of such chaos? Is there even a female cop brave enough to save us all from such terror? No matter how bad things may seem, just remember, at least they're not that. Because after all, playing needle hopscotch in the park is really just the price we pay for civilization.
Yes.
Thanks as always for listening. And
Wait, I thought civilization was, about the civilization, and we seem to be lacking in that, actually.
supporting this channel
Yeah.
always. Appreciate that thoughtful discussion down below, and especially over on X. That is at ML Christensen. You're always welcome to come out and check my live streams as well on Wednesday and Sunday nights. Looking forward to it.
Right. Good shit. Man, that's shit pisses me off, though. We need a female cop to save us from the tyranny of female cops. Yes. All right. Thanks for watching. Peace. What do we watch next? Yeah, I'm tired, but I just kind of feel like keeping going, man. Don't think we'll leave those in the tabs in case I want to, but yeah, they define civilization as wealth extraction. Does seem to be that way. Ew, there's another cop. Oh, do we just double down on female cops? Maybe. Be a whistleblower, interesting. Yeah, we could do the other female cop one. Jeez. Are we ready for 2 female cop videos back to back? I think so. Scott Wiener. Wiener. Fentanyl, Fast and Furious. But yeah, let's do other female cop, and then that'll probably be it for. Oh, I'm not subscribed on this channel. There we go. Double down on dumb decisions. Sucker for uniform. Oh, this is a clip, so it won't be as edited, but that's fine. Ahoy, back with another female cop video. Let's see what we got here.
We got to talk about the actions of certain police officers in Fort Worth and how they handled a street preacher. And this, the events that are involved here,
once again, anarcho tyranny,
are actually they're at a Pride event that was at the end of June. It was June 27th when this incident took place. Video has gone viral this past week through Libs of TikTok and other accounts. And
calm down there, guys.
In particular, what's gone viral is video of a female police officer threatening to cite and/or arrest this street preacher.
Do it.
Try it. His offensive speech is what she described. So it was Trinity Pride Fest in Fort Worth. The street preachers, there are 2 of them, Richard Penkoski and David Gresham, were protesting on the sidewalk. And I believe, I grabbed it, I think David's shirt here, the back says homo sex is sin. So they had provocative t-shirts as well. But
provocative.
They are going out to protest this Pride event in Fort Worth. Maybe with some provocative messaging, but
it's called freedom of speech, and that's a valid opinion.
But there's no indication that they did anything violent, threatened people. They don't like the event or what it stands for. They clearly have statements against it. They basically stand guard in Turkey and Egypt and say,
so much video in so little time. Haven't seen Matt Christensen in quite a while. Sacrifices had to be made. Yeah, I get it. I have not also watched him in probably years at this point. I was actually, dude, I was there from the very start. Like I was a early Matt Christensen watcher. Like shortly after he graduated from video game stuff, like his video game clips were there towards his political stuff. Like they were easily accessible on the timeline, as I recall.
No, you may not dock here.
You may not pass.
It is a shame that he had the falling out with the co-host too. Like no matter what you think about her opinions or whatever, it was a excellent freaking dynamic. It was hilarious, and the live stream massively suffered. And I think his content also changed a little bit. Like he wanted to be a little bit more professional or something when it wasn't really the strength of his content. Oh, nice. Another early Matt watcher, I guess, huh? I think you traversed the professional needs pretty well. You agree with Blonde Moore, obviously. That's nice though. Again, because he was like, obviously he has like 250,000 subscribers, which is not a small channel, but I am kind of surprised we've got multiple Matt Christensen viewers here. That's cool. But not how much disrespect Matt got for being relatively normal. I don't know. They had a fun dynamic. I don't think Matt got disrespected necessarily, and even when even if you say he did, you kind of roll with the punches. That at that point, that's kind of the straight man's job in some cases. Like he's playing the straight man to that, and I don't know. I didn't think there was a whole lot of issues with that. And anyway, the content suffered after they were no longer doing content with each other, because again, it was such a good dynamic on the show.
Job. But they are the ones who had this encounter with this female police
officer. He clearly wanted something else
we don't
at that
know the
point.
Female police officer's name. Her uniform, as we'll see in the video, reads Stogner. I assume that's her name or last name on her uniform, but I don't know. She approaches them, threatens to ticket them for disorderly conduct. Quote, if anybody
among the ethnats, he was basically seen as that Jewish guy, Matt Christensen here, who would just agree with everything everyone said.
Complains that their speech is offensive.
Oh, so you're not talking about specific like specifically his audience disrespected him, or his co-host or whatever. You're saying that in certain groups he was like relatively hated just for being normal. I see.
Seems like music, not talking. If someone is offended by your talking,
If someone is offended, holy shit.
then we have a problem.
No, you don't.
Violation of our rights. If you shut us down,
No, if they are offended by your speech, okay, then I'll write you the ticket and we'll go from there.
Go for it.
Wait, you're going to take us for offensive speech?
Yes, absolutely.
Are you serious?
You're going to cite us for
Yes,
offensive
it's disorderly
speech.
conduct.
Yeah, Matt Christensen is not Jewish.
Oh no,
At least-
disorderly conduct
least
has
as
to be
far as I know.
accompanied by conduct.
This is the conduct
I'm
that
a
you're
retired
doing.
police officer myself.
For who?
26 years federal law enforcement.
So it's federal. So this has nothing to do with local.
Wow.
It has nothing to do with local.
Yeah. Well, I look
do whatever you want to think that you can do.
It says 80
whatever we think.
decibels.
Wow.
It says 80 decibels.
Matt was audience captured by Groypers basically, and he didn't accept that. Except it wasn't, because he wasn't really playing to them as an audience exactly. Carrying him to Ruben.
The law so well, I'm not gonna let y'all.
So I just want to clarify, if anything is said that's offensive, you're going to write a ticket?
If someone complains that your language or what you're saying is offensive,
The American people.
I think
are
she's
tired
offensive.
Of women.
Dumb bitch.
Arrest her on the spot.
Yeah, what's
Now-
the attitude on that? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
She's clearly trying to make a disorderly conduct claim,
Yeah.
which the police department is trying to clean this up. Now, when she says, okay, well, that's federal. Well, okay, the First Amendment itself is federal, though, and
Yes.
actually does have a lot to do with local. I know maybe that wasn't the original design, but
Pass on
that's
the
way we've
Constitution.
done it
A
since
lot of cops
incorporation.
do.
So you are, in fact, bound to the First Amendment, and so is the Fort Worth Police Department, ma'am. But in response to the incident, police say that they cited Gresham for use of his bullhorn, is what they're going with. So
That's
they're
not
making
what they
this
were
a
threatening
sound
there, though.
issue.
They said offensive.
Yeah, they're saying that he was being too loud with a bullhorn or using a bullhorn without authorization, and it was a neighborhood noise complaint.
Jeez.
Not the content
Yeah,
of
no.
the message, because of course the First Amendment.
That's not what she
prohibits them
said.
generally from making content-motivated distinctions in that way. But number one, as though the event itself wasn't generating almost assuredly more noise than they were with their bullhorn. This is a large event downtown, and number two, the cop. That's not what we heard her say there. She didn't say, hey, if you guys are too loud with your bullhorn, I'm going to have to arrest and or cite you for disorderly conduct. She said, as we heard, if anyone is offended by the content of the message, that will get cited for disorderly conduct. That is not being too loud. And so the Fort Worth Police Department is now trying to clean this up and saying, well, we do acknowledge that one of our police officers made certain statements that are not accurate, so we're going to renew our training for cops who are currently on the job and new recruits and make sure they are aware of First Amendment protections.
I don't believe
and
you.
Legal, related legal
what?
issues.
They have to train their police officers to understand. Like, I understand not being directly knowledgeable of every single aspect of the Constitution, although again, if you're a cop, you should be taught these things, so you're not violating people's rights. But they need to teach their cop that Americans have freedom of speech. Someone's fucked up. Like, a lot of people have fucked up in a big way if you have to reteach your officers that Americans get to say whatever the fuck they want, because fuck you, this is America. Holy shit.
Involving free speech protesters and similar activity.
Hey, Bloop.
Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights.
Have I slept? Since when? Since when?
That she is looking into this. Maybe we've heard a lot from the federal Justice Department saying they're going to correct these sorts of things.
Do not trust the feds.
Things.
Any
In my
feds.
experience, mostly we just get tweets, but I would love to be proved wrong about that. The other complicating factor legally is that the Pride event was a permitted downtown event. So from the police perspective, they're saying, no, it's not the content of the message. It's the fact that they were too loud. And it's the fact that this was
even a police officer. Yes, but no, especially police officers, because they're in charge of enforcing the laws. So they need to be They need to understand these things. But again, you shouldn't have to be taught that Americans have freedom of speech. It's basic and well discussed. Yeah, hey Bloop, big fan of Hyde. I love it. And no, Hyde is actually cool. We are big fans of Hyde.
Permitted organized event, so the organizers of the event are entitled to that permitted space, meaning they can control.
Yep, that's a good point. They have to
and
train
they
her
can
to
kick
not
people
say
out
these
of their
things.
Discretion as permitted organizers. There's another encounter with David and a police officer here who is saying exactly that. Hey man, it's not that you can't protest, it's that nobody can protest within the area that the Pride organizers have essentially rented from the city. Here's that argument.
Settlement was that I could preach anywhere on a public street that's free and open to the public in downtown Fort Worth. Okay, that's on Grisham versus Fort Worth.
But you're not in downtown.
This is
This is their closed event, so whoever they decide they don't want anybody in here, they have to permit. So if you want to preach, you will have to be outside the barricades.
So,
like, if you want to stand right there and preach, stand right there and preach.
So if we preach inside, what will happen?
You'll be asked to leave.
And if we don't leave, what'll
You'll
happen?
be arrested for criminal trespass.
Be arrested
On the street
here? On a public street, for being on a public side.
When somebody has a permit, yes. They're authorized to let whoever they want in, kick out whoever they want.
So
that
the problem for the city is they don't get him on noise or trespass, at least as the described basis for the citation. Again, per that female cop, the described basis for the citation was viewpoint, as she said it. But maybe you have some insight on this, Matt. I don't know. Now,
This is
I
so
understand that
stupid.
public property can be essentially rented by event organizers, and they can control who enters and leaves. But there have to be certain limitations.
Top-down
on that. I'm not
motivation
sure what the case
more
law-
than just incompetence. It's a mix. Like, obviously this is intentional, but then also that was just incompetent the way she said things. But yes, no, that is also how they're trained to behave. So yeah, it is top down. I would agree.
Law says about this, but it's got to be out there. Like, what if I get a permit and suddenly decide, sorry, no blacks? I prefer not. We need more
whites.
We need more white babies, as the Atlanta Braves guy said. And I just decide no blacks. Or
Yeah,
I do
I'm
a reverse
assuming you
pride.
can't do
No
that.
gays.
Yeah.
Or no Republicans or no Democrats if you just want viewpoint.
Well, I mean,
That is a good point. What if you had a straight pride parade, and if any gays showed up to protest you kick them out for offending you? Like, again, you don't kick them out for being gay, but you kick them out for protesting in, I guess, your public street. Like, is that okay? Look,
I'm just repeating what you said, but they had already revealed their hand in that the real motivation was ideology.
you see the same pattern everywhere in the West. Maybe ask Bloop how the police selectively enforce. Oh no, I'm aware of how the police selectively enforce in the West. It's pretty clear. But yeah, no, it's not good. And again, they're traitors. We're ruled by traitors.
Not, they're trying to justify it after the fact. I'm not aware of any other case where if I had a right-wing protest and a left-winger comes up with a sign, I can't think of any case where I would.
UK is gross with that. Yeah. I'm sorry we don't do that hair color here. It's not okay. You need to wear this hat now. These guys were protesting from a religious point of view. This means they effectively created a no Christian zone. I mean, yes and no. They're claiming, I mean, it's all over the place, but they're claiming it was about offense caused and disturbance caused. So they're not directly tying it to Christianity. They're tying it to speech. But again, then they were also saying it wasn't even about the speech and it was about noise. So no, they're trying to have it every way. It's not explicitly a Christian ban, but it is obviously targeting one side. You're going to upset us. They love no Christian zones these days and no white zones. no law zones. Many such cases.
Oh, I permitted this, so you have to leave. And also, too, even if that was true, well, is it the guy who applied for the permit specifically who gets that dictatorial power to say who gets to say and who doesn't? Is it a random person within the event who ideologically aligns, just happens to get that power bestowed on them? None of that makes any sense
I
whatsoever.
don't believe that Fort Worth would grant a permit, nor do I believe they could legally if the organizing principle of the event was exclusion of people based on race, religion,
ideology.
sexual orientation, ideology. I don't buy for a second that, say, if the street preachers got a permitted event that said no homos, and then the guy from the ship in the Mediterranean showed up and wanted to protest or wanted to walk around in there freely, they would say no. But you're exactly right.
No, it doesn't
Who
work.
has the police power of allowing people in, kicking people out? According to the street preachers, nobody from the event, the
And there's
organizers of the event,
looks like a edit there, which is interesting. Producer Tim, that like a live chat or what? Oh yeah, I guess so. I think people are missing possibly the most important part of Brian Nome. Oh, that's about other stuff, I think.
actually asked them to leave. That female cop just took the power upon herself, which she admits. Listen to this.
But it's a public event and we're not allowed to go inside?
They don't want you here.
How do you
Stogner.
know that? We haven't even stepped foot in.
Okay, stop asking me questions.
No, we're asking because you said that we cannot go into a free public event, and we haven't even stepped foot in. They haven't even said we couldn't be there yet. You came out of the vehicle and said that we cannot go into the event. No one in the event said that we cannot step foot in there. No one said that
Right,
yet.
because we're trying to prevent that.
So are we allowed to step in there or not?
You don't have you.
You're-
You're allowed to do whatever you need to do. You can use your First Amendment right, but you can't.
So
go
you do
past the
know.
barrier. You're not here to support gay pride.
Yeah, but no one said we can't be in the event yet.
I'm telling you, you can't be in the event.
But we have.
Oh,
See, that's
you are making
so.
up your own rules.
Yeah, you're making up your own laws.
So it's just
Damn.
This is
similar to the bricks and minifigs thing. Like that, it's shocking how incompetent these people are too. Like you don't say what she was saying because that gets you in so much freaking trouble. But she just says it openly.
If they are litigious, and I hope they are, this is a gold mine for them. This is going to fund their ministry for the next decade.
Well, I did hear David, the guy with the homosexist sin shirt, when he said that's Grisham versus Fort Worth, he's referencing a prior lawsuit or legal
Good.
action he had against the
Good.
city. So they've done it before.
Perfect.
But yet you have police in this case, and I'm not even taking the street preacher, I'm not listening to their claims. I'm listening to what the police officer just said there. Police obstructing citizen access to public places based on viewpoint.
I was gonna say
You're not
viewpoint
here to
grounds,
support
yeah.
Gay pride.
Yeah.
Therefore, I'm not allowing
Definitely
you to
needs
walk
training.
in downtown Fort Worth and or say what you want to say within reason, within the confines of the content neutral rules that apply. Your noise level, or certainly whether you make threats to people or something like that. But it's an unbelievable standard here that I haven't seen recently. You cannot cross this line in a public place unless you believe the right thing, not because the event organizers say so, but because this chick cop says so.
I guess to get my weekly Norm Macdonald reference in, gay pride, it's a very weird thing to be proud of.
Wonder if she was a lesbian. I don't know.
All right. I was looking for my ostrich laugh. I couldn't find it.
It's a much. He has more commentary. I just look up.
Here we go. Sorry, it's delayed.
Look up Norm Macdonald, Dennis Miller, gay pride. It's 2 minutes long. Really, really funny bit.
Yeah. So we'll see where this case goes. I hope Justice Department does look into this. This is exactly the sort of viewpoint discrimination that the First Amendment prohibits, and here they are doing it openly in Fort Worth. Allegedly an American city of American values, but a lot of places are becoming questionable.
Yeah, that was crazy. Again, just incompetent too, the brazenness they were doing that. Alrighty. Thanks for watching. Peace. I still got more stuff I want to do, but it is getting late. I am getting tired. I think we finally just call it there. Let me see who's on the YouTubes. And I am assuming we basically, like I said, we basically have two people over on Rumble, and yes, it's going to be Leaflet again. What are they playing anyway? Oh, Pal World. Pal World. Imagine if we didn't have all the cameras. Yeah, that would not be great. But yeah, let me check YouTube. Yes, good night. We'll set up the raid here and call it. But yeah, part of me does want to keep going, but there's no point. We're getting tired. Best to go to bed. And yeah, there's never any people over on YouTube. Occasionally Mavluck, who's not on right now. Occasionally Silas, depending on when we're doing stuff. But right now I'm not seeing anything. Yep, it looks like it's just gonna be the Rumble raid. Hey, Book of Grudges, how's it going? Yeah, we streamed for 5 hours tonight, and like 7 hours earlier. Well, okay, one of them wasn't a stream, one of them was a private voice chat, but yeah, basically I did like 12 hours today, so yeah, we're getting tired. Again, I am energized. I could keep going, but I'm just like, nah, it's probably better to call it here. We'd be British. Oof. Glad you finally caught my stream. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you did as well. I'm glad you could catch it. Rumble was loading 3 ads at the same time. Weird. I don't get ads on Rumble. I don't know why. Anyway, yeah, we'll go ahead and raid over on Rumble to Leaflet. Just bad timing on your part. Yeah, it happens. I'm on Rumble too. Yes. All those are on my Twitter, which let's see. Is that easily accessible? It should. Let me go to my own live stream here just to see. Yep. Yeah, I saw that. No Cinny, no Mav, no Silas, which are some of the other targets I have sometimes. But yeah, let me just see what my own live stream looks like. And this is desktop, obviously. But yes, my Rumble link is right below, as well as my Twitter link, which has all my links there as well. All right. Let's see. Let's go ahead /raid. /raid. Leaflet. All right. And I will drop that over in YouTube chat as well if anyone wants to come on over to hang out on Rumble. Book watches Cine a lot. All right. So yeah, there's the Rumble link, and we'll raid over there as well. Thanks for watching, everybody. Have a good one. Peace. Again, thanks for watching. Hope everyone had fun. I did. Have a good one. Good night. Go say hi to Leaf.
Heave away, me hearties, heave and never bend. For the right road's bloody narrow, and it never seems to end. Through storm and steel and centuries, he carried a righteous flame. Black-hearted Jack the Deathless, but the heart still feels the pain. He sailed when Rome still ruled the waves and Carthage burned to ash. Cut down tyrants by the score, left empires in the crash. No blade could keep him under, no grave could hold him long. He rose with every sunrise, still singing the same old song. Heave away, me hearties, heave and never bend. For the right road's bloody narrow, and it never seems to end.